Chapter 39:22. Whoosh. A ball of fire landed not far from the ranch. Beside her was a handsome young man. Seeing the beautiful woman walking out of the fire, Overlord Sword, Blood Dragon, and the other experts all revealed expressions of shock. Then, they looked at the handsome young man, Ling Xiao, with a deep gaze. Overlord Sword and Blood Dragon looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They both felt that their disciples were the most outstanding. However, seeing this scene, they really didn't know what to say. Ling Xiao had actually received the personal guidance of the Fire Lord. This was enough to show that Ling Xiao's talent was completely above their disciples. This Ling Xiao, instead of cultivating properly, he goes around fooling around. I wonder where he got such a beautiful woman from. So he likes mature ones. Long Zhenshan laughed mockingly. When he saw Ling Xiao, he seemed to feel that he was an eyesore and uncomfortable, so he didn't keep his mouth shut. Shut up, you bastard. Overlord Sword was shocked and hurriedly scolded in a low voice. Long Zhenshan had never seen Overlord Sword so terrified and angry. He couldn't help but shut his mouth. At this moment, the few mentors present, including General Wolf, all bowed respectfully to the beautiful woman. Subordinate greets Lord Fire Lord. Fire Lord. Long Zhenshan's face instantly turned pale. His entire body was trembling. This was the legendary Fire Lord. He had actually almost caused a fatal disaster. If it wasn't for Overlord Sword stopping him from speaking nonsense and being heard by the Fire Lord, he would probably have turned into ashes by now. But why? He couldn't accept it. Why could a person like Ling Xiao receive the guidance of a top expert like the Fire Lord? Even his teacher had to bow and scrape before him. Jealousy. Even more intense jealousy. He had never felt that he was inferior to Ling Xiao. However, the opportunities he received were much worse than Ling Xiao's. This caused his mentality to become even more twisted. Although he didn't say it, the jealousy in his heart had already turned black. Bam! Just as he was thinking, Long Zhenshan suddenly felt his body fly up. He flew up uncontrollably. Finally, he slammed into the wall of the ranch. His internal organs were all injured. I hope that Lord Fire Master will show mercy. This child doesn't know any better and is speaking nonsense. Overlord Sword was such a proud person, but at this moment, he had no choice but to kneel down and plead for mercy for Dragon Sword Mountain. For your sake, I've already been very polite. Otherwise, do you think he would still be alive after I made my move? Be careful what you say next time, or you won't even know how you died. Fire Lord coldly glanced at Dragon Sword Mountain, then ignored him. Then, he looked at General Wolf and said, Your master, that old fellow, said that he has gone into seclusion and is unwilling to show his face. That's why I came. That little demon was the hope of the Eternal Night Palace and even of Shui Yu. Take care of it for me. Understood. Fire Master, Ling Xiao can be considered my young master now. Naturally, I wouldn't dare to neglect him. General Wolf replied. Hearing the conversation between the two, the others were shocked. Shui Wushuang, in particular, simply could not accept it. Listening to the Fire Master's words, it seemed that the Beast Master was also personally instructing Ling Xiao. What kind of situation was this? Regardless of whether it was the Fire Master or the Beast Master, they were both top-level existences in Shui Yu. Although they rarely cared about the affairs of Shui Yu nowadays. But at the same time, they were instructing a young cultivator. This kind of thing had never happened before. Including her, she did not have such qualifications. Although she was not as jealous as Dragon Sword Mountain, there were some mixed feelings in her heart. Thinking about how arrogant she used to be in front of Ling Xiao, she blushed. Compared to Ling Xiao, apart from her identity as a princess, she really did not have any advantages. Alright, I've sent him here, it's time to go back. Little Wolf, you take care of the rest. After the Fire Master finished speaking, he turned into a flame and disappeared into the horizon. After seeing how powerful he was, everyone could breathe a sigh of relief. General Wolf said at this time, I think you all heard from the teachers. Shui Yu is actually divided into 12 palaces. The Eternal Night Palace is only one of them, and it is currently the weakest palace. Because of this, It is allowed to contact the outside world. The imperial court outside is actually just a cover to numb the enemies of Shui Yu. In fact, this time, besides the 10 of you, there are another 110 people who are going to the secret territory. Every one of them is an expert. I'm telling you this because I want you to understand that you are nothing. So you must be humble and honest. Alright, let's stop talking nonsense. Let's go to the real imperial city of Shui Yu. After that, General Wolf turned into a snow wolf and soared into the sky. The 10 people who were going to the secret territory also followed. As for the teachers, they couldn't go. On the way, Ling Xiao, Lion Master Bao, Dark Frost, and Young Mo stayed together. The 3 demons of Gui Gu stayed together. Yi Lungyan was always alone. Shui Wushuang still maintained his arrogance, flying at the front, following General Wolf. As for Dragon Sword Mountain, he fell behind, his eyes were filled with intense hatred, staring at Ling Xiao's back. Ling Xiao and the others were talking about the 12 palaces at this time. Brother Ling Xiao, we killed so many people of Shuiyang Palace, will they know? Yang Mo directly asked through soul transmission. Don't worry, in the deep forest, they have been destroyed. Even if Shuiyang Palace suspects, there is no evidence. Ling Xiao said, don't talk about this, the 3 of you seem to have improved. Of course, thanks to the good things you gave us. Lion Master Bao laughed and said, my cultivation has caught up with those 6 guys, and my fighting strength has surpassed them. Me too. Dark Frost also said. I'm almost there, but I've improved, and my sword intent has reached the level of proficiency. Yang Mo said modestly. He knew that he was the weakest, so he had to work harder. It's good that you've improved. There will be a lot of experts in the secret territory, you need to be stronger to get what you want. Ling Xiao's strength had also improved. But for him, it was far from enough. He still needed to become stronger. As they spoke, they could already see a majestic palace. At this time, they had been flying for more than an hour. It was enough to see how far the palace was from the entrance. It was also enough to see how big the Snow Moon secret territory was. The secret territory Imperial Court is actually where the Ice Palace is located. The Ice Palace is the strongest existence in the 12 palaces. Remember, don't cause trouble, or if you get humiliated, don't blame me for not warning you. General Wolf was also helpless. These years, Eternal Night Palace was weak in terms of disciples. Otherwise, they wouldn't have recruited warriors from outside to participate in the secret territory. In the world of warriors, the weak would be beaten and humiliated. This was the same everywhere. The Ice Palace was much larger than Eternal Night Palace. It was also clear that the atmosphere was more lively. Disciples who were cultivating or resting could be seen everywhere. Unlike Eternal Night Palace, there were basically not many people. Chapter 39-23. The moment they stepped into the Ice Palace, Ling Xiao and the others felt countless gazes on them. The Eternal Night Palace was the furthest away from the Imperial Court, so they were the last to arrive. The other 11 palaces had already arrived. Looking at them, they were all dressed in the same way, and it was obvious that they were all wearing Dharma treasures. They were at least divine emperor-level defensive Dharma treasures. But what about them? Their clothes were messy, and they looked like a ragtag army that had been put together at the last minute. The others were regular soldiers. There was no comparison at all. Perhaps because of this, these people's gazes were not friendly. Most of them had mocking expressions. There were not many friendly gazes. TSK, I really didn't expect the Eternal Night Palace, which was even stronger than the Ice Palace in the past, to be reduced to such a state. Now, it has fallen to such a state. Only Shui Wushuang could be chosen for this trip to the secret realm. The rest can only rely on external help to make up the numbers. TSK, why did you come? Aren't you embarrassed enough? This thick mockery came from the Shuiyang Palace camp. The Shuiyang Palace martial artists were all dressed in snow white with a red sun embroidered on it. They were like dogskin plasters. Hearing this person's mockery, the Eternal Night Palace people's reactions were different. Some people felt ashamed and lowered their heads. Meanwhile, some people felt anger and displeasure, glaring angrily. No matter what, Being mocked was not a good thing. Finding external help means that you know your place, unlike the Shuiyang Palace, a bunch of trash who think you're all right. Ling Xiao was a person with a strong sense of honor. Since he had joined the Eternal Night Palace and was valued and nurtured by them, then, he would treat himself as a member of this group. Whoever insulted the Eternal Night Palace was insulting him. How could he not speak? Kid, who are you? How dare you slander the Shuiyang Palace? The Shuiyang Palace disciples were filled with righteous indignation. What a joke, only you can slander us, but we can't speak the truth. This time, Xue Wushuang stood on Ling Xiao's side. After all, they were all from the Eternal Night Palace, and Xue Wushuang was also a representative of the Eternal Night Palace. If she didn't support Ling Xiao, was she supposed to support the other party? Haha, Xue Wushuang, you really know how to lie through your teeth. Although I don't know how you guys managed to trick those idiots into joining you. But what they didn't know was that the Eternal Night Palace was at most one of the 12 palaces of Xue Yu. The difference in strength is too great, so much so that I have no interest in treating you as competitors. These words scolded the Eternal Night Palace, Ling Xiao, and the others. As soon as he said that, most of the people in the hall burst into laughter. It was clear that the Shuiyang Palace was not the only one that looked down on the Eternal Night Palace. It was the same for the other palaces. Yuan Hai, don't you dare humiliate my Eternal Night Palace again. Xue Wushuang's temper was not good. She was a proud person. How could she tolerate others humiliating the place where she grew up? His home. In that instant, a terrifying chill blossomed from her body. He pounced on the man named Yuan Hai. Yuan Hai was a late 5th Heavenly Core warrior. There was no way he could be Xue Wushuang's match. He was so scared that he quickly hid behind one of the men and shouted, "Senior disciple Xingye, help me." The man named Xingye didn't move away. Instead, he coldly stared at Xue Wushuang and said, "This is the Imperial Palace, Xue Wushuang, do you want to fight?" While speaking, he unleashed his terrifying aura as well. His aura was exactly the same as Xue Wushuang's. Both were bone-piercing cold. But obviously, he was stronger than Xue Wushuang. He easily blocked Xue Wushuang's cold aura. Get lost. Xue Wushuang was furious. No matter who it was, if they dared to block her way, she would attack. She unleashed a freezing wind with both of her palms. It was like a snowstorm. Everyone was watching the show. Fights between disciples were very common in Xue Yu. As long as no one was killed or crippled, nothing would happen. Too weak. Xingye sneered. He gently took a step forward and threw out a punch. For a moment, his fist energy seemed to have turned into a meteorite condensed from frost. It shattered Xue Wushuang's palm. It even pushed Xue Wushuang back. Early 6th Divine Core Realm, and at this level, he was one of the strongest fighters. Xue Wushuang was no match for him. This man obviously wanted to embarrass Xue Wushuang, that's why he didn't show any mercy. If no one went to support Xue Wushuang, then Xue Wushuang would definitely fall flat on her back. If someone dared to help her up, apart from General Lang, he didn't think anyone in the Eternal Night Palace could stop him. However, right at this moment, a muscular man suddenly appeared behind Xue Wushuang. He hugged Xue Wushuang, then gently put her down. Master said, "A man bullying a woman is shameful." The man hugging Xue Wushuang was Lion Xiaobao. Although he didn't like Xue Wushuang, he didn't like people who bullied the weak even more. He was a straightforward man. "Oh, I didn't expect there to be someone like you in the Eternal Night Palace. But Xue Wushuang, you should be the strongest disciple in the Eternal Night Palace. Our senior disciple Xingye is also the strongest genius in the Snow Sun Palace. You two are a perfect match. Why don't you follow my senior disciple Xingye? Maybe you can even give birth to an even more outstanding baby." Yuan Hai's words became even more unpleasant to hear. It was probably because Xingye defeated Xue Wushuang, so he was even more unbridled. Trash that can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. You only know how to stand behind others and hoot, like a clown borrowing the tiger's might. I'm the weakest in the Eternal Night Palace. If you have the ability, do you dare to spar with me? This Yuan Hai was really infuriating. What Ling Xiao hated the most was this kind of person. He didn't have any fart ability and only knew how to hide behind others and hoot blindly. Fight with you? Are you worthy? Yuan Hai gave Ling Xiao a contemptuous glance and said disdainfully. If you're scared, then you're scared. The Snow Sun Palace is just a bunch of bastards, cowards. Ling Xiao's eyes were even more contemptuous. His tone was even more provocative. He didn't like to be taken advantage of, and even more disliked being humiliated by others. Giving others a taste of their own medicine, that was his style. How dare you? The Snow Sun Palace is not a place for trash like you to humiliate. Before Yuan Hai could say anything, Xingye had already become angry. You keep calling others trash. Brother Ling, I'll make the first move. Lion Master Bao was a straightforward man. He was no match for others when it came to arguing, therefore, he would make the first move. All right, among the 10 of us, I'm the weakest, and you're the second last. In that case, you should go and get rid of their so-called number 1. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. He knew Lion Master Bao's strength very well. Not to mention Xingye was only at the early 6th Divine Core Realm. Even if he was at the mid-6th Divine Core Realm, he might not be Lion Master Bao's match. When Lion Master Bao unleashed his primal strength, it would be extremely powerful. No problem. Lion Master Bao listened to Ling Xiao the most. Chapter 39-24. Ling Xiao was the first friend Xiaobao had made since he came to the mortal world, and his first boss. He was convinced. And he was willing to listen to Ling Xiao. Of course, it wasn't only because of Ling Xiao's strength, it was also because of Ling Xiao's generosity. If not for Ling Xiao, he wouldn't have been able to break through to the peak 5th Heavenly Core Realm. Xiaobao looked at Starry Night, then he let out a loud laugh and said, "Let me have a taste of your so-called number 1 strength. Take this." After saying that, Xiaobao leapt into the sky, and the roar of a lion could be heard from his body. In an instant, he arrived in front of Starry Night. At this moment, it was as if Xiaobao had turned into a 9-spirit lion. The brutal pressure caused many warriors from the Shuiyang Palace to tremble in fear. What? Starry Night didn't take Xiaobao seriously at all. But now, when he sensed the frightening pressure, even his skin was slightly deformed. His legs couldn't bear the pressure anymore. This made him realize how frightening Xiaobao was. In fact, the smartest thing he could do was to avoid Xiaobao's attack. But Xiaobao didn't give him the chance. Besides, he was the top 10 geniuses from the Shuiyang Palace. He was the leader. If he chose to avoid the attack, where would he put his face? Where would the Shuiyang Palace's face go? Wouldn't it prove what those people from the Eternal Night Palace said? They were frogs at the bottom of a well? Cowards! Break for me. A moment of hesitation had caused Starry Night to lose his best chance to avoid the attack. He furiously roared out, then he punched out with both fists. The cold meteor exploded once again. Compared to the fist energy he used to fight Xue Wushuang, it was even stronger. A bone-chilling wind blew, and the surrounding air instantly became cold. Kneel down before me. In terms of voice and aura, Xiaobao wouldn't lose to Starry Night. While roaring out, he unleashed the primal force from his body. He was like a primordial lion. He forcefully grabbed onto Starry Night's fists. Boom! The fist and palm collided, producing a frightening explosion. Everyone present was astonished. Looking at Shuiyang Palace's Starry Night, he was already kneeling on one knee, blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth. Lion Master Bao looked down from above, arrogant and angry. I asked you to kneel on both knees, not one. Roar. The ferocious lion's roar sounded again. Cracks began to form on the ground. Starry Night's 2 knees were actually forcefully pressed down, and his 2 legs knelt on the ground. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, feeling inexplicably horrified. Could it be that Liu Xiaobao was a descendant of a ferocious beast from ancient times? What was going on with the power in his body? You can't even defeat the second-to-last member of our Eternal Night Palace. To think that you're called number 1 in the Shuiyang Palace. What a joke. In the future, when people from the Shuiyang Palace see people from the Eternal Night Palace, they will obediently kneel on the ground. Don't embarrass yourself. How dare you say that we are the weakest? Ling Xiao would not let go of the opportunity to ridicule the other party. Although the people of Shuiyang Palace were furious, they couldn't find any reason to refute. Starry Night was the strongest among the 10 of them. Now, even Starry Night was suppressed by Lion Master Castle. How could they still say anything? Lion Master Castle smiled and said, "This guy is actually pretty strong, but compared to me and Brother Ling, he's still far weaker." What he said was the truth. But the problem was, Ling Xiao had said that he was the last, and Lion Master Castle was the second to last. Wasn't he mocking Starry Night for being weaker than the last of the Eternal Night Palace? In fact, everyone could tell that Lion Master Castle's overall strength was definitely stronger than Xue Wushuang. At least, in terms of pure offensive strength, Xue Wushuang was definitely weaker than Lion Master Castle. Therefore, Ling Xiao's words were just a casual remark. "Tempage, you said that others only know how to hide behind and complain, then what about you?" Starry Night wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. He admitted that he was defeated by Lion Master Castle, but it was because he underestimated his opponent. But, he was currently injured, and even if he fought again, he wouldn't be a match for Lion Master Castle. In order to vent his anger, he threw his glance at Ling Xiao. "Me? Don't tell me you want to fight me, a mid-third divine core warrior?" Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. "If you don't have the guts, then shut your stinky mouth." Starry Night scolded. "I don't have the guts." Ling Xiao let out a bright smile. "Brother Lion," he said, "I don't have the guts to fight him." Ling Xiao looked at Lion Master Castle and said with a smile on his face, "That's impossible, he can't even defeat me, he's no match for you," Brother Ling. Lion Master Castle said in a straightforward manner. "That's right, but since he asked, I can't reject him. I don't want others to say that I'm bullying an injured man, I'll let him recover first. As for that trash called Yuan Hai, let's fight first." Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Hai and said. Just as Yuan Hai was about to say something, Ling Xiao spoke first. "Don't tell me you're going to say that I'm not qualified to fight you again. Don't tell me you think you're stronger than Starry Night. Even Starry Night wants to fight me, how dare you look down on me? Do you think Starry Night is stupider than you, and weaker than you?" His words had completely shut down Yuan Hai's reason for rejecting the challenge. "I'm not going to fight, what are you going to do about it?" Yuan Hai was even more cowardly than Ling Xiao had imagined. He was at least a late 5th rank divine core warrior. Facing Ling Xiao, who was a mid-3rd rank divine core warrior, he didn't even have the courage to fight him. Just like what Ling Xiao said, he was a complete coward. "Do you think I'll stop just because you said so? Do you think it's up to you? Everyone has to be responsible for their own words. Do you think it's exciting to hide just because you're acting tough? If you want to act tough, you have to be prepared to pay the price." Ling Xiao sneered, then he walked towards Yuan Hai. It was as if all the other men from the Shuiyang Palace didn't exist in his eyes. Suddenly, he sped up. He was so fast that only Starry Night could see him clearly, and he was able to react. "As long as I'm here, don't even think about hurting a single hair on my Shuiyang Palace's warriors." Starry Night was beaten up by Lion Master Castle, and he was furious. In his mind, Lion Master Castle was the strongest man in the Eternal Night Palace. "I can't defeat the strongest man, but you think I can't defeat the weakest man here?" He didn't know that Ling Xiao wasn't the weakest man in the Eternal Night Palace, but his cultivation was definitely the weakest. Therefore, there was no need for him to be afraid. "Do you really think you can stop me? What a joke." Ling Xiao let out a disdainful sneer. With the falling plum-clear shadow step, he turned into a blur. He flew past Starry Night. Starry Night wanted to catch him, but all he could catch was a blur. Slap. Right after that, he heard the sound of someone being slapped in the face. He quickly turned around and saw Ling Xiao grabbing Yuan Hai's collar with one hand and slapping him in the face with the other. Yuan Hai's mouth instantly became swollen. "I told you, if I want to teach you a lesson, he won't be able to stop me." He threw the dizzy and frightened Yuan Hai aside. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at Starry Night. "You really want to taste the feeling of being beaten? I'll fulfill your wish. I'll give you a chance now, make your move." Chapter 39-25. Arrogant. Starry Night had never been so despised and humiliated. In a fit of rage, a strange meteorite martial soul appeared behind him. The surface of this meteorite was covered with a thick layer of ice, revealing a cold aura. In an instant, the cold air completely surrounded Ling Xiao. Boy, I will let you know what the consequences of attacking my Shueyang Palace's martial artists are. If you have the strength, don't be loud. Ling Xiao's hands were shining with a red light. But there was no flame. There was only a blazing heat rising above his fists. Since the other party used ice, then he would use fire to melt it. Kill. Starry Night finally roared, his figure scuttling forward, suddenly pouncing towards Ling Xiao. It was like a small iceberg. Wherever it went, the wind danced, and the cold was bone-chilling. At that moment, Ling Xiao also attacked at the same time. A terrifying fire intent erupted from his fists. The blazing energy fiercely hit the cold fist. There was no rumbling sound. Everyone saw a strange scene. A vast expanse of white steam suddenly enveloped the two people fighting. No one knew what happened in the steam. Only a moment later, Starry Night flew out of the steam. He fell directly in the center of the hall. Battered and exhausted. Everyone looked at the white steam in surprise. A voice came from inside. The people of the Shueyang Palace are all trash who overestimate themselves. It seems that what I said before was not wrong at all. At the same time the voice sounded, Ling Xiao walked out unscathed and stood beside Dark Frost and Lion Xiaobao. The people of the Shueyang Palace had gloomy faces. They were angry and ashamed. Their people had previously mocked the Eternal Night Palace as the weakest palace in Xueyu. But now, their young leader, Starry Night, was defeated by two people in a row. Even the usual 10. Yuan Hai was also beaten up like a pig's head. He had really lost all his face. The Eternal Night Palace wants to cause trouble. Some of the martial artists from the other 10 palaces began to discuss. After seeing the strength of Lion Master Fort and Ling Xiao, they no longer dared to ridicule the Eternal Night Palace. Originally, in the world of martial artists, it had always been about talking with one's fists. Whose fist was hard enough? Whose fist was big enough? Whoever received respect. Otherwise, they would only be looked down upon and even humiliated. These 10 people are all quite strong. It seems that there is no lack of experts in the secular world. Someone else said. So what? A haughty voice rang out. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. This person wore a golden battle robe with a crown embroidered on it. That was the first genius of the Ice Imperial Palace of Xueyu, Bing Xianji. Having achieved success at a young age, Bing Xuanji not only had a high status, but he was also very arrogant. He looked coldly at everyone from the Eternal Night Palace and said, "Trash will always be trash, unable to be compared to a proper team." Perhaps they were a little stronger than the trash from the Shueyang Palace. However, if he went to the Mystic Realm, he would still die. I really don't understand why Xueyu sent those pieces of trash. 10 people from our Ice Imperial Palace will be enough. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. He was even more arrogant than Ling Xiao. After seeing Ling Xiao and the Lion Prince's strength, he was still so arrogant. It was enough to show how arrogant and confident Bing Xuanji was. Xue Wushuang was the princess of Xueyu. But that was only to the secular world. In the Blood Moon secret world, everyone knew that Bing Xuanji was the real young master. He was the one who would inherit Xueyu. He didn't have the title of Crown Prince, but he was the Crown Prince. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and glanced at Bing Xuanji. In terms of strength, this guy wasn't inferior to Jiyu Fenghua in the past. It was obvious that he was one of the top geniuses of Xueyu. None of the 10 people from the Ice Imperial Palace were weak. Even the weakest one was stronger than Xing Yi. No wonder they were called the Ice Imperial Palace. No wonder they were the strongest palace in Xueyu. They really deserved their reputation. It would be great if I could join the Ice Imperial Palace. Unfortunately, with our strength, none of us have the qualifications to enter the top 10 of the Ice Royal Palace. If we join, we won't be able to go to the Mystic Realm, said Long Zhenshan while looking at the 10 people from the Ice Imperial Palace with envy. He really hated the fact that he was a disciple of the Eternal Night Palace. He felt that it was a disgrace. If he became a disciple of the Ice Imperial Palace, who would dare disrespect him? Even though the 9 of you have been accepted by the Eternal Night Palace. But I, Bing Xuanji, will not treat you as a disciple of Shui Yu. You are not qualified. Bing Xuanji seemed to think that he wasn't satisfied enough. He then looked at the people from the Eternal Night Palace who were in the limelight and said coldly. He was the first disciple of the Ice Imperial Palace, the first disciple of Shui Yu. He was also the future emperor. He was the real crown prince. Therefore, he didn't want anyone to surpass him. Lion Xiaobao and Ling Xiao were in the limelight. Therefore, he had to suppress them. Especially you two. Where are you? You surprisingly dare to show your slight skill in front of an expert. When he was speaking, no one dared to interrupt. Even Shui Wushuang dared to get angry in front of Xing Yi. But in front of Bing Xuanji, she didn't dare say anything. But Bing Xuanji seemed to have overestimated his strength. The others didn't say anything, but there was one person who didn't take him seriously at all. That was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had even killed Jiyu Fenghua and the Whitewater Wolf. In the end, Bing Xuanji was still slightly inferior to the two of them. An ignorant young man is standing there and talking nonsense. Surprisingly, nobody dares to refute him. Are the disciples of Shui Yu so cowardly? What a disappointment. Ling Xiao's words finally left his mouth. Shut up. That's Bing Xuanji, do you want to die? Shui Wushuang was furious and hastily scolded him. You should shut up. You are the representative of the Eternal Night Palace and you are acting so humble in front of your peers. You are acting like a coward. Ridiculous. If you don't dare say anything, just shut your mouth and let me say it. Ling Xiao's words made Shui Wushuang speechless. She felt extremely ashamed. Indeed, Bing Xuanji didn't dare kill people here. What was she afraid of? She didn't even dare to refute. In fact, it wasn't just her. The others looked at Ling Xiao with ridicule and disdain. Did he think he was a strong cultivator after winning Xing Yi? Impudent. You dare to be disrespectful to Brother Xuanji, you are courting death. Bing Xuanji didn't say anything. A cultivator with 3 eyes beside him was furious. That third eye emitted a strange light that covered Ling Xiao's body. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt that his surroundings had changed. It was as if he had stepped into an illusion. His surroundings were no longer a palace, but a terrifying battlefield. Countless vengeful spirits came to take his life. Ridiculous illusion, it seems like you don't want that eye of yours anymore. It was the first time Ling Xiao had encountered someone who dared to use an illusion on him. Chapter 39-26. Arth. The 3-eyed man suddenly screamed, and his third eye began to bleed. His face turned deathly pale. Ling Xiao stood there and smiled coldly. What? Everybody was astonished when they saw San Yang's condition. San Yang was one of the strongest cultivators in the Ice Imperial Palace. His soul and his third eye made him extremely strong. Even a cultivator of the same cultivation level as him would have a hard time dealing with him. But Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of him at all. Instead, it caused 3-eye to suffer a backlash. Bing Xianji looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, You dare hurt San Yang? Do you want to die? What a joke. He can hurt me with an illusion, why can't I hurt him? According to your logic, I should be bullied by him? Said Ling Xiao disdainfully. You want to kill me? Let's see how you're going to kill me here. He looked at Bing Xianji. He didn't look like he was going to give in. He was extremely strong. Bing Xianji looked at Ling Xiao. He had never seen such an arrogant cultivator in Shui Yu. He had thought that he was arrogant enough, he hadn't thought that someone would be even more arrogant than him. This was really interesting. San Yang, how are you? He suddenly retracted his gaze and looked at 3-eyed beside him. My third eye is injured. I'm afraid I can't use it for the time being. San Yang sighed and said, It's all my fault. I underestimated him. How is he? Asked Bing Xianji. He's very strong. His soul is extremely strong. He's not easy to deal with. Replied San Yang in a low voice. No wonder his cultivation is so weak. Everything makes sense now, said Bing Xianji, nodding. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, I hope that you can use your strength to fight for the glory of Xueyu. Don't always think about plotting against your fellow disciples. I should be the one saying that to you, said Ling Xiao indifferently. He he. Bing Xianji smiled and didn't reply to Ling Xiao. Instead, he took out a pill and gave it to San Yang. San Yang quickly took it. It could be seen that 3i was still a very important existence in his heart. However, this action of his left the others in a daze. The dignified Bing Xuanji was extremely overbearing. How could he let that brat off so easily? However, that was exactly what Bing Xuanji had done. This forced people to once again take Ling Xiao's existence seriously. In fact, Bing Xuanji also wanted to kill Ling Xiao. However, this was the Blood Moon secret world. If they killed their own people here, they would definitely be held accountable. Xueyu was different from other influential groups. At the very least, it was fair on the surface. Even if he had already been selected as the crown prince, he would still have to accept the harshest punishment. Otherwise, he would not be able to convince the masses. This was not the first time the Wolf General had attended such a gathering. But every time, what he saw was the people of the Eternal Night Palace being bullied. But he couldn't interfere. Every time, he would leave in frustration. But this time, it was different. Ling Xiao, Lion Master Bao, Dark Frost, Xue Wushuang, and the others. This made the current Eternal Night Palace much stronger than before. Apart from the Ice Imperial Palace, their strength might not lose to the other 10 palaces. How gratifying. Of course, the most important thing was Ling Xiao. With the guidance of the 3 great kings, he was probably even stronger than when he had first met him. He really wanted to know what kind of exciting results he would get from this trip to the secret realm. Young people these days are really lively. At that moment, a middle-aged man slowly arrived. He smiled and sat on the throne in the middle. He was the leader of the Ice Imperial Palace and also the king of Xueyu. He was Xue Wushuang's father, Xueman Tian. Xueman Tian looked very ordinary and almost didn't release any majestic qi. But this kind of person was even more terrifying. He completely restrained all his qi, as if he had completely disappeared. Greetings, king. Everyone bowed and saluted. Yes, the elites of the 12 palaces are all here. You 120 people will become the hope of Xueyu in the future. I only have 2 requirements here. First, come back alive from the mysterious world. Second, don't kill each other. It's understandable for people of the same sect to fight and compete with each other. I won't stop you. But if you kill each other in external activities, then don't blame me for being impolite. I must remind you that the journey to the mysterious world is definitely not as easy as you think. There are a total of 300 countries in the Western Kingdom. Each country will send more or less cultivators. Those who come are all elites and geniuses. Their strength may not lose to yours. If you fight among yourselves, then in the end, it will only let others take advantage of you. Do you all understand? Understood. Everyone responded in a loud and clear voice. But whether these words were taken to heart, no one knew. Maybe it was just a superficial response. After all, from the scene just now, the relationship between the 12 palaces of Xueyu was not very harmonious. Well, I won't say much. Remember the 2 points I just mentioned and get ready to go. Xueman Tian took a deep breath. Because he would not follow, he could not predict what would happen in the mysterious world. He could only do his best to let these people come back alive. If Ling Xiao had not experienced too many things, he might have felt excited about this scene. But unfortunately, he had experienced too much. He had seen too much. He was already numb. The only thing in his mind now was to be able to get the beast god's blood in the mysterious world. And to do something for the Eternal Night Palace. Compared to Xueyu country, he had a stronger sense of belonging to the Eternal Night Palace. After all, in the Eternal Night Palace, he received some help from people who were really good to him. And the others seemed a little excited. The journey to the mysterious world had been prepared for a long time. In fact, as early as a year ago, the news of the selection had been announced to the whole country. This time, The people who came to participate in the selection began preparing a year ago. And the rest of the people of the 11 palaces were even more so. Now, they were finally going to set off. Everyone was very excited. The mysterious world was dangerous and full of opportunities. You may encounter the threat of death, but you may also change your destiny and soar to the sky. This was the biggest attraction of the mysterious world. Although some people were a little worried before they set off, even a little scared. But this could not stop them from moving forward. Since they had chosen to become a warrior, it was impossible to live a leisurely life. If you were not willing to take risks, unwilling to fight, in the end, you would be eliminated by the tide. You would completely become a waste in the eyes of others. Go outside. Xueman Tian led 120 people outside. There stood 12 martial artists clad in silver armor. They would be the leaders this time. They led 12 teams respectively. Beside every silver-armored martial artist, there was a gigantic demonic beast, Frost Wyvern. This was a kind of demon beast with dragon blood. It was very strong and its flying speed was very fast. Each of them could ride dozens of people. Chapter 39:27. 12 Palaces, let's go. Xueman Tian gave the order. The 120 young warriors followed their leader and stepped onto the body of the ice-snow-flying dragon. These leaders were the leaders, they were also the ones in charge of riding the snowy dragons. Bang! Sounds of wings flapping could be heard. 12 snowy dragons went through the portal and flew out of the Xueyu secret realm, heading towards the secret realm. Ling Xiao looked at the silver-armored man. He wasn't too strong, he was only at the early 7th divine core realm, similar to General Lang. But there were 12 of them. This was frightening. The Xueyu kingdom was really frightening. Not only did the silver-armored man's armor have a defensive effect, it could also hide his aura and his cultivation level. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's Tai Kai eye, he wouldn't have been able to see their true cultivation level. Sit tight, we're going to speed up. Bang! When the snowy dragons sped up, everyone felt like they were almost thrown off. Dark Frost's body was small, so her grip wasn't firm enough. Right at this moment, one of the men on the snowy dragons made a small movement. A sword beam shot out from his hand and pierced towards Dark Frost's hand that was holding onto the feather. Although it couldn't hurt Dark Frost, it still hurt her. Dark Frost subconsciously let go of the feather because of the pain. Her body was instantly blown away by the strong wind. Dark Frost. Seeing this, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate, he immediately jumped up and transformed into the everlasting heavenly rat. He flew towards Dark Frost. He caught Dark Frost at the critical moment. He caught her. Useless, you can't believe you were thrown off like this. Long Zhenshan said in a mocking tone. This caused Ling Xiao, who was already in a fit of anger, to become even more furious. A cold light was flickering in his eyes. What did you just say? And, what did you do just now? I just said something, why are you so angry? Perhaps it was because of the silver-armored man. Long Zhenshan was quite daring. Ling Xiao, since everything is fine, let's just forget about it. We're all from the Eternal Night Palace. Xue Wushuang came out to be the peacemaker. She probably felt that her relationship with Ling Xiao had improved, so her words should be effective. But Ling Xiao didn't even look at Xue Wushuang, and he said coldly, it's best if you shut your mouth. Otherwise, do you believe that I will throw you down from here? Xue Wushuang was dumbfounded. His expression became extremely ugly. She realized what she had done wrong. To Ling Xiao, a friend like Dark Frost, or even a little sister, was extremely important. Dragon Sword Mountain dared to plot against Dark Frost and even spoke rudely. Ling Xiao already had a strong killing intent. If not for his fear of the silver-armored martial artist, he would have already destroyed Dragon Sword Mountain. However, even with the existence of the silver-armored martial warriors, it was impossible for him to let Dragon Sword Mountain off so easily. With a sneer, he suddenly appeared in front of Long Zhenshan in a flash and sent him flying with a kick. Long Zhenshan was sent flying with a kick. No one would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually do such a thing. The silver-armored martial artist tried to control the ice-snow dragon to catch Long Zhenshan, but was stopped by Ling Xiao. Is the secret realm more important, Or is a piece of trash more important? You should know in your heart, right? The silver-armored martial artist was stunned for a moment. Then, he sighed. In any case, with Long Zhenshan's strength, he shouldn't die from falling from here. At most, he would suffer a little and go a little later. Therefore, he didn't do anything else. The ice snow dragon continued to fly forward. Ling Xiao, I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Long Zhenshan's angry roar resounded in the wind. Since the Eternal Night Palace doesn't want you, why don't you come with us? Suddenly, another ice snow dragon flew over. It caught Long Zhenshan. It was the Snow Sun Palace's ice snow dragon. The one who spoke was Starry Night. The Snow Sun Palace hated Ling Xiao to the bone. As long as it was Ling Xiao's enemy, it was their friend. Furthermore, Long Zhenshan's strength didn't seem weak. He could definitely be a great help to them. It wouldn't be a pity if he died. After all, he wasn't one of them. All right. Long Zhenshan agreed without hesitation. To him, this was an extremely good opportunity. Not only him, the 12 ice snow dragons flew for 3 days and 3 nights before they finally arrived at the secret realm. During the entire journey, Ling Xiao had to face the strong wind and cultivate. When he arrived at the secret realm, his cultivation had broken through to the late third heavenly divine core realm. Although it was just a small improvement, it was still something worth celebrating. Outside the secret realm, a large number of martial artists had gathered. For Ling Xiao, these were all unfamiliar faces. Many of them were strong, but his goal hadn't changed. What he wanted was the beast god's blood. Whoever dared to stop him, he would kill them. He didn't care who they were. There's still half an hour before the secret realm opens. Everyone, please wait for a moment. A secret realm like this wasn't something that could be opened by human strength. Therefore, even though all the martial artists from the 300 great kingdoms had arrived, they could only wait. While waiting, the silver-armored warrior explained the general situation of the secret realm to them. This secret realm was a little special. Only martial artists under the age of 25 were allowed to enter. There was once a martial artist over the age of 25 who tried to enter, but he was killed by the terrifying formation around the secret realm. After hearing the explanation, Ling Xiao finally understood why all the martial artists from the Shuiyu Empire were below the age of 25. Some secret realms were specially prepared for young martial artists. The powerful martial artists of the past didn't have a good disciple. In order to pass on their legacy to someone who was qualified, they set up a formation. It was a formation like this. It seemed like they had put a lot of thought into this. Half an hour passed by quickly. Terrifying thunder rumbled. Bolts of lightning struck down from the sky and crashed onto the ground. It felt like the sky was about to collapse. Behind that gorgeous lightning curtain was a vast and majestic palace. It was even more magnificent than the palace left behind by the ancient Dongsheng Emperor. And it was in perfect condition. This meant that the formation used in the palace was extremely powerful. The technique used to construct it was very mature. Especially when they saw the dazzling lights shooting out from the palace, it made them want to give it a try. Swoosh. Suddenly, a figure dashed out from the crowd. He looked like he was over 25 years old. And he was very strong. All the treasures in this secret realm are mine. Although the man had heard that martial artists above the age of 25 weren't allowed to enter the secret realm, he didn't take it seriously. Seeing this, many of the great warriors didn't stop him. Instead, they were sneering in their minds. If no martial artists above the age of 25 were allowed to enter the secret realm, they would have done so long ago. Why would they wait until now? Bang! When the man approached the electric net, he was instantly burned into ashes. He was a peak 7th divine core warrior, but he was killed just like that. Seeing this, many of the guys who were eager to try gave up on the idea. There were also some who hid their age and pretended to be below 25 years old. They were so scared that they immediately backed out. Chapter 39-28. Although it was said that as long as one was under the age of 25, one could enter. However, because that person had died too miserably, many people still hesitated. Let's go. Seeing that no one was going in, Ling Xiao called out to Liu Xiaobao, Dark Frost, and Yang Mo, and rushed in first. His Tai Chi eye could distinguish whether the lightning array was dangerous or not. Liu Xiaobao, Dark Frost, and Yang Mo trusted him very much. Therefore, they did not hesitate and rushed in with him. When they passed through the electric fence, it felt as if the electric fence had suddenly disappeared. There was no harm done. Seeing this scene, the others dared to enter the secret realm. Greed and desire replaced fear in the end. The secret realm was a majestic palace. As soon as Ling Xiao, Liu Xiaobao, Dark Frost, and Yang Mo stepped in, a large number of martial artists rushed in. However, this had nothing to do with them. As long as there was no conflict, they would not take the initiative to attack others. It's actually Sword Mountain grass, and there's more than one. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye saw that there were more than a dozen Sword Mountain grass in the open space in front of him. Moreover, the age of each of them was better than the ones they had obtained in the Snow Moon secret realm. The worst is a 3,000-year-old Sword Mountain grass. This is great. The four of them rushed forward and hurriedly picked the Sword Mountain grass. They were the first to enter, so they naturally had the upper hand. Kid, put down the Sword Mountain grass, or I'll kill you. Suddenly, a violent aura pounced on Ling Xiao from behind. The reason why this person chose Ling Xiao and not Liu Xiaobao, Yang Mo, or Dark Frost was naturally because Ling Xiao's apparent strength was the weakest. A persimmon must be picked on the weak. Brother Ling Xiao, be careful. Dark Frost hurriedly reminded. However, Ling Xiao did not seem to see the attacker behind him and continued to pick the Sword Mountain grass. These good things would definitely help his strength increase again. Moreover, he naturally knew the strength of the person behind him. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, and the punch landed solidly on Ling Xiao's head. The attacker revealed a sinister sneer. The others also took pleasure in his misfortune. A few pieces of trash actually dared to snatch the treasure. Weren't they courting death? However, at this moment, everyone's smiles suddenly froze. Ling Xiao's head not only did not explode, but it was also not smashed. It was absolutely intact. Not only that, but Ling Xiao had also finished harvesting the Sword Mountain grass. Suddenly, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the throat of his attacker. A hint of disdain appeared on his cold face. Die. He didn't give the other party a chance to beg for mercy. Ling Xiao mercilessly crushed his opponent's throat before crushing his inner core. He absorbed the energy within. This was a peak 5th divine core warrior. The power of the Niden was still very abundant, but it was converted into the energy of Ling Xiao's cultivation sea. Ling Xiao still couldn't break through instantly. However, Ling Xiao didn't care. There were more than 10,000 people entering the secret realm this time. He was definitely not the only one courting death. He had plenty of ways to improve his cultivation. When the crowd saw what happened, they were all terrified. This man wasn't as weak as he looked. Also, this was too cruel. He killed without any hesitation, showing no mercy at all. This was exactly the effect Ling Xiao wanted. He wanted to intimidate those who wanted to make a move on him. If too many people came looking for trouble, he wouldn't have time to get the treasure. Let's go. Ling Xiao didn't stay where he was. More and more people were entering the secret realm, and he didn't know if there would be some who were not afraid of death. Since he had already harvested the Sword Mountain grass, there was no need to waste any more time. He started walking forward. The other 3 men followed behind him. Follow my footsteps. Ling Xiao suddenly reminded them. He found a trap in front of him. He could see it with his Tai Chi eye, but the others couldn't. But, he just needed to protect his own people. As for the others, he didn't care. The 3 men had just passed through the trap area. Suddenly, a miserable scream sounded out from behind them. A man's body was covered in a strange white flame, and he was burned to death on the spot. Even his inner core couldn't escape. This place is really scary. Although we found so many Sword Mountain grass as soon as we came in, it's still very dangerous. If it weren't for Brother Ling Xiao, I'm afraid I would have died. Yang Mo sighed when he saw the people behind him trembling and not daring to move forward. In the secret realm, danger and opportunity usually coexist. It's nothing strange. In fact, I hope there's more danger, so that I can get more benefits. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Wait a minute. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at the murals on the walls on both sides and frowned. These murals are a bit strange. Lion Xiaobao also said, they don't seem to be painted directly. Instead, they seem to be created by some special means. Every painting and every line seems to be exuding a strange power. Although I don't understand formations, this should be related to formations, right? Yes, it is related to formations, but it's too complicated. It's almost impossible to crack it in a short time. Ling Xiao was a formation master, so he could naturally tell. Oh no. Right at this moment, out of curiosity, Yang Mo touched the wall. He felt like he was going to be sucked into the murals. His body was starting to become blurry. He cried out in alarm. Ling Xiao quickly walked up to him and cut off his right hand. For a divine core warrior, cutting off a limb wasn't a big deal, it could be recovered. But, if a human was sucked into the murals, it would be troublesome. When his right hand was cut off, it actually merged with the murals, and intertwined with the murals. That was close. It's all thanks to brother Ling Xiao, or else I would have become one of the murals on the wall. Yang Mo's face turned pale with fright. Hurry up and eat this healing pill. Heal your right hand as soon as possible, only then will we have the confidence to fight. Ling Xiao gave Yang Mo a healing pill. Yang Mo stared at the murals on the wall with fear lingering in his heart. There weren't many murals, there were only 9 of them. But, every single one of them gave people a terrifying feeling. From now on, don't touch these murals. It's too strange, even my Tai Kai I can't detect the danger of these murals. Ling Xiao reminded. Right at this moment, some people had passed through the trap. After all, Ling Xiao wasn't the only one who knew how to use an eye skill, and Ling Xiao wasn't the only one who knew how to use mechanisms. But, when these people arrived, they didn't attack Ling Xiao. They could still clearly remember what happened just now. If they attacked Ling Xiao, they would have to bear a very serious consequence, and they might even die. Some people rushed forward in front of Ling Xiao and the others. But, some people were staring at the murals like Ling Xiao. I advise you not to touch those murals. Seeing that some people from the Eternal Night Palace wanted to touch the murals, Ling Xiao reminded them. After all, they were from the same sect. Chapter 39-29. After being reminded by Ling Xiao, the men from the Eternal Night Palace stopped. However, one of the warriors from the Snow Sun Palace sneered, "Don't tell me you found some treasure and want to take it for yourself. Since you don't want me to touch it, I'm going to touch it." He stretched out his hand and touched the mural. Ling Xiao didn't stop him. Since someone was courting death, why should he care about it? When the man touched the mural, he fell into the same state as Yang Mo. But too bad, he wasn't as lucky as Yang Mo. All the men from the Snow Sun Palace stayed far away from him. No one came to save him. But in the next moment, he was sucked into the mural. He became the nutrients for the mural. This is terrifying. The scene scared everyone, causing them to quickly move away from the wall. Many of the men who wanted to check out the mural had left as well. This damned place was too dangerous. Idiots, I told you not to touch it, but you're courting death. Yang Mo said angrily. That's enough, Yang Mo, let's ignore them. Ling Xiao told Yang Mo using his divine sense, these 9 murals are a bit strange, why don't we use a special method to carve them down? They might be useful. He believed these murals weren't some simple traps. Besides, even if they were traps, they were still worth studying. If such a powerful trap was used in a fight, it would definitely be a great help. Agreed. Dark Frost nodded her head, then she told the other 3 through her divine sense, I can also feel a powerful soul energy hidden in these murals. We just need to carve them down in our soul realms. Perhaps they really are some good stuff. Both Lion Master Castle and Yang Mo agreed. As long as they didn't touch them, they wouldn't be in any danger. Although it was a bit difficult to carve something down in their soul realms, it wasn't a problem for divine core warriors like them. Therefore, the 4 men started moving at the same time. After a brief moment, Ling Xiao revealed a surprised expression. What a terrifying mural, it feels like it's fighting against my soul. I just can't carve it down in my soul realms. That's right, it's really strange. Same for me, not only can't I carve it down, when I touched it, I felt like my soul was being sucked into it. It's so dangerous, young Mo said. The situation in Lion Master Castle was basically the same. Dark Frost was a little better. Although she didn't remember, she wasn't in any danger. However, this matter still caused them to be extremely shocked. A divine core warrior's soul was much stronger than an ordinary warrior's. He was actually unable to remember these murals. This matter was too inconceivable. Brother Lion, young Mo, the two of you should give up. Stand guard for me and Dark Frost. Ling Xiao thought of a possibility. This mural might have been prepared for soul martial artists. Although he and Dark Frost did not remember it, that was because their souls were not focused. After all, he had to constantly be aware of the dangers around him. Everyone around them, except for the few of them, could be the enemy. All right. Liu Xiaobao and Yang Mo nodded and approached Ling Xiao and Dark Frost to protect them. Following which, Ling Xiao and Dark Frost began their engraving again. Ling Xiao immediately activated his Tai Kai Eye. Then, he focused on the output of soul power. His soul power was attached to the mural. Clear patterns began to emerge in his soul. He felt a slight stabbing pain, as if someone was drawing on his soul with a knife. It was an uncomfortable feeling. But, he endured it. He had experienced this kind of pain before. It was nothing serious. First mural, complete. Finally, he succeeded. The first mural had been engraved in his soul. Although he still couldn't understand what it was used for, he knew it was not something simple. Second mural, complete. Every time he engraved a mural, the pain would get worse. He felt like his soul was about to shatter. But, he gritted his teeth and persevered. The more difficult something is, the more meaningful it is. Once I complete it, I will gain a lot. Ling Xiao firmly believed in this point. Liu Xiaobao and Yang Mo, who were standing guard for Ling Xiao, were shocked. Right now, they could feel the terrifying soul power unleashed by Ling Xiao and Dark Frost. It was terrifying. Big brother Ling Xiao isn't a soul race being, is he? His soul power is stronger than Dark Frost's. Yang Mo was surprised. But he didn't say anything. After all, he was acting as a protector and couldn't be distracted. Third mural, complete. His soul power was being consumed crazily like a torrent. He believed that these murals were definitely carved by ancient experts. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to be so powerful. Fourth mural, complete. The pressure was getting greater and greater, but Ling Xiao was still persevering. On the other side, Dark Frost had already given up. She had only engraved 4 murals, and her soul power had almost been completely exhausted. She couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. She hurriedly consumed a soul-stabilizing pill. Big brother Ling Xiao is indeed powerful. She sat cross-legged to recover. As a soul martial artist, soul power was very important. If she didn't recover, fighting would be a problem. At this moment, the people from Shuiyang Palace walked over. Among them, there was a guy they were very familiar with, Dragon Sword Mountain. Stop, what do you want? Liu Xiaobao asked coldly. Only you are allowed to stay here, others can't. Dragon Sword Mountain said disdainfully, you guys look at your things, we look at ours, we don't interfere with each other. Although he said this, he suddenly flew up and kicked Ling Xiao's back. Because Ling Xiao was completely focused on engraving the murals, he didn't have any defense at all. After being kicked, his entire body crashed into the mural and was gradually sucked in. Run. After doing this, Dragon Sword Mountain knew that there would be trouble, so he hurriedly turned around and fled. The others from Shuiyang Palace also followed. They knew very well that they weren't a match for Liu Xiaobao, so they wouldn't stay here and wait for death. Big brother Ling Xiao. Dark Frost cried out in alarm and was about to pounce over, but she was firmly held back by Liu Xiaobao. It's useless. At this time, Ling Xiao had completely merged into the mural and completely disappeared. It was impossible to save him. I want to kill that Dragon Sword Mountain. Dark Frost's expression was extremely ugly. Yes, avenge big brother Ling Xiao. Yang Mo gritted his teeth and said, "Even if you don't say it, I won't let that guy go." Dragon Sword Mountain. Liu Xiaobao's nature was pure, so he didn't expect that Dragon Sword Mountain would attack Ling Xiao. That was why the situation just now happened. At this time, he was blaming himself. A burst of evil qi suddenly erupted. "Not only will I kill Dragon Sword Mountain, I will make everyone from Shuiyang Palace die with Ling Xiao. Let's go." Liu Xiaobao raised his foot and chased after him. Dark Frost and Yang Mo also followed. They all thought that Ling Xiao was dead and swore to avenge Ling Xiao. When they came here, the king of Shuiyang country warned everyone not to kill each other. But now that Dragon Sword Mountain had made the first move, then they couldn't be blamed. At this time, most of the cultivators who came in had already reached a wider area. Chapter 39:30. In the main hall, everyone was nervously looking for something. Master Shibao was stunned, but when he saw Long Zhenshan, he didn't care so much. He didn't care about treasures, he just wanted to kill Long Zhenshan first. Master Shibao rushed out like a lion. Long Zhenshan hurriedly blocked with his sword. The two of them collided fiercely in the air. Although Master Shibao hit Long Zhenshan and made him vomit blood, Long Zhenshan didn't die. When he wanted to rush over again, he was stopped by the people of Shuiyang Palace. "Master Shibao, what do you want to do?" Master Shibao didn't say anything. Dark Frost's attack was already coming. One of the people who stopped Master Shibao suddenly felt a pain in his head. Then he saw a white bone spear stabbing towards him. When he wanted to dodge, Yang Mo blocked him. The white bone spear pierced his dantian. He was killed on the spot. The people of Eternal Night Palace are crazy. They are killing people randomly. The other cultivators didn't care because it had nothing to do with them. But the cultivators of Shuiyu gathered. The king of Shuiyu, Shui Mantian, warned them not to kill each other. But now, a war between the Eternal Night Palace and the Shuiyang Palace was absolutely unacceptable. Master Shibao, Dark Frost, Yang Mo, stop. Shui Wushuang hurriedly shouted. "Stop your sister's hand. Do you know what's going on? Stop." Master Shibao impatiently scolded. Shui Wushuang was about to cry. She was the princess of Shuiyu, the daughter of Shui Mantian. Now, not only Ling Xiao dared to scold her, but also Master Shibao. "What happened?" Yi Lungyan asked. "That guy from Dragon Sword Mountain ambushed big brother Ling Xiao and knocked him into the mural." Yang Mo explained. He had a good impression of Yi Lungyan, so he explained it to her. "Ling Xiao is dead, ha 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 ha." On the other side, Yuan Hai suddenly let out a wild laugh. "That damn bastard is really dead." Although he saw Ling Xiao hit the wall, he didn't confirm it and ran away. Now that he heard Yang Mo, it seemed that Ling Xiao was really dead. "You're courting death." Master Shibao was furious. He abandoned Long Zhenshan and rushed towards Yuan Hai. Starry Night acted at this time, blocking Lion Master Bao. Although he wasn't as strong as Master Shibao, the gap wasn't big. Under his attack, it was impossible for the Lion Master Castle to kill Yuan Hai. The people of the Eternal Night Palace have gone mad. They want to kill each other. People of the Shuiyang Palace, listen up. Kill Ming Shuang and Yang Mo. They had the advantage now. He believed that Shui Wushuang, the Ghost Valley Three Devils and Yi Lungyan would not help these three people. Therefore, now was the best time to eliminate these three fellows. He didn't know how strong Ming Shuang was. He only knew that Master Lion was very strong. But now that he had stopped Leo Master Castle, wouldn't he be able to kill those people easily? Kill Yuan Hai and the rest of the people from Shuiyang Palace, including Long Zhenshan, all rushed over. "You're courting death." Dark Frost's eyes were cold. "Yang Mo, just cooperate with me." Limitless hell. Amidst the roar, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The original Great Hall actually became a stretch of limitless hell. The ground was filled with white bones. The white bones turned into terrifying skeletons and stood up, charging towards the Shuiyang Palace's warriors. Not good, this is the soul domain of a soul martial artist. It's hard to distinguish between real and fake here, and the longer you stay here, the more blurry your consciousness will become. Kill that woman as soon as possible. Long Jianshan anxiously shouted. It's still not certain who will be the one to kill who. Dark Frost laughed coldly, and then thought again, water of the Yellow Springs. Other than a large number of skeleton soldiers, the water of the Yellow Springs actually seeped out from the ground. As long as they touched the water of the Yellow Springs, the people of Shuiyang Palace would feel as if their entire bodies were poisoned. It was extremely uncomfortable, and their strength decreased greatly. At this time, Yang Mo began his massacre. Yang Mo was an ally, so he was not affected at all in this limitless hell. He directly started his massacre. In more than 10 minutes, 4 of the Shuiyang Palace's warriors were killed by him. Including the 2 who died before, there were already 6 dead. There were only 4 people left, and they were relatively strong. They could not be dealt with in a short time. Long Jianshan was very cunning and did not kill him. Boom! Just as Yang Mo wanted to continue, a golden light fell. Dark Frost's limitless hell was forcibly broken. Not only that, even Dark Frost was seriously injured and fell to the ground. She looked at the person who attacked. It was the three-eyed man beside Bing Xuanji. In the Ice Imperial Palace, Ling Xiao taught the three-eyed man a lesson, but did not hurt his foundation. She did not expect that the three-eyed man not only did not appreciate it, but also injured Dark Frost. You people from the Ice Imperial Palace are really shameless. This is a matter between us and Shuiyang Palace. Why are you interfering? Yang Mo roared. What a joke. My Ice Imperial Palace is the first palace of Shuiyang country, and we are the leader. Naturally, we have to care about these things. The three-eyed man sneered. Since you want to care, you should kill Long Jianshan first. He is the culprit who started this incident. Yang Mo said. What do I do? Is it your turn to teach me a lesson? The three-eyed man snorted and a golden light shot out from his third eye. Injuring Yang Mo. Ling Xiao's death is his own fault. Long Jianshan is not only wrong, but also meritorious. Killing that troublemaker is good for the unity of Shuiyu country. The three-eyed man sneered. That's right, he actually dared to offend Brother Xianji, he deserved to die. Everyone else nodded in agreement. All right, three-eyed, cripple their cultivation. After all, the king said that we can't kill each other. Bing Xuanji said indifferently. It was as if he was detached from worldly affairs. But everyone knew that crippling their cultivation here was more cruel than killing them directly. Once they lost their cultivation, not only would they not be able to get anything, but they would also be bullied by everyone. Understood. The three-eyed man appeared in front of Dark Frost and Yang Mo and sneered, You can only blame yourselves for being so dazzling. Stop. Yi Lungyan, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, finally stood up. What, you also want to go with them? The three-eyed man said coldly. After all, they are my Eternal Night Palace's people. Even if you want to punish them, you have to go back to Shuiyu country. You shouldn't use lynchings. Yi Lungyan instantly transformed into a beast spirit and was obviously ready to attack. Relying on you? Do you think you can stop me? The three-eyed man said disdainfully. Fuck off. Suddenly, the three-eyed man roared and a terrifying strength shot out from his third eye. Even though Yi Lungyan was strong, her advantage was not in frontal combat. If it were any other time, she would definitely have dodged this attack. But today, Dark Frost and Yang Mo were behind her, so she could only face the attack head-on. As a result, she was sent flying by the three-eyed man's attack. Become a piece of trash for me. The three-eyed man ignored Yi Lungyan and attacked Yang Mo and Dark Frost's Dantian with his hands. Chapter 39-31. At the critical moment, Liu Xiaobao knocked Starry Night back with a punch, then he rushed over with all his might. But he was still too far away, and it was too late. Brother Ling Xiao, I'm coming down to accompany you. Dark Frost didn't show any fear. For her, death was nothing to be afraid of. What she was afraid of was the people who cared about her being killed. Brother Ling Xiao, thank you for your care during this period of time. Let's meet again in hell. Although Yang Mo's talent wasn't great, he had a firm will. Even in the face of death, he didn't waver at all. They closed their eyes. But death didn't come for a long time. To be exact, San Yang's attack didn't come for a long time. Suddenly, a miserable shriek sounded out. They opened their eyes. They saw a sword pierced through Sanyang's head. It was a blood-red long sword. Brother Ling Xiao. Brother Ling Xiao. Brother Ling. When Yang Mo, Dark Frost, and Liu Xiaobao saw this man, they immediately burst into tears of joy. They thought Ling Xiao was dead. But now, not only did Ling Xiao appear, he even pierced through Sanyang's head with his sword. Last time, I spared your life because you're from the Shuiyu country. But this time, if you don't die, I won't be able to face my brothers and sisters. Kill. A cold sword intent exploded within Sanyang's body. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao destroyed Sanyang's body and absorbed his inner core. Sanyang was an early 6th heavenly core warrior, a mortal core warrior. Although he wasn't the strongest warrior in the Ice Palace. But his third eye was extremely important to Bing Xuanji. But now, it was destroyed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had also broken through to the peak 3rd heavenly core realm. How dare you kill my men? Bing Xuanji's voice was extremely cold. So what if I did? Ling Xiao looked at Bing Xuanji mockingly. Do you really think you're the boss? Let me tell you, you're nothing in my eyes. The atmosphere became tense. The two people in the Ice Imperial Palace did not fight. But today, in this mystic realm, things might not be the same. Found it. There is indeed a mechanism for the teleportation formation here. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Immediately after, a huge halo of light appeared on the ground. It was covered with all kinds of incantations. HMPH, Ling Xiao, remember this. You will pay the price for killing my people. Let's go to the teleportation array. Bing Xuanji snorted coldly, turned around and left. He walked towards the shining teleportation array in the center of the hall. He didn't want to fight with Ling Xiao at this time, because if he fought now, he would most likely let others take advantage of him. It's very likely that this teleportation array leads to the real mystic realm. This is just the entrance. Someone said. That's right. There are many small worlds in the Black Tortoise continent. This mystic realm is very likely to be a small world as well. Someone echoed. Everyone looked at the teleportation array, wanting to be the first to pass through. At this time, Ling Xiao was feeding Dark Frost and Yang Mo healing pills. Big brother Ling Xiao, give her one too. Dark Frost looked at Yi Lungyan. I don't need it. Yi Lungyan was very aloof. Take it. Ling Xiao flicked his finger, and a healing pill flew through the air. Yi Lungyan caught it in the end. She knew how important it was to keep her body intact in this place. I will repay this favor. Ling Xiao was a person who knew how to repay kindness. Under such circumstances, he was very grateful that Yi Lungyan was willing to help. This teleportation array can only accommodate about 1,000 people at a time. There will always be people who have to go first and people who have to go later. No one knows what's behind the teleportation array. Because of this, people will start to attack each other. I'm afraid it's not worth it. Bing Xuanji said coldly. Everyone thought about it and agreed. There were more than 10,000 people here. It was almost impossible to teleport all of them in at once. They could only do it in batches. Does anyone want to be the first to try? Bing Xuanji asked. Everyone was hesitant. They had just entered and they had already encountered a lot of trouble. Many of them had died. They didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing to enter the teleportation array. Since you're all worried, Shuiyu will be the vanguard. Bing Xuanji suggested. Why? No. People were like that. They were afraid and didn't dare to go, but they were worried that others would steal the treasures. It was extremely contradictory. Let them go first. They have a total of 100 people, 800 more can go. What's there to worry about? Besides, it's just a different order. Those who go in early may not necessarily get the benefits. Maybe they will die first, said a young man from the White Dragon country. He was about 18 years old. He was wearing white clothes and had a pair of dragon horns on his head. He obviously had the blood of the dragon clan. However, he wasn't a real dragon. His name was Ao Fei and he was the leader of the White Dragon country. He was on the same level as Bing Xuanji. His strength was terrifying. Just by standing there, he was already imposing without being angry. Not many people dared to offend him. I also agree, said another person. It was Feng Qianqian from the Wind Empress country. Feng Qianqian was wearing a yellow dress. She had a good figure, but her face was covered by a veil. However, no one dared to offend her. Because she was strong enough. Standing there, she looked like a gust of wind that could blow at any time. She was the leader of the Wind Empress country. Since the two of them had spoken, the others didn't say anything. Bing Xuanji smiled and stepped into the portal. The rest of the people from the Shuiyu country also followed, including Ling Xiao, Lion Master Bao, Dark Frost, and young Mo brother Ling Xiao. What happened just now? You scared us to death. Weren't you sucked away by the murals on the wall? Ming Shuang asked telepathically. I was lucky. It wasn't me who sucked it away, I was the one who sucked it away. Ling Xiao had felt that he couldn't hold on for much longer when he reached the 5th mural. Who would have thought that the Dragon Sword Mountain would help him? In order to protect him, the Tyrant Sky Martial Spirit directly absorbed the mural. It was just that this process took a little longer, otherwise, he would have rushed over at a much faster speed. It's a blessing in disguise. Lion Master Bao smiled bitterly. Although it's a blessing in disguise, the Dragon Sword Mountain's intention to kill me has not changed. This person had to be killed. None of the people from the Snow Sun Palace can be left alive. Ling Xiao was really angry. Those people from the Snow Sun Palace actually wanted to kill his friends when he wasn't there. If he did not annihilate this group of trash, how could he vent the anger in his heart? If he couldn't vent his anger, it would be troublesome for his future cultivation. If he couldn't vent his anger, there would definitely be problems. But now that Bing Xuanji was protecting the people from the Snow Sun Palace, he couldn't do anything. But he believed that there would be opportunities. As long as he wanted to scheme against someone, he wouldn't be afraid of not finding an opportunity to kill them. While he was thinking about this, 1,000 people had already gathered on the portal. Chapter 39-32. The extra people were directly thrown out. When the number of people reached exactly 1,000, the teleportation portal shone with light. 1,000 people disappeared from the hall at the same time. When he reappeared, Ling Xiao looked around. The environment had indeed changed. It was different from before. Let's go and take a look around. The others didn't want to stay with the people of Shuiyu because they weren't as strong and couldn't get the treasures. Naturally, they chose to leave early. What made everyone feel strange was that after waiting for more than 10 minutes, no one else came in. Could it be that the teleportation portal can only be used once? Lion Xiaobao asked curiously. It shouldn't be. I suspect that this teleportation portal will send people to different places each time. Although they are all in the same small world, the locations are different. Ling Xiao analyzed. That's possible. The others nodded one after another, thinking that this was the most reliable answer. Prince Xuanji, it seems that only the people of Shuiyu are left. Shouldn't we solve the internal problems first? Suddenly, Yuan Hai spoke. If Ling Xiao didn't die, he couldn't be at ease. That's right, Prince Xuanji, this Ling Xiao actually dared to kill people of the Ice Palace. He'll easily ruin our plan. Dragon Sword Mountain also said. Killing him will be good for us. Starry Night agreed. The people of the Ice Palace and Snow Sun Palace all agreed. As for the people from the other 10 palaces, they didn't want to get involved and just let it go. Bing Xuanji looked at Ling Xiao, his eyes cold. Ling Xiao, take your people and leave. He didn't have absolute confidence in killing Ling Xiao, so he didn't want to act casually. After all, there were still treasures to be fought over. It wasn't wise to waste energy on killing each other. Leaving is not a problem, but some people must die. Ling Xiao didn't want to act with these people. The so-called unity was just a bunch of bullshit. Shui Mantian wasn't here, who cared about what he said? If he cared, he wouldn't have been ambushed by Dragon Sword Mountain. You heard it, Prince Xuanji, this guy has been harboring evil intentions from the beginning. Who knew if he was a spy from another force? After all, he joined Shuiyu temporarily. Yuan Hai shouted. Indeed, from the beginning, I thought it was strange. He's not weak, there's no need for him to join Shuiyu. Back in the Blood Moon secret realm, his acting was rather convincing. But here, his true colors were revealed all at once. He said that Dragon Sword Mountain had plotted against him, but was he dead? The ones who died were all from the Shueyang Palace and the Ice Imperial Palace. Starry Night said indifferently, Prince Xuanji is wise and farsighted, you should be able to see it too. These people are simply using us to seize the treasures. Xueyu is nothing in their eyes. Prince Arcana, I also think that Starry Night's words make sense. Apart from the Eternal Night Palace, the members of the 11 palaces all grew up in Xueyu. We're on the same side. In the Eternal Night Palace, other than Xue Wushuang, everyone else joined at the last minute. He couldn't be considered one of them at all. Dragon Sword Mountain and Ghost Valley 3 devils are still fine, they do not intend to destroy the unity and friendship between us. However, it was different for the others. They tried to stir up trouble, slandered us, and even slaughtered our people. They're already enemies. The king said that we must be united and not kill each other, but he also said that we must unite against outsiders. These guys are our enemies. Another person in the Ice Imperial Palace advised. This person was called Xiahou Mu, and he had a very good relationship with Three-Eyed. Three-Eyed had been killed by Ling Xiao, and Xiahou Mu had always held a grudge in his heart. At this time, he naturally wanted to add insult to injury. Yes, Prince Xuanji, kill them, and the next operation will be safer. Another person in the Ice Imperial Palace said. Hearing this, Xue Wushuang frowned. Although she did not like Ling Xiao, if Ling Xiao and the others were really killed, the Eternal Night Palace would be completely finished. However, she did not dare to say anything. Because she was also afraid of death. Now that Ling Xiao was the target of public criticism, she did not dare to speak at all. I really admire your group of people. Such shameless words can actually be said in such a dignified manner. It seems that my choice was right. Being on the same side as you is really shameful. Yi Lungyan was still a little hesitant. In the end, she had to follow Ling Xiao to the end. Or choose not to help either side. But after listening to Xiahou Mu and the others, she had already made a decision. Even if Ling Xiao was bloodthirsty, he would not make a move against his own people. And those shameless people, who knew if they would sneak attack them? Well said, a group of bastards, you don't even take the words of the king of Xueyu seriously. If you want to fight, then fight, don't talk nonsense. It makes people feel disgusted. Lion Master Bao said disdainfully. Bullshit. You're saying that others sneak attacked you? Who saw it? Isn't it just you talking nonsense? On the other hand, you sneak attacked Dragon Sword Mountain, everyone here saw it. You even killed Three-Eyed, who tried to calm the chaos, and now you're still pretending to be innocent. Yuan Hai cursed. Lion Master Bao wanted to say something, but Ling Xiao stopped him. What is there to talk about with them? In this world, there is no reason to talk. Whoever has the hardest fist is the reason. Whoever can return to Xueyu alive from the mysterious world is the reason. Dragon Sword Mountain, Yuan Hai, and Starry Night must be killed. If anyone dares to stop us today, we will kill them together. Ling Xiao had seen many such shameless people, so from the beginning, he had not planned to reason with them. Talking reason with such people would only make you angry. TSK, everyone saw it, this is his nature. From the beginning, he wanted to find an excuse to kill us one by one. If we don't do it now, we won't have such a good opportunity later. For Xueyu, for our supreme glory. We can't let these rats ruin our delicious food. Xiahou Mu's impassioned speech was filled with righteousness, as if he were the spokesperson of justice. However, in Ling Xiao's ears, these words were similar to the barking of a dog. Let's do it, kill whoever dares to stop us. Ling Xiao stared at Bing Xianji and ordered Lion Master Bao to attack. Lion Master Bao nodded and his earth spirit appeared behind his back. His whole body was surging with the power of desolation. He suddenly stomped on the ground. The ground cracked into several pieces because of this. Dragon Sword Mountain, you will be the first to die. You dared to sneak attack my friends, I will destroy you. Lion Master Bao knew that Ling Xiao wanted to kill Dragon Sword Mountain the most. If Dragon Sword Mountain did not die, Ling Xiao would not be able to forgive him. Everyone, as you can see, these people have already become angry out of humiliation. Go back and be witnesses. We didn't start a civil war. They are the ones with ulterior motives. At the same time, two people from Shueyang Palace rose into the air and rushed towards Lion Master Bao. Chapter 39-33. The two men who attacked Master Lion Fort were both perfect fifth divine core warriors. None of them were Master Lion Fort's match. That was why they had to work together. Get lost. Right now, Master Lion Fort was furious. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao coming back in time, perhaps Dark Frost and Yang Mo would have been killed. Therefore, he was going to make them pay. Roar. A frightening roar sounded out. The Nine Spirits Lion's bloodline was unleashed. He punched both of them at the same time, and actually sent them flying. This guy is as scary as a wild beast. Let me help. Another two men flew up into the sky from Shueyang Palace. Just like the previous two men, they were both perfect fifth divine core warriors. Four men worked together and surrounded Master Lion Fort. There were only 6 men left from Shueyang Palace. Only Xing Yi and Yuan Hai hadn't joined the fight yet. The other 4 men were facing Master Lion Fort. This proved how frightening Master Lion Fort was. Fine, let me fight to my heart's content today. Bloodline power, fully awaken. Master Lion Fort knew these 4 men weren't easy to deal with. While roaring furiously, his hair grew longer and longer. Like a golden waterfall, his hair flowed down from his head to his feet. The muscles on his body became more developed as well. His eyes shone with a golden light. His body was covered with a golden energy. Bang! Not only were the 4 men unable to take him down, they were even pushed back. This guy, too bad, he's with Ling Xiao. If not, he would have become a good tool for us. Bing Xuanji furrowed his brows. Master Lion Fort's strength was beyond his expectation. Even though he was fighting 4 men at once, he wasn't at a disadvantage. Instead, he was getting stronger and stronger. He was like a bloodline warrior from the immemorial era. I'll help as well. Seeing this, Yuan Hai flew up into the sky as well. He gathered a frightening amount of energy on his fist and punched towards Master Lion Fort. 5 men worked together, and all 5 of them were 5th divine core warriors. No matter how strong Master Lion Fort was, he was finally in a disadvantageous position. I've said it before, I'll kill whoever stands in my way. Since all of you want to die, don't blame me for being impolite. Yang Mo, go and help. Ling Xiao couldn't act rashly, because Bing Xuanji was staring at him. As long as he made a move, Bing Xuanji would definitely make a move. Fortunately, Lion Master Bao was fighting against 5 of them. Although he was at a disadvantage, he wouldn't be defeated easily. Yang Mo went up to help, and soon alleviated his disadvantage. The 2 of them regained their advantage. Dragon Sword Mountain, do you want to watch the show? Starry Night looked at Dragon Sword Mountain and said coldly, I'll go help. Long Jianshan gritted his teeth. It was impossible for him to not make a move now. He could only brace himself and charge forward. In the end, he was stopped by Yi Lungyan halfway. Yi Lungyan, do you also want to betray Shui Yu? Starry Night coldly said. What a serious crime. Are you fit to convict me? You're just a disciple of the Shueyang Palace. I am a disciple of the Eternal Night Palace. Yi Lungyan sneered and charged towards Dragon Sword Mountain. After she transformed into a beast spirit, she could completely suppress Long Jianshan. Starry Night finally could no longer watch from the sidelines. He was also ready to make a move. However, he was stopped by Dark Frost. Don't forget, there's still me. The Eternal Night Palace and the Shueyang Palace could be said to have begun a true life and death battle. However, the other palaces were still watching. Ling Xiao looked at Shui Wushuang and said, as the representative of the Eternal Night Palace, are you just going to watch the show? No wonder the Eternal Night Palace has been unable to become stronger. Your own people have been bullied and humiliated. As a princess, you don't even dare to seek justice for them. You're simply a waste. This matter is clearly your fault. You've already killed so many people. Even if you let Dragon Sword Mountain and Yuan Hai go, so what? Shui Wushuang said angrily. Hehe, you're still blaming me? Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. My impression of you has already changed a little, but the way you are now is really laughable and pitiful. Ghost Valley 3 Demons, what have you decided to do? Ling Xiao looked at the Ghost Valley 3 Demons and asked. We're not familiar with you, so we won't help either side. The leader of the Ghost Valley 3 Demons said. Alright, I hope you won't regret it. Whether or not to help was indeed their own freedom. Ling Xiao would not force them. But Ling Xiao also had the freedom to help them. The Ghost Valley 3 Demons didn't know that their words of not helping either side had caused them to lose a chance to be saved. Yu Yi, aren't you going to help? Starry Night also began to look for helpers. Yu Yi was the young leader of the Moon Demon Palace. At the same time, he was also his twin brother. The two of them chose to join different palaces in order to complement each other better. You really don't let people be at ease. Yu Yi sighed softly. Traitors, everyone has the right to kill. People of the Moon Demon Palace, listen to my order, kill. The 10 people of the Moon Demon Palace jumped up at the same time and charged towards Lion Master Fort, Dark Frost, Yi Lungyan and Yang Mo Hihi. You finally can't hold back anymore? But Yu Yi, it's fine if you attack alone, but you actually let the people of the Moon Demon Palace attack together. Do you know what this means? It means that you will kill all of them. Ling Xiao sneered and finally soared into the sky, blocking the 10 people of the Moon Demon Palace. Prince Xuanji, should we attack? Xiahou Mu asked. What's the rush? Let's observe the situation first. When both sides are injured, it won't be too late for us to attack. Bing Xuanji secretly transmitted. Prince Xuanji is wise. Xiahou Mu smiled and didn't say anything. In fact, Bing Xuanji was mainly not confident in defeating Ling Xiao. He just wanted to use the people of the Moon Demon Palace to see what Ling Xiao was capable of. Dragon Trapping Talisman. Ling Xiao still had a lot of talismans that he stole from Jiyu Fenghua and the others. If he didn't use it now, when would he? Releasing the Dragon Trapping Talisman could guarantee that no more enemies would come. This was safer for them. You think you can stop the 10 of us by yourself? Yu Yi looked at Ling Xiao, her eyes cold. Stop. No. Ling Xiao shook his head. You will all die. He had already said that anyone who tried to stop him from killing Xingye, Long Jianshan, and Yuan Hai would die. These words had never changed. But there were always people who seemed to have forgotten what he had said and insisted on challenging his bottom line. Since that was the case, why should he be merciful? 10 swords, disperse. Ling Xiao coldly snorted, and 10 swords simultaneously flew out from his storage ring. 10 sword lights formed in front of him and attacked the 10 people of the Moon Demon Palace. In the past, controlling 10 swords at the same time was extremely difficult. But it was different now. After his sword intent reached the peak, these 10 swords were no different from a single sword in his eyes. His will and true essence could be released 10 at the same time to attack 10 enemies. This guy's sword intent has already reached the peak. How can this be? The surrounding people all had ugly expressions. Chapter 39-34. All the geniuses from Shui Yu were stunned by Ling Xiao's peak sword intent. This Ling Xiao was much stronger than they had imagined. Ling Xiao was much stronger than they had imagined. The peak sword intent was something that even a 7th Divine Core warrior might not be able to comprehend. When the sword intent was unleashed, all the people from the Moon Palace could feel a sharp pain coming from their bodies. Even their reactions were half a beat slower than usual. The sword intent was impacting their souls, causing them to become sluggish. Do you think we're easy to bully because we're not strong enough? I really don't understand. Where did you trash get your confidence from? A cold smile emerged on Ling Xiao's face. Purple flames ignited on the 10 swords. The complete level of fire intent. The surprise in Bing Xuanji's eyes became even stronger. Each of the swords had become extremely hot, and no one dared to approach them. Infernal Phoenix Beast Soul Transformation. In the next moment, Ling Xiao entered the Beast Soul Transformation state. The Infernal Phoenix Beast Soul Transformation could strengthen the will of fire. It could allow the complete level of the will of fire to erupt with the power of the peak will of fire. All of a sudden, The Moon Demon Palace cultivators stopped in their tracks. It was too terrifying. They had a feeling that if they continued moving forward, they would crash into those swords and become a dead soul under Ling Xiao's swords. Die. Finally, Ling Xiao was done with his preparations. 10 swords suddenly shot out. Together with the peak sword intent, the peak will of fire, and the peak will of beast god, they charged towards the 10 men from the Moon Palace. Although most of them managed to block the attack, 2 of their throats were pierced through. However, there were still 2 people whose throats were pierced by 2 of the swords. Their bodies instantly burst into flames. The moment the blood flew up, it solidified and then became carbonized. They're dead. Everyone stared at the 2 men who were killed in horror. In the end, even their bodies couldn't be preserved, they were burned into charcoal by the scorching flames. Even their inner cores were completely melted, becoming the energy in Ling Xiao's body. Since you've provoked me, why should I be polite? Today, not only the Shuiyang Palace, I'm going to kill all of you. Everyone from the Moon Demon Palace must die. Ling Xiao spat out a cold and stern voice. Once he made his move, he did not intend to show any mercy. Because Dragon Sword Mountain, Yuan High, and Starry Night were all examples. He had spared the lives of these people, but he had almost gotten himself killed. He didn't want to make the same mistake again. Therefore, these people had to die. The violent sword intent continued to bloom. The 10 swords had locked onto 8 people and were constantly attacking. Those from the Moon Demon Palace found it extremely difficult to defend against the 10 swords. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao moved. He turned into a crazy flame and rushed into the crowd. Die. He didn't use any martial skills, just an ordinary punch. How could the Moon Demon Palace cultivator, who was already under attack by the sword light, have the time to defend against his attack? A body that was equivalent to a spirit-grade Heavenly King weapon smashed onto the body of a 5th Divine Core warrior. The martial artist's body was directly smashed apart. Then, he was engulfed by the flames and burned. He screamed in terror. Death. This punch was like a prelude to a deadly attack. Every single warrior from the Moon Demon Palace was terrified. Every single warrior from the Shuiyu Kingdom had ugly expressions on their faces. Some of them started to regret their actions. Why did they provoke this crazy Ling Xiao? If they didn't provoke him, they might have been able to find some treasures. But now, they didn't even get to see any treasures, they were all killed by their own kind. Such a way of dying was too cowardly and meaningless. Tremble. Everyone from the Moon Demon Palace was trembling. Although Yu Yi was very strong, but right now, he had to face 4 swords at the same time. He was already having trouble dealing with them. As for the others, they had witnessed Ling Xiao's frightening close combat skills. At this moment, none of them had the heart to continue fighting. Prince Xianji, save us. Finally, someone cried out for help. It's useless, no one can save you today. Ling Xiao sneered. Another punch was thrown out. Another miserable shriek sounded out as another man was killed. So far, 4 people from the Moon Demon Palace had died in battle, leaving only 6. Ling Xiao, it's fine if you don't lose. I know you're furious, but these are the elites of the Shuiyu Kingdom. If you kill them, our strength will be greatly reduced. Enough. Xue Wushuang shouted from outside. Shut your mouth, idiot woman. If you keep talking, I'll kill you too. Ling Xiao's roar scared Xue Wushuang so much that her face turned deathly pale. Her mouth was wide open, but she didn't dare utter a word. Ling Xiao's expression was too frightening. It was incomparably ferocious. A single glance was enough to make one's soul feel fear. You won't let me kill you now? Where did you go just now? Even if you were willing to say a few words of fairness for us, today's matter wouldn't have reached such a point. Some people tried to plot against me, and you're actually protecting such trash. Now you think I'm cruel? They asked for it. While speaking, Ling Xiao leapt towards the next man. Although this man had reacted and tried to dodge, there was no way he could escape from Ling Xiao's pursuit. Another punch, and the man exploded. Ling Xiao could feel that the energy in his sea of cultivation had increased by 20% after absorbing the inner cores of the 5 people. Of course, this increase was a bit slow. The main reason was that most of the energy from the inner cores had been stored in his potential cells. Everyone stared blankly at the scene before them. Ling Xiao was dealing with a 5th-level divine core warrior. It was as easy as chopping vegetables. Those men couldn't fight back at all. For now, cultivation didn't mean much to Ling Xiao. After all, his body had reached the mid-7th order Emperor realm. Even a 7th-level divine core warrior wouldn't be able to easily injure him. Continue. Ling Xiao still didn't use any martial skills. He still used ordinary attacks. But, with each attack, he could kill a 5th-level divine core warrior. Finally, there were 10 men from the Moon Palace. Only Yu Yi was left. Right at this moment, 10 swords were surrounding Yu Yi. One thing was worth mentioning. Yu Yi's cultivation was similar to Xingye's. But, her overall strength was slightly stronger than Xingye's. If not, Xingye would have been dead by now. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, the balance was finally broken. Long Jianshan was severely injured by Yi Lungyan, and he was lying on the ground, unable to move. The reason why Yi Lungyan didn't kill him was because she wanted to leave his life to Ling Xiao. After that, Yi Lungyan went to help Yang Mo and Lion Master fought. After these 3 men joined forces, the 5 men from the Snow Sun Palace were in a miserable state. In just a few moments, the only one left was Yuan Hai. Similarly, Yuan Hai was severely injured as well. He was lying on the ground, waiting for Ling Xiao's judgment. Xingye was obviously panicking right now. His strength was weaker than Dark Frost, and he was panicking right now. Dark Frost seized the opportunity and caused him to fall onto the ground, severely injured. He wanted to get up, but he was held back by the white bones that came out from the ground. His blood was being devoured by the white bones. Dark Frost only stopped when Xingye was half dead. Chapter 39-35. Do you want to help? Asked Shi Xiaobao. No need. You've seen how strong brother Ling Xiao is. The Moon Demon Palace is much stronger than the Snow Sun Palace. He had single-handedly killed 9 of them. Even though Yu Yi is stronger than Xing Yi, it's not a big deal. Dark Frost shook her head and said, let brother Ling Xiao vent his anger, otherwise he'll die. At that moment, Yu Yi's face was extremely ugly. At the same time, he was desperately trying to block the attacks of the 10 swords. He could feel his soul trembling. He couldn't win. That was the only thought in his mind. Even though he didn't want to lose, Ling Xiao was giving him too much pressure. It was too terrifying. The other members of the 9 temples all looked solemn. This Ling Xiao was really terrifying. If anyone wanted to kill him, he would kill them. He wasn't afraid of anything. Ling Xiao, do you think that if you kill us, you'll be fine? You're so cruel and tyrannical. You'll definitely be killed by Shui Yu. Definitely. Yu Yi roared hysterically. Kill me. If you really do that, then Shui Yu is blind. I wholeheartedly serve the Eternal Night Palace. But you have the ambition of a wolf. You want to kill me. Now that you're scared of being killed, you want to push the blame onto me. You want to blame me for being cruel and merciless. How ridiculous. The king of Shui Yu shouldn't be as stupid as you. Ling Xiao had never thought of betraying Shui Yu. In fact, he was very grateful to Shui Yu. He also wanted to get some good things from the mysterious world to repay them. But he wasn't stupid. If Shui Yu wanted to kill him, he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Do you think that the leaders of Shui Yu will believe you? Do they believe you or do they believe us, who have been cultivating in Shui Yu since childhood? Besides, we didn't kill any of you. But you and your companions killed 9 of my Moonfiend Palace's men, and many others from the Shueyang Palace. You even killed the Ice Palace's 3 eyes. Do you think you can wash your hands of your crimes? Shouted Yu Yi again. Clear my name. I'm not guilty in the first place, so why do I need to clear my name? Trash like you can't kill us, so you want to use this kind of pitiful method to gain sympathy? Do you really think that the leaders of Shui Yu are as stupid as you? I can't wait to see how they will punish me when I return to Shui Yu with the treasures in my possession. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see anything by then. Because you are going to die now. Ling Xiao seemed to be deliberately humiliating Yu Yi. She didn't attack, only letting the 10 swords leave scars on Yu Yi's body. It was as if he was being sliced into pieces. Ling Xiao, be lenient whenever possible. Your hands are already stained with too much blood. Do you still want to continue? Bing Xuanji finally spoke. He wanted to act as a mediator, making Yu Yi, Starry Yi, Long Zhenshan, and Yuan Hai remember his kindness. Unfortunately, he had misjudged Ling Xiao. Would Ling Xiao give up because of his words? What a joke. Ling Xiao looked at Bing Xuanji and said coldly, "Are you talking nonsense? When they attacked Lion Master Castle, where were you? Now you come out and pretend to be a leader. Ridiculous. Ling Xiao, enough is enough. We are all from the same sect, there is no need to kill all of us." The young leader of Red Water Palace couldn't help but try to persuade him. His attitude was better than Bing Xuanji's, but it was still bullshit. If these people really thought of him as a member of the same sect, they should have said something on his behalf. They shouldn't have hit him when he was down. Ling Xiao, don't go too far. If you do this, you will become the target of everyone in Shui Yu. Do you really want to be a traitor? Shouted someone else. Traitor. Ling Xiao looked at that person and said mockingly, "It's just Shuiyang Palace and Moon Demon Palace. If you kill them, then so be it. You have no right to call me a traitor. I know that you people want Eternal Night Palace to be under your feet forever. Now that we have risen, you are afraid. You are afraid that we will settle our old scores with you. Impudent. You are talking nonsense. This guy is just a bastard, he shouldn't have been taken into Shui Yu. No matter what you say, it is useless bullshit. If I, Ling Xiao, want to kill someone, they will not live. 10 swords in one. Kill." Finally, Ling Xiao used a martial skill. The 10 swords that were attacking Yu suddenly condensed into one. In an instant, it penetrated Yu's body. Yu's internal core was crushed and energy poured into Ling Xiao's body. Her body fell to the ground. In the end, he was still dead. Just a moment ago, when Bing Xuanji and the others spoke for him, he still had some hope. He thought that maybe he could still live. But at this moment, he finally understood that Ling Xiao wouldn't listen to anyone. When Ling Xiao decided to do something, he would definitely do it. And all of you, it's time for you to pay the price for what you have done. After killing Yu, Ling Xiao didn't even bat an eye. He then turned to Xing Yi and the others. Long Zhenshan, I spared your life on the way here. But not only did you not appreciate my kindness, you even sneak attacked me. Since that's the case, you can die now. Let's see how you are going to find trouble with me after you die. Ling Xiao waved his hand. A sword beam sliced Long Zhenshan's body in half. His internal core was also shattered. Since he had decided to kill Long Zhenshan, Ling Xiao wouldn't show any mercy or hesitation. Yuan Hai, Xing Yi, you instigated Long Zhenshan to sneak attack me, and even tried to kill my friends, you deserve to die as well. A sword beam killed both men at the same time. The flames burned all the corpses. At the same time, Ling Xiao could feel that the energy in his cultivation ocean had increased to 60%. The energy contained in the inner cores of Xing Yi and Yu Yi, 2 6th-level divine core warriors. The effect was indeed extraordinary. Witnessing this scene, all the others were dumbfounded. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The Shuiyang Palace had been completely annihilated. The Moon Demon Palace had been completely annihilated. And this wasn't done by an outsider, they were killed by their own men. Ling Xiao, do you know what this means? Bing Xuanji said coldly. It means I've killed a few trash. Ling Xiao threw a disdainful glance at Bing Xuanji, then he said to his men, let's go, I only feel disgusted here. A group of sanctimonious hypocrites gathered together, the stench of rot is really strong. Just like that, he left in a dignified manner. He brought his own men and left. No one dared to stop him. Not even Bing Xuanji. In this secret realm, unless there was a warrior at the late 7th Divine Core realm or above, no one could stop Jiang Chen. They could only watch as Ling Xiao and his men left. Everyone from Shui Yu had ugly expressions on their faces. Although they knew Ling Xiao wasn't someone to be trifled with, they still didn't dare offend him. Because Ling Xiao's cultivation was weak, they didn't think too much about it. They didn't think this man could be that strong. But today's scene made them finally understand. Chapter 39-36. Everyone felt that Ling Xiao was too strong. He had single-handedly killed 10 geniuses of the Moon Demon Palace and emerged unscathed. He was simply a monster. Shui Wushuang's body was trembling. Ling Xiao's strength had completely exceeded her imagination. For a moment, she wanted to call out to Ling Xiao, but he didn't even bother to look at her. Back then, she had looked down on Ling Xiao with contempt. She had thought of herself as a high and mighty princess. But now, it seemed that in his eyes, she was the one who was the laughingstock. She had always been the one to put on a show for herself. Others didn't even bother to pay attention to her. Ling Xiao left, leaving the rest of the people of Shuiyu behind. He left with Lion Master Bao, Dark Frost, Yi Lungyan, and Yang Mo. They couldn't tolerate each other anymore. Staying would only increase the friction between them. They strolled through the pocket world filled with the aura of desolation. Ling Xiao put the previous matter aside for the time being. The most important thing now was to find the treasure. There were definitely many treasures in the pocket world. The Sword Mountain grass was just an appetizer. It didn't count for much. This pocket world isn't inferior to Shuiyu's pocket world. Let's just walk around aimlessly. Who knows how long we'll have to walk? Why don't we split up into 2 groups? Dark Frost and I will be in a group. Brother Lion, Yi Lungyan, Yang Mo, you 3 will be in a group. That way, the chances of finding the treasure will greatly increase. After walking for a while, Ling Xiao suddenly suggested. He realized that even with his Taiji eye, he couldn't see through the secrets of this pocket world. The 5 of them staying together would be safer, but it would also reduce their chances of finding the treasure. Lion Master Bao and Yi Lungyan weren't weak. With Yang Mo, their battle prowess would only increase. Even if they ran into people from Shuiyu, they could still escape. I agree. The pocket world is a place of adventure. If we stay together, we'll miss out on a lot of good opportunities. He had heard from his master that this mystic realm would open once every 100 years. As long as one made it out of the secret realm alive, one would become the ruler of a large country, or go to a powerful nation, or even the golden heavens, and become a hero. In the end, I still have to rely on myself to grasp the opportunity. I plan to go alone. Liu Xiaobao thought for a moment and said, Me too. It's actually safer for me to travel alone. After all, I'm an assassin. Yi Lungyan added. Big brother Ling Xiao, I'm thinking about something. Although this place can only be opened once every 100 years, it's still very rare. However, in the past tens of thousands of years, many people had probably come here. Apart from the Sword Mountain grass, which would grow again every once in a while, there were no other spirit herbs. Most of the treasures should have been taken away by others. The rest were very difficult to obtain. I also want to split up. I know that big brother Ling Xiao is worried about me. But don't worry, I won't get into trouble so easily. It's better to train alone. Dark Frost added. I also want to try it myself. Yang Mo clenched his teeth. Although it would be very dangerous for him to act alone, he wanted to become stronger. He decided to give it a try. Don't be hasty. My suggestion is not to separate now. When it's time to separate, I won't stop you. Follow me first. I have a feeling that that direction is the most dangerous, but it's also the most likely place to obtain the secret treasure. Ling Xiao pointed in a direction. It was located in the northeast of the small world. The others didn't notice anything, but Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye caught some dangerous aura. The most dangerous place would have the fewest people. Then the possibility of leaving behind the treasure was also the highest. Okay, we'll listen to you. The other 4 nodded their heads in agreement. So the 5 of them continued forward. They followed the path that Ling Xiao said. Along the way, they encountered many warriors. But the further they went, the fewer they encountered. Because there were deaths. There were many traps and mechanisms here. Unless one had a Tai Chi eye like Ling Xiao or knew how to set traps, it was very difficult to pass safely. About half an hour later, there were no other figures around them. What was left was only a desolate environment and those corpses that seemed to have been sealed for many years. These are probably warriors who have been here before. Like us, they wanted to find the secret treasure, but they lost their lives here. Yi Lungyan observed the corpses on the ground. When she stepped on them, the corpses shattered and turned into powder that scattered with the wind. If it's just a trap, it's unlikely to cause so many casualties. I suspect that this is caused by internal strife. What kind of treasure is this? So many people have died. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye carefully analyzed these corpses and came to a conclusion. What kind of treasure could it be? Lion Xiaobao frowned. Let's go and take a look. There seems to be a building over there. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye could see things a mile away. It captured scenes that others couldn't. Everyone increased their speed and arrived a mile away. They discovered that the building here actually looked like a sect. Although the name of the sect was already blurry due to the passage of time, the overall structure could still be seen clearly. Now we can split up and search for our own opportunities. If you encounter any trouble, use this to contact me. Ling Xiao gave each of them a spirit talisman. It was called a sound transmission talisman and could be used to communicate directly. All right. The few of them knew that the scale of this building was huge. It was more efficient to split up and search. After the other four left, Ling Xiao walked into the sect. It was similar to the sect structure seen in the future, but the scale was much larger. There were many rooms and buildings inside. This included the library, the treasure pavilion, and the like. The five of them carefully searched the place. Because everyone had the ability to search with their soul force, they didn't have to do it like ordinary people. So it was relatively easier. In the process of searching, Ling Xiao discovered some treasures hidden in secret compartments in the corners. But they were all pills, weapons, and the like. He didn't care about them at all. There weren't many things. The more conspicuous treasures should have all been swept clean. If not for his Tai Chi eye, he probably wouldn't have been able to find these things. The five of them gathered together an hour later. Lion Xiaobao, Yong Mo, and Yi Lungyan didn't find anything. Dark Frost found some things, but they weren't of high quality. It was obvious that the good things had been taken away. I just noticed that Bing Xuanji brought the people of Shueyu over. Lion Xiaobao suddenly said. It seems that they didn't stop, but we've wasted some time, so it's not like we didn't get anything. I see that the weapons of the four of you are only divine-grade Emperor weapons. They can't keep up with your cultivation anymore. I happened to find a few suitable weapons, all of which are mortal-grade Heavenly King weapons. Each of you pick one. There are also good healing pills and recovery pills. You four can divide them. I don't need them. Chapter 39-37. Ling Xiao had gotten what he wanted. There were a few inner cores that had almost turned into fossils, and they belonged to mortal core warriors. After absorbing all of them, the energy in his cultivation base had increased to 80%. Let's move on. After everyone found their weapons and put away their pills, Ling Xiao called out to them and continued moving forward. Their speed wasn't fast. They were afraid that they might miss something good. Another ruin of a sect. I feel like it's much stronger than the previous one. Yi Lungyan said. That's right, if we were to rank it according to the strength of the Golden Sky region. The previous sect was at most a small city. But this sect is as big as a small kingdom. Ling Xiao nodded his head. Let's go in and have a look, we might find something. The five men once again split up and started searching around the sect. This time, because of their previous experience, their search speed was much faster. Soon, all five men gathered at the same place. Watch out. Suddenly, the guy who had turned into a skeleton on the ground suddenly stood up. He dashed towards young Mo. Ling Xiao shouted out loudly and threw a punch at the skeleton. Bang! A terrifying roar exploded on the spot. Ling Xiao was pushed back a few steps. But, the skeleton was pushed back a few steps as well. So strong, this is the skeleton of an early 7th Divine Core warrior. Although he's dead, it seems like his inner core shattered and fused with the skeleton before he died. This skeleton is good stuff. Ling Xiao smiled excitedly and said, Now, you guys continue moving forward, I need to kill this skeleton first. But, it will take some time, we can't let Bing Xuanji and the others take advantage of us. The four men hesitated. Don't worry about me, don't you know how strong I am? If I die, you guys won't be able to do anything here. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. All right, be careful brother Ling, we'll take our leave first. Lion Xiaobao finally nodded his head, then he turned around and left. Yi Lungyan left as well. Dark Frost watched for a while, and after making sure Ling Xiao was fine, she left as well. On the other hand, Yang Mo didn't leave. Why aren't you leaving? Ling Xiao asked curiously. I've thought about it. The three of them are all capable of holding their own. I'm the only one who's weaker. Although acting alone could train him, it could also be dangerous. He might as well stay by big brother Ling Xiao's side. Perhaps I can be of some help. Yang Mo smiled. It's up to you. Watch the door for me. I think someone will come here soon. Ling Xiao did not object. With Yang Mo's strength, it was indeed very dangerous for him to act alone. It might be better for him to stay here. Ling Xiao began to focus on fighting the skeleton. Although this skeleton was dead, its combat strength was still formidable. Especially that strange martial skill, which even Ling Xiao had never seen before. This was a good opportunity for him to hone his skills. The battle lasted for only about 10 minutes. Yang Mo suddenly became nervous. Because someone had indeed come. Moreover, it was an acquaintance. The Ice Royal Palace's Xiahou Mu and another unfamiliar face were probably from the Ice Royal Palace as well. Who would have thought? Prince Xuanji just wanted us to take a look out of curiosity, and we actually ran into you. Where's Ling Xiao and the others? You idiot, they didn't abandon you, did they? Xiahou Mu sneered at Yang Mo. Do you think everyone else is a heartless bastard like you? I advise you to get the hell out of here. Otherwise, you'll end up like those from the Moon Demon Palace and Shueyang Palace. Yang Mo said coldly. What a joke. Trash like you dares to threaten me? If not for that traitor Ling Xiao, I would have killed as many trash like you as I could find. How could Xiahou Mu fear Yang Mo? Of course I know you're not afraid of me. But what about him? Yang Mo sneered and stepped aside, allowing Xiahou Mu to see the people in the room. Ling Xiao. Xiahou Mu and the other cultivator from the Ice Royal Palace saw Ling Xiao and immediately took to the air. But halfway through, they suddenly stopped. That's not right. Ling Xiao is fighting. This is the best chance to kill Yang Mo. Both men landed back on the ground and stared at Yang Mo coldly. Buddy, I'll kill you first, then we'll kill Ling Xiao together. Let's see if that guy can still be so arrogant. Xiahou Mu sneered, then he thrust his palm toward Yang Mo. In his mind, Yang Mo was just a mid-5th rank Divine Core warrior. Xiahou Mu was a peak 6th rank Divine Core warrior. There was a huge gap between their cultivation levels. With just a single strike, Xiahou Mu was able to kill Yang Mo. Right now, Xiahou Mu was thinking about how he should deal with Ling Xiao after killing Yang Mo. Ling Xiao was the real problem. Actually, Ling Xiao had been watching everything that happened outside. He had been fighting with the skeleton for more than 10 minutes. He had recorded everything that happened with the skeleton in the depths of his soul through the heart of gold. The energy in his cultivation sea had finally increased to 100%. He realized Yang Mo was in danger. He let out a cold snort, then he immediately transformed into the peerless heavenly rat. Like a blood-red lightning, he arrived in front of Xiahou Mu in an instant. Although Xiahou Mu was attacking Yang Mo, his eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao. He saw Ling Xiao pouncing toward him. Without hesitation, he crushed the talisman in his hand and disappeared. The poor warrior from the Ice Palace who was with him was killed by Ling Xiao with just a single punch. You're pretty fast at running away, Ling Xiao sneered. He would remember Xiahou Mu. How dare he sneak attack him while he was fighting? He had to kill him. But right now, he had another problem. More and more warriors were gathering here. Even the skeleton's secret had been discovered by many people. They were attacking it together. Although the skeleton was powerful, none of these martial artists were weak. They were besieged by them. Sooner or later, it would be defeated. In your dreams. I found it first, I won't let you touch it. Get lost. Ling Xiao leapt forward and pounced toward the skeleton. The skeleton only had the will to fight, It didn't have a brain. Jiang Chen had already figured out its weakness. This time, he decided to end the fight with a single punch. The skeleton's energy had completely merged with his body. His cultivation had begun to break through. Yang Mo, protect me. Just hold on for 10 seconds. Ling Xiao sat down with his legs crossed and began to break through. Yang Mo responded, then he stood beside Jiang Chen. This young man was a nice guy. Although he knew the enemy was strong, he didn't back down. He was determined to fight. He only needed 10 seconds, he believed he could do it. Kill him. The surrounding warriors didn't waste any more time. Since Ling Xiao had already said 10 seconds, they naturally had to kill Yang Mo within 10 seconds. If not, they wouldn't know what would happen. However, they had still somewhat underestimated Yang Mo. Although Yang Mo was only a mid-5th rank Divine Core warrior, the weapon in his hand was a mortal rank Heavenly King weapon. It had imperceptibly increased his combat strength, and made him much stronger than other warriors at the same cultivation level. Of course, more importantly, Yang Mo's tenacity was strong enough. Chapter 39-38. Young man, you're pretty tough, but too bad you're too weak. You want to protect others? Can you really do that? A sarcastic voice sounded out from the crowd. Our Hidden Sword Nation's sword skill isn't something to be trifled with. Guys, don't hold back, let's kill this young man. The man who spoke was a very strong man from the Hidden Sword Nation. Judging from his cultivation, he was a mid-6th Divine Core warrior. He was even stronger than Xing Yi and Yu Yi. The men next to him were all warriors from the Hidden Sword Nation as well. All warriors from the Hidden Sword Nation focused on the art of the sword, and each of them had a sharp blade in their hand. However, except for the mid-6th Divine Core warrior, the rest of them were only using Divine-grade Emperor weapons. Therefore, when they saw the mortal-grade Emperor weapon in Yang Mo's hand, they coveted it. Their attacks became even more ferocious. Yang Mo couldn't defend himself at all. He spat out his inner core, trying to protect Ling Xiao with his own life. Big brother Ling Xiao, it's my honor to meet you in this life. I've always been mocked and looked down upon. I'm the only one who's willing to trust me. I can't disappoint you. Come, you bastards, let's die together. Yang Mo was still young, but he was willing to use his own life to protect Ling Xiao. Ha 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 ha, die together? Do you have the ability to do that? Their attacks had arrived in front of Yang Mo, and they were about to collide with his inner core. However, right at this moment, a man suddenly appeared like a ghost. He stood in front of Yang Mo. All the attacks landed on the man's body. The men from the Hidden Sword Nation were shocked. The reason for that was because that person was actually completely unharmed by their attacks. He was emitting a devilish aura, and he was staring at them coldly. The light emitted from those eyes could even pierce through their souls. Run! The men from the Hidden Sword Nation realized the danger they were in. While screaming in fear, they turned around and tried to run. Run! When you wanted to kill me, didn't you think this would happen? Blood Shadow Sword Art, Bloodlight Clone / Die, all of you. In an instant, Ling Xiao turned into dozens of blood red lights and shot out. In an instant, 7 or 8 Hidden Sword Nation martial artists were killed on the spot. Everyone's dantian was pierced through. These pitiful fellows didn't even have the chance to scream. These 8 men were all 4th and 5th level Divine Core warriors. The remaining 30 or so people were also pale. They didn't know whether to escape or stay. Ling Xiao released the martial spirit enchantment to trap those people to prevent them from escaping. Then, he turned to Yang Mo and said, "It's been hard on you. Hurry up and heal your injuries." Yes. Yang Mo finally heaved a sigh of relief after surviving the calamity. He didn't let down Ling Xiao's trust, which put him in a good mood. After consuming the healing pill, he immediately began to treat his injuries. "Brat, you're too arrogant. We're from the Hidden Sword Nation. But killing 8 of us at once, do you still want to live?" The mid-6th Divine Core warrior had a gloomy expression on his face. No matter what, he was a mid-mortal core warrior. This brat looked like he had just broken through to the early 4th Divine Core realm. How dare he not take him seriously? How dare he not take the Hidden Sword Nation seriously? How dare you threaten me? A mocking smile emerged on Ling Xiao's face. In an instant, he transformed into the hell-undying bird. A purplish-blue flame enveloped his body. The blood-sovereign sword in his hand was spitting out the same flame as well. When it intertwined with the blood-red glow, it looked extremely beautiful. His cultivation had returned to the early fourth divine core realm. He could now use the blood-sovereign sword. Besides, he could now use the blood shadow sword skill, falling plum clear shadow steps, blood devil seal, and plum blossom acupuncture palm. Especially the blood shadow sword skill, he could now unleash almost all of its power. His current strength had increased by too much. Looking at Ling Xiao's beast soul transformation, everyone from the Hidden Sword Nation suddenly felt suffocated. It was as if the air around them had become hot. There was also a sharp sword intent pressing down on them. It made it hard for them to breathe. Blood shadow kill. Ling Xiao suddenly thrust out his sword. The cold sword beam instantly shot into the crowd. The sword beam pierced through two men's dantians, killing them on the spot. Brothers, let's fight him. We can't run away from him anyway, there's no need to be afraid. We're all warriors from the Hidden Sword Nation. In terms of sword skills, we are no weaker than him. The leader of the group shouted out. Right now, he had to help his companions regroup. If he didn't, these men wouldn't have any fighting spirit left. Facing Ling Xiao would be a dead end for them. Yes. Over 30 men leapt into the sky at the same time. They shook their swords and unleashed over 30 sword beams towards Ling Xiao at the same time. The sword beams were extremely sharp and piercing. This was the strength possessed by a warrior from the Hidden Sword Nation. This sword skill is even more powerful than Yang Mo's. Looks like the Hidden Sword Nation does live up to its name. While fighting, Ling Xiao was carefully observing his opponent's martial skills. This was one of his habits. Falling plum blossom steps. Just as the 30-plus sword lights were about to pierce Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. Countless plum blossoms suddenly fell down from the sky. Ling Xiao's figure could appear anywhere within the range of the plum blossoms. All the attacks were hitting the spot where Ling Xiao was just now. What they hit was nothing but air. Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. Phantom kill. He thrust out the blood sovereign sword, killing another 2 men. Ling Xiao was crazily absorbing the energy from these men's dantians. He was replenishing his potential and increasing the energy in his cultivation base. Multiple shadow kill. After the phantom kill, it was the even more powerful multiple shadow kill. Ling Xiao's figure turned into dozens of after-images. He killed 5 men, and severely injured 6. Just like that, Ling Xiao slaughtered all the warriors from the Hidden Sword Nation like a ghost. In an instant, there were only 4 men left. These 4 people were the strongest of the Hidden Sword Kingdom's martial artists. 3 of them were perfect 5th-level Divine Core warriors, and 1 was a mid-6th-level Divine Core warrior. It wasn't easy to kill these 4 men. Not only were their sword skills excellent, their movement skills were excellent as well. It was difficult to kill them instantly, but for them, death was just a matter of time. Stop. Suddenly, the leader shouted out, "Young hero, we admit that we were wrong just now. But, this is the secret realm, it's normal for something like this to happen. You've killed so many of us, you should feel better now. We apologize. If apologizing is useful, then why do we still practice martial skills?" A disdainful grin emerged on Ling Xiao's face. If he was weaker than this man, would he let him go? The answer was no. Absolutely impossible. Sir, don't go too far. Although the Hidden Sword Nation is weaker than the Snow Moon Nation, White Dragon Nation, and Fenghu Nation, we are still a very powerful nation. As long as you let us go, we won't pursue what happened today. Chapter 39-39. Won't pursue the matter? Hehe, what an arrogant tone. Ling Xiao sneered, I even dared to provoke the Dongsheng Great Country. Do you really think I'm afraid of a mere hidden sword Great Country? While speaking, 10 sharp sword beams appeared around Ling Xiao's body. The sword beams were wrapped in purplish-blue flames. Cold, frightening, and murderous. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the 4 men's expressions turned ugly. They really did not think that Ling Xiao was actually such an audacious person. He even dared to provoke the Dongsheng Great Country. Although the Dongsheng Great Country wasn't the strongest amongst the 4 great countries, it was still a great country. It was much more terrifying than any other great country. Even the Shuiyu Great Country, which was said to be almost as strong as a great country, couldn't be compared with the Dongsheng Great Country. Who was this man? What was he trying to do? We're willing to give you everything we have, but please spare our lives. Finally, they started begging. Since they couldn't threaten Ling Xiao, they could only beg. Hehe, is that really necessary? If I kill you, I can still get whatever I want. Ling Xiao sneered, then he unleashed all 10 swords at the same time. 10 streaks of sword light attacked the 4 people separately. At the same time, he unleashed the Bloodlight Clone Slash. 2 attacks combined. After a brief moment, the 4 men who were still alive and kicking had turned into 4 dead bodies. Ling Xiao burned their dead bodies with his flames and absorbed the energy from their inner cores. The energy in his cultivation ocean had also increased by 30%. But he felt like it was getting more and more difficult. After breaking through to the early 4th Divine Core realm, it was really difficult to increase his cultivation level by absorbing the energy from other people's inner cores. He would need to use some rare treasures to do so. Killing and robbing. Ling Xiao collected all these men's storage rings. Most of these men's storage rings were relatively clean. There were only some upper-rank soulstones, pills, and talismans. Only the storage ring of the leader actually had 2 sets of handwritten copies of martial skills. One was a sword skill, a 6th grade Emperor Realm sword skill. The other was a movement skill, also a 6th grade Emperor Realm movement skill. Ling Xiao already had the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps and the Divine Devil Seal, so he was not interested in these 2 things. Thus, he decided to give it to Yang Mo after copying it with his Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Yang Mo was willing to use his life to protect him. Naturally, he wouldn't be so stingy. Especially if it was something that he couldn't use. Of course, he had to let Yang Mo bask in the glory. With Yang Mo's cultivation base at the 5th level of the Divine Core realm, he was able to cultivate a 6th order Emperor martial skill. However, Ling Xiao felt that his strength was still a little lacking, especially his aptitude. He needed to undergo tempering. Thinking of this, he took out an inner core from his storage ring. This inner core came from the Water White Wolf. It was a peak 8th Divine Core warrior's inner core. It was a heaven pill. Ling Xiao didn't have time to use it back then, and his cultivation dropped. When he gave it to Zi Chenye didn't accept it. Now, he could give it to Yang Mo. The stronger Yang Mo was, the more help he would be able to provide. Yang Mo, how do you feel now? Have your injuries recovered? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, it's completely healed. Yang Mo said. Do you trust me? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. Yang Mo nodded his head. Good, give me your inner core. Ling Xiao didn't tell him what he wanted, he just wanted Yang Mo to give him his inner core. If it was anyone else, they would probably hesitate. But Yang Mo didn't. It wasn't because he was stupid, it was because he trusted Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao really wanted to harm him, he wouldn't even need his inner core. With just a single strike, he could kill him without leaving anything behind. Ling Xiao took Yang Mo's inner core. After that, he started fusing them together. The process was a bit difficult. After all, his current cultivation base wasn't as strong as before, and the Water White Wolf's inner core was much stronger than before. Therefore, it took him more than 2 hours to finally fuse the 2 inner cores together. It consumed a lot of energy, but it's worth it. Ling Xiao returned the inner core to Yang Mo. Right when Yang Mo's inner core returned to its original position, he could feel a huge change in his body. In just a few moments, not only did his cultivation base skyrocket, he had broken through to the peak 6th Divine Core realm. Furthermore, all aspects of his body had become much stronger. Of course, the most important thing was his innate talent, he had become much stronger than before. From today onwards, Yang Mo's life belongs to Big Brother Ling Xiao. Yang Mo kneeled down on both knees and expressed his gratitude. Ling Xiao was his second parent. His parents had given him life, and Ling Xiao had given him a new life of cultivation. Alright, we don't have much time left, let's continue moving forward. There's nothing left for us to stay here. When Ling Xiao saw how effective the inner core fusion was, he had thought of fusing his inner core with the ancient Dongsheng Emperor's or the thief god's inner core. But he had tried, and he hadn't succeeded. Perhaps it was because his cultivation base was still too low. But he believed he could do it in the future. As long as he knew the method, fusing inner cores would be easy. But too bad, every warrior could only fuse with someone else's inner core once in their life. He still had to think about it carefully and choose carefully. Between the thief god's inner core and the ancient Dongsheng Emperor's inner core, he had to think about it carefully. Both of you, please give us your treasures. Just as they were about to leave, a few more men suddenly appeared. These men's overall strength was similar to the Hidden Sword Nation's warriors. There were only 6 of them. But they were just as arrogant. The moment they opened their mouths, they demanded that Ling Xiao and Yang Mo hand over their treasures. What arrogance! Not to mention that we didn't get any treasures, even if we did. Do you think you can take them away? Yang Mo sneered. When one's overall strength grew, so did his confidence. In the past, Yang Mo wouldn't have dared to speak like this. But now, he had the confidence to do so. Good lads, I think you're really tired of living. You're just 2 men, how dare you compete with us? You're courting death. One of the men suddenly attacked. He waved the long blade in his hand and slashed down at Yang Mo. Ling Xiao didn't join the fight. Yang Mo still needed to temper himself in real battles to break through his cultivation. Besides, his opponent was only a peak 5th Heavenly Core warrior. He was far weaker than Yang Mo. He was no match for them. Big brother Ling Xiao, can I kill them? Yang Mo asked. Of course, in the secret realm, it's either you die, or I live. Since they don't want to let us go, there's no need for us to show any mercy. These 6 men are all yours. Just keep their inner cores for me, Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. Understood. Right after Yang Mo finished speaking, he drew out his long sword. A cold beam pierced through the air. The warrior didn't even see where the sword beam came from, he could only feel the blinding light from the sword beam blinding him. Then, he felt something sweet in his throat, and he fell to the ground. Yang Mo swung his sword again and took out the man's inner core, then he gave it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao refined the inner core with his flame and absorbed the energy within. Chapter 3940. What? Those men had never expected Yang Mo to be so strong. They couldn't help but tremble in fear. Therefore, they turned around and ran away, no longer thinking about the treasure. Yang Mo was startled by what he saw. If it was before, he wouldn't have been able to kill that mighty warrior so easily. But now, after Ling Xiao had modified his inner core, his combat strength had skyrocketed. This was truly too powerful. How do you feel? The strength of a peak 6th divine core warrior? Ling Xiao asked with a smile on his face. Strong. He's really too powerful. Yang Mo was overjoyed. You'll become even stronger in the future. The inner core I gave you is a peak 8th divine core warrior's inner core from the deep sea dragon domain. That means, you'll be able to reach that level at the very least. Ling Xiao continued. Hearing what Jiang Chen said, Yang Mo felt like he was being surrounded by happiness. Alright, I won't disturb your happiness, but it's time for us to leave. We've spent a lot of time here, and most of the warriors have left. I'm still worried about Lion Master Bao and the others. Although those 3 men were strong, they were all alone, and it would be troublesome for them to face a large group of enemies. Alright. Yang Mo's confidence was off the charts. Even though he hadn't learned the 6th grade Emperor Realm martial skill from the Hidden Sword Nation, he was still confident. With his current cultivation, he would definitely be able to help Lion Master Bao and the others a lot. After that, both men flew into the sky and chased after Lion Master Bao, Dark Frost, and Yi Lungyan. Ling Xiao's worry wasn't without reason. Right now, those 3 men had indeed encountered some trouble. Very far away from them was a strange place filled with caves and mansions. A large number of warriors had gathered here. They had formed a circle, and all of them had nervous and excited expressions in their eyes. It was as if they had found some kind of treasure, but were worried that they wouldn't be able to get it. In the center of the circle, there were many corpses piled up. The corpses were piled up into a high platform. These corpses weren't left behind from the past, and they weren't killed by traps. They were all killed in the same way. Almost everyone's dantian was pierced with a long bone spike, and their throats were cut open by sharp weapons. 2 girls stood on top of the mountain of corpses. One of them looked to be about 12 years old, and her delicate face was filled with cold killing intent. Her clothes were stained with blood. And his face was a little pale. He wasn't injured. It looked like he had been fighting for too long and had used up too much energy. The other one was about 18 years old. She was wearing a tight black battle robe that wrapped around her exquisite figure. Blood kept dripping from the daggers in his hands. Her situation was much better than the little girl's. It seemed that she had not been involved in the battle for long. He was full of energy and stamina. The little girl was none other than Dark Frost. As for the young woman, she was Yi Lungyan. Being surrounded by so many people, they couldn't escape easily, but they weren't willing to give up either. Since someone wanted them dead, they would kill to their heart's content. As for why they were surrounded, of course, there was a reason. There were many caves here, but most of them had been looted by people who had been here before. When Dark Frost arrived, she used her outstanding soul power to find a cave within a cave. After entering, she found a strange soul orb. This soul orb was born from heaven and earth. It had no grade, but in Dark Frost's hands, it was more powerful than a rare quality Heavenly King artifact. The soul orb was called the Ghost Realm Soul Orb. It could absorb the soul power of the dead to increase one's strength and attack. To Ming Shuang, it was simply something that was tailor-made for her. Other than the Ghost Realm Soul Orb, there were many treasures, martial skills, secret techniques, and so on. So she contacted Lion Master Bao and Yi Lungyan to come over. Lion Master Bao obtained a rare quality Heavenly King artifact saber and a suit of armor that was very suitable for him. It was also a rare quality Heavenly King artifact. Yi Lungyan also obtained a few treasures, and they were all of good quality. Dark Frost put the remaining treasures into her storage ring, preparing to give them to Ling Xiao and Yang Mo. Of course, treasures were just worldly possessions. No matter how strong they couldn't follow their owners forever. What was even more amazing was that all 3 of them had found inheritances that were suitable for them in this cave. After cultivating for a while, Dark Frost was the first one to break through. Her cultivation had reached the peak 6th divine core realm, and she had also mastered 2 more powerful secret techniques. However, right at this moment, someone noticed the existence of this cave. Therefore, some warriors started swarming in, trying to disturb their cultivation and steal their treasures. Lion Master Bao and Yi Lungyan were still cultivating. Therefore, Dark Frost blocked the entrance by herself and fought for more than 10 minutes, killing dozens of enemies. Right at this moment, Yi Lungyan had broken through as well. After absorbing the energy from the inheritance, her cultivation had reached the peak 6th divine core realm, and she had also obtained the inheritance of a 6th rank Emperor realm martial skill. Lion Master Bao was the only one left, and he was still cultivating. Yi Lungyan came out to help, and the 2 fought for another half an hour. More and more enemies came to surround them. The number of dead bodies on the ground was increasing as well. Therefore, the current situation had come to an end. If both of them still had the same cultivation as before, they would have been dead by now. Luckily, not only had their cultivation improved tremendously, they had also learned new secret techniques and martial skills. Furthermore, they had obtained powerful magical treasures. You 2 beauties, stop struggling. Leave behind all your treasures, and I'll spare your lives. If you don't, not only will you die, you'll also be tortured mercilessly. Look carefully, there are a lot of men here. I'm sure you don't need us to remind you how men will react when they see beauties. A cold and mocking voice sounded out from the crowd. It was a threatening voice. That's right. Don't be fooled by the fact that you're killing each other. Those who died are all trash. Besides, we have a lot of people here. With just the 2 of you, you won't be able to kill all of them. In the end, you'll still be the unlucky ones. Therefore, for the sake of everyone, I advise you to surrender obediently. Someone else said. Dark Frost's expression was still as cold as ever. Big Sister Lungyan, I don't want to surrender, what about you? She looked at Yi Lungyan and said. Of course I won't surrender as well. How can we hand over the things we worked so hard to get to them? Besides, our friend is still inside, we can't let these people disturb his cultivation. Yi Lungyen gritted her teeth and said. Although both of them were women, they were not inferior to men. For their friend, they could do things that were worthy of respect. Well said, big sister Lungyen. Big brother Ling Xiao didn't misjudge you. Dark Frost smiled and swallowed a soul-stabilizing pill. Her originally pale face quickly recovered. Although Ling Xiao wasn't here, he could still help them. Those medicinal pills were the best helpers. Chapter 3941. Come, if you want to take away our things, then be prepared to die. We have decided to fight to the end. The last 8 words were said by the two at the same time, their voices resounding through the mountain of corpses. Humph, everyone heard it. These 2 women are completely reckless, there's no point in talking nonsense with them. It's better to continue attacking. Someone said loudly. Yes, these 2 killed so many of our people, and now they have become the target of public criticism of the Western Kingdom. If they don't die, it's hard to make the people angry. These people originally thought that the 2 women were easy to deal with. However, a lot of people had died. Feeling displeased, they naturally had to be overbearing. Of course, more importantly, they took a fancy to the treasures on Dark Frost and Yi Lungyen's bodies. But although they shouted very fiercely, in fact, there were only a few who really dared to make a move. Before, they attacked like a swarm of bees, but dozens of people died. Now they are a little scared. The reason why they are still unwilling to leave is that they have seen the power of the Ghost Realm Soul Pearl in Dark Frost's hands and the blood cloak on Yi Lungyen's body. Each and every one of them is envious. How can they choose to leave so easily? Kill but don't dare to kill, leave but don't want to leave, you are really a group of good-for-nothings. Dark Frost ridiculed, but she is still quite satisfied with the current situation. The other side did not dare to continue to attack like a swarm of bees, which for the 2 of them, reduces the pressure a lot. As long as they rely on the pills given by Ling Xiao, it is not a problem to hold on. After a long stalemate, someone finally can't bear it anymore. If you don't dare to go, we will. The treasures are there. They can't keep wasting time here, right? One of them with a long sword has already pounced on Yi Lungyen. Compared to the Ghost Realm Soul Pearl, he obviously likes Yi Lungyen's blood cloak more. Because he is an assassin. An assassin who is good at movement. The effect of the blood cloak, for an assassin, is simply a divine weapon. No one makes a move, no one makes a move. But once someone makes a move, there will be a lot of people rushing to imitate. After all, there are only so many treasures, if they are snatched away, it will be troublesome. Terrifying killing intent once again shrouds Dark Frost and Yi Lungyen. The 2 of them back to back, their eyes firm and unwavering. No matter how many enemies there are, they must guard the cave entrance. Kill. Yi Lungyen saw the man with the sword pouncing towards her. There were several other experts following behind him. With a cold shout, he made the first move. The bloody clothes on his body suddenly released a bloody net. This blood web was like a spider web, but it was much larger and was completely woven with blood. This place had long been piled up into a mountain of corpses. Naturally, there was no shortage of fresh blood. Although the people who were heading towards her had already sensed the danger, they still couldn't avoid it in time. He was stopped by the huge blood net and stuck to it. He felt the chi and blood in his body churning, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Die. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Lungyen turned into a blur and stabbed the dagger in her hand into a person's throat. Then, he disappeared and reappeared. It was like a cold killer harvesting the lives of his enemies. In the blink of an eye, the 7 people who attacked him were all killed by her. They didn't even have the chance to fight back. The effect of the blood robe was really too strong. As for the blood web, it was only one of the effects. This was why so many people wanted to get their hands on the blood robe. At the same time, Dark Frost's battle began. The Ghost Realm Soul Pearl revolved around her body. It released a terrifying soul aura. The people who were attacking Dark Frost all held their heads and screamed in pain. Ghost Realm Light. Then, Dark Frost's mind moved, and several black blurs shot out from the Ghost Realm Soul Pearl. They directly pierced through the dantian of those people. Only a few corpses were left. Their faces were still full of fear. Dark Frost and Yi Lungyen looked at the crowd arrogantly. If you don't have the ability, don't make a move. Otherwise, you will regret it when the place is dyed with blood. So what if they were besieged? So what if it was dangerous? They were unyielding and did not fear death. No matter how many people came, they would kill them all. I think we should forget about it. Let's go. Finally, someone in the crowd chose to leave. This secret realm was so big, there must be other treasures. There was no need to fight to the death here. Anyway, there were so many people here. Even if they really killed Dark Frost and Yi Lungyen, would the treasures really fall into their hands? I'm leaving too. In an instant, hundreds of people chose to leave. But the majority of them still stayed. The temptation of these two treasures was just too great. Not only could the red cloak allow a warrior to conceal himself, it could also absorb blood to strengthen his attack, unleash a blood web, and increase his defense. Not to mention, it was a rare Heavenly King weapon. It would be a shame if they couldn't get it. As for the Ghost Realm Soul Pearl, although it seemed like it would have a better effect in the hands of a soul warrior. But, if an ordinary person had it, it could still be used as a handy treasure. The soul pressure it unleashed was just too frightening. Even a 6th level Divine Core warrior would feel a splitting headache from the pressure. Besides, these two women didn't only have these two treasures, they also had many other treasures with them. Although they weren't as good as these two treasures, their effects were still pretty good. Even if it was dangerous, greed and desire could still make people forget about the danger. Everyone became crazy. I think there are still some good things in the cave behind these two women. Their cultivation wasn't so strong before this, but after entering the cave, they became so frightening. I think there are some treasures that are even more exciting than these treasures. Perhaps because the crowd's morale was low, someone started to fan the flames. That's right, there must be a reason why these two women are blocking the entrance. Why don't we work together and kill them, then we can fight for the treasures with our own abilities. Although they were attacking just now, they were all thinking about different things, and none of them attacked with all their strength. They all wanted to save their strength to fight for the treasures, and that was why so many of them were killed. One had to know that these people were not weak. But now, they realized these two women weren't as simple as they looked. It wasn't worth it for them to fight and die. So, they might as well kill these two women first. There were still around 200 men left. If all of them worked together to fight Dark Frost and Yi Lungyen, they would be a formidable force. We can't let them come to an agreement, we have to disrupt their rhythm. Yi Lungyen looked at Dark Frost and said, "That's right, looks like we have to take the initiative. Luckily, there are so many corpses here, it's enough for me. Sister Lungyen, fly up first." After saying that, Dark Frost flew up into the sky. After that, she controlled the Ghost Realm Soul Pearl. A black mist covered the dozens of corpses on the ground. Servants of the soul, awaken from the abyss of evil. Fight for me, live for me. Dark Frost finished chanting the incantation. The dozens of corpses stood up one after another. Their bodies were emitting black mist. Their eyes were dull, and their movements were stiff. However, their speed wasn't slow. Under Dark Frost's control, they leapt into the crowd. Chapter 3942. Ghost Realm Apostles, Kill. The corpses that Dark Frost resurrected were one of the secret methods she got from the cave. Ghost Realm Apostles, a high-level 6th level Emperor-level secret method. Although the resurrected apostles couldn't use the martial skills they had when they were alive, their physical strength was the same as before. Moreover, they became immortal monsters. Unless their corpses were completely smashed, they could still move even if they were dismembered. At the same time, Yi Lungyen also rushed into the crowd with the blood cloak. Wherever the blood cloak went, screams were heard. There were many injured people, and one of them was beheaded by Yi Lungyen directly. Yi Lungyen didn't talk much. She looked like an obedient girl, but she didn't hesitate to kill people. A warrior was pressed to the ground by a Ghost Realm Apostle. He was bitten beyond recognition in an instant. After a while, he got up from the dead and joined the ranks of the Ghost Realm Apostles. This was the most terrifying thing about this move. Every time the enemy died, Dark Frost would have one more helper. Quick! Kill them quickly, or we'll all die today, people exclaimed. They released powerful attacks one after another, attacking Yi Lungyan and Dark Frost. They knew that they didn't have many choices at the moment. They could choose to run away. Or they had to fight with all their strength. Otherwise, they would be killed one by Dark Frost and Yi Lungyan. Yi Lungyan was wearing the blood cloak, like a ghost. Not only was her defense strong, but she was also very fast. The blood cloak released streaks of bloodlight that could attack the enemy directly. The enemy couldn't even touch her, let alone kill her. As for Dark Frost, she was protected by several Ghost Realm apostles. She wouldn't be in any danger for a while. However, they were alone after all. At the same time, more people came from the surroundings. Although many people ran away, but more and more people came. At first, these people were watching and didn't attack. But when they saw Yi Lungyan's blood cloak and Dark Frost's Ghost Realm Soul Pearl, greed appeared in their eyes. They also joined the attack. Suddenly, a black figure appeared behind Dark Frost. A Ghost Realm apostle was torn apart on the spot. Then, the huge claw reached for Dark Frost's head. Bone Cage. Dark Frost hastily used White Bone Cage to block the attack. With the help of the Demon Ghost Soul Pearl, the White Bone Cage, which was originally a 5th-level Emperor-grade secret technique, could now erupt with the power of a 6th-level Emperor-grade secret technique. He forcefully blocked that warrior's attack. Eye of Fear. Ming Shuang's eyes suddenly glowed with a crimson light. When that martial artist saw this pair of eyes, he immediately fell into a state of panic. For a moment, he actually forgot to escape. He was pierced by the bone spikes of the White Bone Cage and bitten to death by the remaining Ghost Domain apostles. A moment later, black smoke rose from his body, and he turned into a Devil's Apostle. This girl's Ghost's Domain Soul Pearl is too scary. Although the besieging warriors all knew how terrifying the Ghost Realm's Soul Pearl was, it was precisely because of this terror that made them even more greedy. If he could get his hands on such a good item, even if he couldn't unleash the girl's power, he would still be able to use it. He would definitely be able to achieve other effects. If he really couldn't, he could exchange it with a soul warrior for something good that he could use. Kill. Several more figures pounced on Dark Frost. All kinds of weapons bombarded the White Bone Cage. Crack, crack. The White Bone Cage shattered bit by bit, and it was about to be destroyed. Suddenly, the Ghost Realm's Soul Pearl released a terrifying soul power. The color of the White Bone Cage turned black, and the broken parts were reconnected. Not only that, huge black monsters appeared in the 4 directions of the White Bone Cage. They each held a weapon in their hands, and they fiercely slashed at those warriors who pounced on them. Oh no! Oh no! Run! Those warriors sensed that something was wrong and wanted to dodge, but the Ghost Domain apostles grabbed their legs and feet. It was only a moment of delay, and they were killed by the black bone monsters. Continue, don't be afraid. The stronger the power of the Ghost Realm's Soul Pearl, the crazier these people became. Killing those people didn't make them feel afraid. Instead, it attracted more attacks. Dark Frost's face turned pale. She felt a splitting headache. It consumed a lot of soul power to maintain this kind of secret method. Every time the enemy attacked, she was in great pain. Boom, boom, clang, crack. All kinds of weapons, fists, and feet smashed on the White Bone Cage like raindrops. Although the Ghost Domain apostles kept coming forward to stop them, they could only hold on for a moment. After all, the Ghost Domain apostles couldn't use martial arts or secret methods, and could only fight with their bodies. Their combat power was relatively weak. Ming Shuang was about to be in trouble. A streak of bloodlight flew over. Dark Frost knew that Yi Lungyan had arrived. So she activated her soul power and released the White Bone Cage. Countless white bones were released, trapping all the warriors who were attacking her. After Yi Lungyan arrived, she only needed to kill them. She killed all the warriors who besieged Dark Frost one by one. Usually, it would take hundreds of moves to finish them off in a one-on-one fight. But now, she only needed one move to finish them off. This was cooperation in battle. The two girls became more and more skilled in the battle, which was the key to them being able to hold on until now. The crowd retreated once again. After a wave of fierce attacks, there were more than a dozen corpses left, and those corpses turned into ghost domain apostles again, standing around Darkfrost and Yi Lungyan. Excluding those who were destroyed, there were more than 30 left. Damn it, these two women are too scary when they work together. Coupled with the magic treasures in their hands and their respective martial arts and secret techniques, it's simply watertight. People gnashed their teeth hatefully. The more they looked, the more jealous they became. Not only their treasures, but also their martial arts. It was as if they were born to cooperate with their treasures. At that moment, another group of people rushed over. It's those two women. Ling Xiao is nowhere to be seen. It seems that they separated. Among the group of people, there were cultivators from Xueyu. Prince Xuanji, do you want to attack? These two women seem to be very lucky to have obtained something good. Instead of benefiting others, why don't we take it for ourselves? Xiahou Mu asked. Xiahou Mu had tried to sneak attack Ling Xiao before, but in the end, he had fled in fear, leaving his companions to die. This meant that two people from the Ice Imperial Palace had died at Ling Xiao's hands. His hatred for Ling Xiao was not just any ordinary hatred. The battle stopped temporarily, so they weren't in a hurry. Get out of the way. Bing Xuanji didn't reply to Xiahou Mu. He just humphed coldly, and his qi filled the air. In an instant, the cultivators surrounding Darkfrost and Yi Lungyan were frightened, and they all retreated. The cultivators of Xueyu had lost the Moon Demon Palace and the Snow Sun Palace, but they still had a lot of people. There were nearly 100 people, and they were all in the same group. Although there were nearly 300 people here, they all belonged to different groups. They didn't dare provoke them. Chapter 39:43. Seeing the crowd move aside, Bing Xuanji smiled and walked toward Ming Shuang and Yi Lungyan. You two did well. Now, give me the treasures. We're all united. I don't think these people will dare attack you again. Yi Lungyan and Darkfrost glanced at each other and saw the disdain in each other's eyes. What a joke. They already knew what kind of person Bing Xianji was. If they gave the treasures to Bing Xianji, they would die quickly. The reason why he hadn't died yet was because of the effects of these two treasures. Handing them over would be courting death. Bing Xianji, you're shameless. Didn't you say we were traitors of Xueyu? Now you want us to give you the treasures we worked so hard to get. You're really shameless. Darkfrost smiled coldly. How insolent. Prince Xianji is magnanimous. You've done so much for Xueyu. You've done great deeds for Xueyu, so he'll be lenient with you. If you hand over the treasures, they don't belong to us, they belong to the entire Xueyu. Don't slander me, how magnanimous of a vile person. Xiahou Mu shouted furiously. I'm just a little girl. So what if I'm magnanimous? It's better than giving away the treasures and getting killed. If you want the treasures, take them with your own strength. Don't play such ridiculous tricks. Do you think we're all idiots? Darkfrost mocked him. Miss, you're wrong. How about this? You should have a lot of treasures. I don't want the ghost pearl. You just need to hand over the Xueyu. We'll use it. That way, we'll be united and we won't be afraid of others. That's fine, right? Anyway, after leaving the mysterious world, what's yours will still be yours. Why be so stubborn? Bing Xianji said with a smile. Hehe, what a dignified reason. Since you said so, it's simple. We're both from Xueyu. The treasures can be used by you or by us. It's the same. Moreover, the two of us have mastered the ability to use these two magic treasures. It would be more convenient to use, so there was no need to lend it to others. If you want to show your sincerity, then defeat these people who are besieging us. Darkfrost said indifferently. This little girl had been by Ling Xiao's side for a long time, so she had also learned how to speak eloquently. There was no way Bing Xuanji could fool her. You're wrong. Xiahou Mu shook his head and said, You are too weak. You will only waste the power of the artifact. It was better to give the blood-stained robe to Prince Xuanji, who would be able to unleash its full potential. Moreover, if we want to help, it can't be that we don't get any benefits, right? Do you really want to die here as traitors? There was a strong threat in Xiahou Mu's words. Although Bing Xuanji didn't respond to Xiahou Mu's question, it was obvious that he didn't oppose Xiahou Mu's words. That was his intention as well. If Dark Frost and Yi Lungyan were not willing to hand over their magical treasures, then, in that case, they had no choice but to act. At the end of the day, you just want the magical treasures, so why are you still talking so much nonsense? Who are the traitors of Xueyu? Naturally, the higher-ups of Xueyu will have the final say. Not you people with ulterior motives, Dark Frost said disdainfully. Good, you finally spoke your mind. It seems that Starry Night and the others were right. You people want to betray Xueyu. You don't care about the interests of Xueyu at all. Xiahou Mu sneered. What a joke. Who do you think you are? You think you can represent Xueyu? Dark Frost said disdainfully. If he can't, then what about us? Yes, that's what we all mean. You followed that traitor Ling Xiao and killed your fellow disciples. Today, I gave you 2 opportunities and you didn't know how to cherish them. Since that's the case, it's better to clean up the sect today and kill all of you traitors. Otherwise, there will be trouble in the future. Bing Xuanji said coldly. Obviously, he couldn't hold back his temper anymore. Whether it was the blood cloak or the ghost domain soul pearl, he was very envious. Finally, you're showing your foxtail? If you want the treasure, just say it. Why do you have to make yourself so uncomfortable? You're obviously a black-hearted person, but you want to tell others that you're a white lotus. Dark Frost sneered and said, anyway, we already have enough enemies. If you want to steal it, then do it. At worst, we'll have to kill a few more people. That's right, Yi Lungyan finally said. She didn't say much, but her attitude was very clear. H, you 2 traitors, you really know how to find excuses. I, Bing Xuanji, am the chief disciple of the Ice Imperial Palace. I'm also the next king of Xueyu. If I ask you to hand over the treasure, you must hand over the treasure. If you don't hand it over, you're a traitor. Since you're a traitor, you can be killed. Bing Xuanji snorted coldly. He didn't even bother to hide his greed anymore, completely exposing his greedy side. He was very aggressive. Actually, he was just a disciple of the Ice Imperial Palace. He was just a little stronger. In reality, he didn't have any power. He claimed that he was the future king of Xueyu and that if they didn't obey him, they would betray Xueyu. That was a bit too arrogant. When the surrounding people heard Bing Xuanji, they also felt that he was shameless and funny. But they didn't dare say anything. Bing Xuanji was extremely strong and he was also a disciple of Xueyu. They couldn't afford to offend him. My teacher once said that there are shameless people in the secular world. They always claim that they are the messengers of justice. In reality, they're all thieves and prostitutes. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. A voice came from the cave. Xiaobao came out of the cave and looked at Bing Xuanji coldly. You're the most shameless person I've ever seen since I stepped into the secular world. You keep saying that you're doing this for the benefit of Xueyu. If you're really that great, then what you should do now is to help us out. You shouldn't be eyeing these treasures. Xiaobao's armor was dazzling. It was as if a lion was draped over his body. He changed his weapon again. It was a saber with a lion pattern on the hilt. It was a heavy and gigantic saber. It weighed at least 5,000 jin. When he swung it, it looked like a tiger. Of course, the most important thing was that it was also a precious heavenly emperor weapon. It was definitely as powerful as Xueyi. The day I joined the Eternal Night Palace, the day I became a disciple of the Eternal Night Palace, I will never betray Xueyu. But people like you who only think about themselves don't deserve to be disciples of Xueyu. Even if I kill you, I'm sure that General Lang will forgive me. Xiaobao continued. Then, he looked at Xue Wushuang and said, Xue Wushuang, you're the representative of the Eternal Night Palace. You're also the daughter of the king of Xueman Tian. Today, you should say something fair, right? Our Eternal Night Palace is being bullied, you can't be indifferent, right? That was the last chance Xiaobao gave Xue Wushuang. Chapter 3944. Nonsense. Bing Xianji's words are my father's words. Of course I listened to him. You people have already been expelled from the Eternal Night Palace. You don't deserve to be disciples of the Eternal Night Palace," said Shui Wushuang without hesitation. "We don't deserve to be disciples of the Eternal Night Palace." Lion Xiaobao smiled and said, "What a stupid and conceited woman. Who do you think you are? The leader of the Eternal Night Palace? Unfortunately, you don't deserve to be disciples of the Eternal Night Palace. I said you were the representative of the Eternal Night Palace because I wanted to give you face. First of all, you're not strong enough, and second of all, you look down on the Eternal Night Palace. The real representative of the Eternal Night Palace is Ling Xiao. As the disciple of the Eternal Night Palace, he is the most qualified person to be the leader of the Eternal Night Palace and even the king of Shui Yu. You and Bing Xianji are just foils to him. Kill them." Bing Xianji didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. He was completely infuriated by Lion Xiaobao and the others. He waved his hand and all the cultivators of Shui Yu threw themselves at Lion Xiaobao, Dark Frost, and Yi Lungyan. "You two hurry up and recover. I will block them for a while," whispered Lion Xiaobao. Then, he took a step forward. He slashed with his sword. At that moment, it seemed like the space was about to be torn apart. A terrifying and gigantic sword chi appeared in the air. Dodge. They realized how terrifying that sword chi was. The cultivators of Shui Yu who were rushing towards Lion Xiaobao and the others all tried to dodge. However, there were still many people who couldn't dodge. That sword chi had killed 10 people. The saber chi left a terrifying gully on the ground, causing people to tremble. How terrifying. The people who were rushing towards the three of them all stopped. Even the people who had surrounded Ming Shuang and Yi Lungyan earlier were afraid that they wouldn't be able to escape in time. Lion Xiaobao's attack was too terrifying. "Ice Goddess, punish these ignorant mortals." At that moment, Bing Xianji attacked. Behind him, a beautiful face appeared. It was his spirit, the Ice Goddess. A violent cold wind blew in an instant. The entire space became bone-chillingly cold. A thick ice wall separated them from the outside world. The people who had surrounded Ming Shuang and Yi Lungyan had actually been separated from each other. They tried to attack the ice wall, but to no avail. The ice wall did not budge. Furthermore, every time he attacked, it would cause his power to freeze. That feeling was extremely uncomfortable. "Attack. The goddess of ice will grant you power." Bing Xuanji gently waved his hand. He ordered all the cultivators of Shui Yu. On the bodies of those martial artists, they were all wearing crystal-like armor that became incomparably hard. On the other hand, Dark Frost, Yi Lungyan, and Liu Xiaobao didn't look too happy. In this cold environment, they were unable to display their true strength. "You have no idea how terrifying I am." Bing Xuanji's voice was cold and murderous. He had single-handedly boosted their morale. The cultivators of Shui Yu suddenly looked ferocious. They began to surround Liu Master, Dark Frost, and Yi Lungyan. Even though all three of them had their own treasures. Even though all three of them had broken through to the perfect 6th Divine Core Realm, they were still able to break through to the perfect 6th Divine Core Realm. However, none of them were as strong as Bing Xuanji. Even if they joined hands, they still couldn't compete with Bing Xuanji. Bing Xuanji was too terrifying. No wonder he was the #1 genius of Shui Yu and the chief disciple of the Ice Imperial Palace. In a flash, all the apostles of the demon region were frozen. The cultivators of Shui Yu tore them apart. Bing Xuanji smiled coldly. He waved his hand and opened a door in the ice wall. "Those people outside, do you want to steal their treasures? I will give you a chance, let's see if you dare take it or not." He was really evil. He wanted Liu Master, Dark Frost, and Yi Lungyan to be besieged and killed. He didn't even need to stain his hands with blood. That way, even if the strong cultivators of the Eternal Night Palace blamed him, it wouldn't have anything to do with him. They wouldn't be able to punish him. In the end, over 100 people came through the door. Even though there were still 200 people who chose to watch. Inside the ice wall, 200 people were besieging the three of them, especially Bing Xuanji. Dark Frost and the other two were in a difficult situation. Liu Master's blade chi was terrifying. But Bing Xuanji's ice qi was even more terrifying. Every time he wanted to kill a cultivator of Shui Yu, Bing Xuanji would deliberately stop him. But the slaughter didn't stop. Bing Xuanji was terrifying. But Dark Frost, Yi Lungyan, and Leo Master weren't weak either. Leo Master looked like a golden god of war. He was holding his Janmadao and slaughtering his enemies as if they were vegetables. Dark Frost's bone cage kept emerging from the ground. She killed one enemy after another. Yi Lungyan's clothes were covered in blood. Horrible shrieks rose and fell one after another. But the three of them were killing the greedy cultivators of Shui Yu. As for the cultivators of Shui Yu who were wearing ice armor, apart from the 10 people Leo Master had just killed, there were only a few left. So far, he had only killed 2 of them. It was too difficult. Bing Xuanji's spirit was too terrifying. The battle didn't stop. Leo Master, Dark Frost, and Yi Lungyan were all injured. There were many scars on each of their bodies. After all, they were all alone. Even though they had already killed more than 50 people. Blood was splashing everywhere inside the ice walls. But there was a limit to human strength. They still couldn't reach Ling Xiao's level. Let's see how long you can last. Bing Xuanji was floating in the air and looking down at the 3 people coldly. He was smiling coldly. If he wanted a treasure, he had to get it. If they didn't give it to him, they would die. Suddenly, Ming Xuang froze for a moment before a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. He's here. He. Bing Xuanji was surprised and then said disdainfully, "You're talking about Ling Xiao, right? Unfortunately, even if Ling Xiao comes today, he won't be able to save you. If I want you to die, you'll all die. Including Ling Xiao. Do you think you're the only ones who have obtained treasures? Of course I have them too." Before, Bing Xuanji hadn't attacked Ling Xiao because he didn't have absolute confidence. But it was different now. He was happy that Ling Xiao was here. What you said only shows your ignorance. You don't know how terrifying brother Ling Xiao is. Dark Frost looked at Bing Xuanji mockingly. She had seen people who were as proud as Bing Xuanji. They thought they were the masters of fate. They thought they could easily defeat Ling Xiao. But in reality, none of those prideful people could escape Ling Xiao's wrath. Swoosh! In the distance, a blood-red lightning bolt was flying toward them. Not only was the lightning fast, but it was also terrifying. Wherever it passed, nothing was left. The ground was scorched black. Boom! A terrifying lightning bolt fell from the sky. Blood-red thunder god. Ling Xiao didn't show any mercy. The terrifying blood-red thunder god blasted into the crowd. Chapter 39:45. The Crimson Thunder God landed in the crowd. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 people had been turned into charcoal. The most terrifying thing was that the ice wall had also been destroyed. Ling Xiao was floating in the air, looking at Bing Xuanji coldly. At that moment, a beam of sword light flew over and pierced through the crowd. Several more people were killed by the sword light. Yang Mo appeared next to Ling Xiao. Originally, the 2 of them had come together, but Ling Xiao was too fast, so Yang Mo was left behind. Bing Xuanji and the others were staring at Ling Xiao and Yang Mo. The arrival of these 2 people had killed more than 10 people of Shui Yu. Although the other cultivators had died even more. But Bing Xuanji didn't care about that. Ling Xiao, Dragon Sword Mountain was right to kill you. You have wild ambitions, so you should be killed, Bing Xuanji finally said. His cold voice seemed like it could freeze Ling Xiao. Boom! A terrifying fire burned on Ling Xiao's body. The ice around him melted in an instant and even evaporated. Shut up. What right do you have to lecture me? Convict me? Ling Xiao looked at Bing Xuanji and shouted, "The king told us not to kill each other. But what about you? You shameless bastards, you actually colluded with outsiders to attack your own people for 2 treasures. You are the real traitors of Shui Yu. Shameful. You ask me what right do I have to convict you? Because I am Bing Xuanji. I am the young leader of Shui Yu. You don't agree?" Bing Xuanji said coldly. "Young leader? Hehe, do you have the guts to fight me?" Ling Xiao looked at Bing Xuanji proudly and released a terrifying qi, which made the surrounding cultivators tremble with fear. Although he didn't have any treasures, he was strong enough. Challenging Bing Xianji? The cultivators of Shueyu were stunned. The reason why they listened to Bing Xianji was because Bing Xianji was strong enough. He represented the strongest young cultivator of Shueyu. Nobody dared to disobey him. But now, Ling Xiao actually wanted to challenge Bing Xuanji. This really made their minds a little confused. Bing Xuanji was also stunned for a moment, but soon, a sinister sneer appeared on his face. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Fight with you? Why wouldn't he dare? Who do you think you are? I am the leader of Shueyu." He was also the highest-ranked first seat for this trip to the secret realm. "You must obey my orders. Whatever I say is what it is. Whoever I want to convict, I can convict." When he said that, the other cultivators of Shueyu didn't object. There were even people who shouted their support. This was Bing Xuanji's power. The Ice Imperial Palace was the strongest palace in Shueyu. The leader of the Ice Imperial Palace was the king of Shueyu. He, Bing Xuanji, was like a crown prince. Even though in Shueyu, there was no rule stating that the other palaces had to listen to Bing Xianji. However, there was an unwritten rule that Bing Xuanji would be the future palace lord of the Ice Palace. He would be second only to one person and above everyone else. Even the generals and nobles had to listen to his orders. Maybe because of this, Bing Xuanji had become extremely arrogant. "Ling Xiao, even though you passed the exam of the Eternal Night Palace and became disciples of the Eternal Night Palace. But if you don't obey my orders, you won't be a disciple of Shueyu. I have the absolute authority to expel you from Shueyu at any time. Even the high-ranking officials of the Eternal Night Palace don't dare violate my orders. Today, I can let bygones be bygones for what happened between the Moon Palace and the Sun Palace. But if you want to live, you have to hand over the treasures and skills you obtained. Otherwise, only death awaits." After seeing Ling Xiao's temper, Bing Xuanji had become a lot more straightforward. "If you don't hand over the treasures, you will be killed." "What a joke. Do we need your approval? Even the king of Shueyu, Shui Mantian, acknowledges our existence. Who do you think you are? If you don't hand over the treasures, you will kill us. Let's see how you will kill us today." Ling Xiao looked at Bing Xuanji mockingly. Did Bing Xuanji think that everyone was afraid of him? Arrogant bastard. Cursed Xia Humu. How dare you disrespect Prince Xuanji? You are courting death. As soon as he said that, Ling Xiao's glare silenced him. You are Xia Humu, right? You escaped death by a fluke, so you better shut your mouth. Otherwise, no matter what happens today, the first person I will kill will be you. Xia Humu trembled from head to toe. He opened his mouth but didn't dare to speak. He had seen Ling Xiao's strength and didn't want to lose his life here. Trash. Bing Xuanji scolded Xia Humu and then said, Ling Xiao, you are indeed very strong. Even Xia Humu was suppressed by you. You are not simple. But you shouldn't have made me your enemy. If you had supported me, the Eternal Night Palace would have risen in the future. You would have become my right-hand man. But you insisted on making me your enemy. If I don't kill you, how can I face the king's trust in me? I am a person who cherishes talent. I will ask you one last time, will you hand over the treasures? Even if you ask 10 more times, the answer is still no. Ling Xiao said coldly, if you want to fight, then fight. What's the point of wasting words? If you win, I will give you the 2 treasures. The treasures are theirs. Do you have the right to decide? Said Bing Xuanji with a frown. Ling Xiao smiled and looked at Darkfrost, Yi Lungyan and Xiaobao. Are you willing to give me the treasures? Not lend them to me, but give them to me. Yes. The 3 of them didn't hesitate and handed the treasures to Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao didn't take them. His fleshly body was his most powerful treasure. His firestorm wheels were as powerful as those treasures. He just wanted to show Bing Xuanji what it meant to win people over with virtue. Bing Xuanji's face was a bit ugly. He was the leader of the young generation in Shueyu country. He couldn't make the 3 of them obey him, but Ling Xiao easily made them obey him. Wasn't that a slap to his face? Alright, since it's that way, let's fight. Bing Xuanji was determined to use his own strength to obtain the treasures. Wait, if I lose, those treasures will be yours. But what if you lose? Said Ling Xiao indifferently while looking at Bing Xuanji. He was extremely confident. I will lose. Bing Xuanji suddenly burst into laughter. The Ice Imperial Palace is the strongest palace in Xueyu. And I, Bing Xuanji, am the leader of the Ice Imperial Palace. All the young people have to listen to my orders. Do you think that if I'm not strong enough, they will listen to me? You underestimate the number one genius of Xueyu. Do you know what you're doing? Said Ling Xiao suddenly while laughing. You're a frog at the bottom of a well, ignorant. What? Bing Xuanji frowned. You don't understand. Even if you are the number one genius of Xueyu, so what? It only proves that the young people of Xueyu country are not outstanding enough. It doesn't prove anything. You won't lose. You really think too highly of yourself. Said Ling Xiao disdainfully. Chapter 3946. Ling Xiao looked at Bing Xuanji and said mockingly, I've already killed a lot of people like you. I've killed people who were much stronger than you. Who do you think you are? Bullshit. Xueyu is one of the strongest countries in the Western continent. Said Bing Xuanji coldly. So what? Do you only care about the big countries? Above the big countries, there are 4 strong countries, and above the strong countries, there is the Golden Heaven country. You're such a short-sighted person, you can only see a small part of the world in front of you. How sad. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not, I just want to know what you'll do if you lose. Even though I can't lose, since you've said so, what do you think? If I lose, you'll be the young leader of Xueyu, what do you think? Said Bing Xuanji while smiling coldly. He obviously didn't think that he would lose. He was just mocking Ling Xiao. That doesn't count. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, If I kill you, I'll be the young leader of Xueyu. I don't need you to give it to me. You don't have the right to give it to me. Let's change it. If you lose but don't die, you'll be my slave. You'll do whatever I tell you to do. What do you think? Bing Xuanji pulled a long face. Because Ling Xiao was humiliating him. But after a short time, he suddenly raised his head and said, So what? You can't defeat me anyway. Did everyone hear that? Bing Xuanji agreed to it himself. I didn't force him. Said Ling Xiao while smiling. Do you really think that you can defeat Bing Xuanji? You don't know how terrifying Bing Xuanji is. Said Xuewu Shuang while looking at Ling Xiao, as if she was mocking Ling Xiao for his ignorance. She didn't know that she was the one who was ignorant. Whether I can win or not, it's not something you can say. We'll know after the battle. Said Ling Xiao indifferently. All right, we'll know after the battle. Let's start. Said Bing Xuanji in a clear and resonant voice. People of Xueyu, listen up. After I defeat Ling Xiao and obtain the treasure, I'll kill anyone who dares to make a move. Indeed, he never thought that he would lose. Therefore, he was already thinking about what to do after obtaining the treasure. Yes. Everybody from Xueyu nodded. Nobody dared say anything. Because Bing Xuanji was that powerful. Only those who had lived and cultivated with Bing Xuanji knew how terrifying this person was. Ling Xiao challenging Bing Xuanji was like trying to smash an egg against a rock. He was courting death. However, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with them. Instead, he looked at the people around him and said, Who dares to attack my friends when I'm fighting? Don't blame me for being ruthless. You better remember my words. Otherwise, when you die later, don't say that I didn't warn you. Of course, his words couldn't intimidate those people. Human greed was a bottomless pit. In order to obtain those treasures, they were willing to take risks. However, Ling Xiao did not expect them to listen. What he said was just an excuse to kill. He wouldn't kill innocent people. But, he wouldn't let go of anyone who dared to attack his friends. After saying that, he threw his glance back at Bing Xuanji. His body instantly transformed into the peerless heavenly rat. He dared not be careless when facing Bing Xuanji. Bing Xuanji's cultivation had reached the early 7th divine core realm. Most terrifyingly, He must have obtained some sort of inheritance or treasure. Therefore, he couldn't underestimate his enemy. The consequence of underestimating his enemy was that he would have to pay a heavy price. Not only would he die, his friends would also have to die. Let's begin. A terrifying aura was unleashed from his body. It was as if he was a ferocious beast from the immemorial era. His aura was so powerful that it made everyone feel suffocated. They all felt terrified. This guy is terrifying. His cultivation isn't strong, but his aura is so terrifying. Could he be a legendary beast god? Xiahou Mu was shocked. I think so. Judging from his aura, he is definitely a beast god. Before this, none of the people from Xueyu had seen Ling Xiao's true strength. Because when Ling Xiao was in Xueyu, he had never transformed into the peerless heavenly rat. He had used other beast soul transformations, but none of them had such a powerful aura. The people from Xueyu started to become vigilant. They realized that no matter who was facing Ling Xiao, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. The warriors in the surroundings were even more frightened. Initially, they thought that the battle between Bing Xuanji and Ling Xiao would be a completely unfair battle. No matter what, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to win. But now, that didn't seem to be the case. Ling Xiao's strength had exceeded their expectations. Initially, they were planning to wait until Ling Xiao and Bing Xuanji started their battle, then they would seize the opportunity to fight for the treasure. But now, they had changed their minds. They would wait until the battle was over. When two tigers fought, one of them would be injured. No matter who was stronger between Bing Xuanji and Ling Xiao, they believed that one of them would be defeated. And they would be injured. At that time, it would be their chance. The people of Xueyu were nervous. Too many things were at stake in this battle. If Bing Xuanji won, he would naturally be able to obtain all the treasures and become even stronger. His position as the leader would be unshakable. But if Ling Xiao won, would Bing Xuanji really agree to be Ling Xiao's servant? This result shouldn't be possible. What a joke. You don't really think that Prince Xuanji will lose, do you? I say, it's not like you haven't seen how terrifying Prince Xuanji is. Are you all stupid now? Xiahou Mu sneered. That's right. Prince Xuanji not only controls the ice goddess martial spirit, but also the Xianji martial spirit. Poor Ling Xiao, he doesn't know that he has two martial spirits. Xue Wushuang said indifferently. In the entire Xueyu, the only young warrior who could make her fear and respect him was Bing Xuanji. Her arrogance was nothing in front of Bing Xuanji. Besides, Bing Xuanji had been famous for so many years and had never lost a battle between the young warriors of the 300 countries. His strength was obvious to all. Ling Xiao wanted to defeat him. It was impossible. However, their discussion and judgment couldn't affect the outcome of the battle. Ling Xiao took the initiative to attack. 10 different colored sword qi burst out with sharp lights. They condensed into one attack and blasted towards Bing Xuanji. Before the sword qi reached him, he felt a sharp pain. The cultivators standing near Bing Xuanji were so scared that they hastily dodged. They were afraid that their bodies would be cut into pieces. Insignificant skill. Bing Xuanji only smiled coldly in front of Ling Xiao's 10 sword qi. Then he raised his hand. The bone-chilling cold formed a huge humanoid shadow, blocking in front of the sword qi. He also has peak intent and its ice intent. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. This Bing Xuanji truly lived up to his reputation. It seemed like Bing Xuanji wasn't joking when he said that he was the leader of Xueyu. This person did indeed have a strong side. Chapter 3947. Seeing Bing Xuanji's peak will of ice, Ling Xiao realized that Bing Xuanji was indeed very strong. However, so what if he had the peak will of ice? Ling Xiao did not rely on the power of his martial will. He was a beast god martial artist. Beast god martial artists had always relied on their beast souls. Not to mention that Bing Xuanji's martial will was only on par with his, even if it was stronger than his, so what? Boom. The sharp sword qi bombarded the huge figure of ice and frost. It tore the figure apart. However, the sword qi began to dissipate at the same time. When it was about a meter away from Bing Xuanji, the sword qi had completely disappeared. However, The gigantic ice figure also shattered with a bang. The two of them were actually on par with each other in this exchange. Damn it, these two are too terrifying. When the crowd saw this scene, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. However, it was precisely because of this that they became even more greedy. Whether it was Bing Xuanji or Ling Xiao, they were both too terrifying. If they did not seize the opportunity to snatch the treasure while the two of them were fighting, they would not have any chance at all. People who practiced martial arts were bold and reckless to begin with. Why would they care about Ling Xiao's previous threat? Thinking of this, the nearly 200 people rushed toward Dark Frost, Yi Lungyan, and Liu Xiaobao at the same time. They believed that as long as they could snatch the treasure, it would be a victory. One of them rushed out. Two of them rushed out. 3 of them. 4 of them. In the end, they all rushed out like a swarm of bees. Kill. Their goal was very simple: they would hide after snatching the treasure. Violent killing intent bloomed in the air. A bloody battle had begun once again. Facing these people, Dark Frost, Yi Lungyan, Liu Xiaobao, and Yang Mo were very calm. They knew that these people would not give up easily. However, this was also good. Since the other party did not listen to Ling Xiao's warning, they could go on a killing spree. Without Bing Xuanji, the 4 of them definitely had the upper hand. Dark Frost activated the Ghost's Domain Soul Orb, and the Ghost's Domain Apostle showed its power again. The Eye of Fear could strike fear into the hearts of enemies. The White Bone Cage could attack and defend at the same time. It could be used to protect oneself and kill enemies. Yi Lungyan controlled Bloody Robe to turn into a bloody light and charge into the crowd, beginning a bloody massacre. Liu Xiaobao held the Janma Dao in his hand and wore the Golden Lion armor. He looked like a golden god of war. With one slash, several souls would appear. Yang Mo held a sharp sword in his hand. His figure was like a shuttle, and as the sword flashed, someone was killed. The bloody battle had finally begun. From the moment the two sides started fighting, it became a battle where either one of them would die or the other would live. There wouldn't be any luck. The battle between Ling Xiao and Bing Xuanji had reached its climax. Ling Xiao was the main attacker, while Bing Xuanji was more like a defender. Each of Ling Xiao's attacks seemed to contain a terrifying sword will that could pierce through space. The tyrannical sword light was getting stronger and stronger. Although the range was not large, its destructive power was astonishing. The frost released by Bing Xuanji kept resisting the sword qi, but it was destroyed by the sword qi as well. However, Bing Xuanji didn't show any signs of nervousness. It was as if he wasn't the one who was at a disadvantage, but someone else. You've really surprised me. If that's the case, I'll have to show you my full strength. Xuanji Martial Soul, unleash. His name was Bing Xuanji, and he had 2 martial souls. One was the goddess of ice, and the other was the Xuanji Martial Soul. The Xuanji Martial Soul was a book, but it contained a profound mystery that no one could understand. The moment the Xuanji Martial Soul was unleashed, Ling Xiao could clearly feel the threat. But, so what? If Bing Xuanji wasn't strong enough, this battle would be meaningless. Slaughterhouse of Fiend God Seal. The Seal of Fiend God was a 6th grade Emperor realm martial skill. After Ling Xiao's cultivation had recovered to the 4th grade Divine Core realm, he was able to use it. It was just that its power wasn't at its peak yet. But even so, it wasn't a problem for him to use it against Bing Xuanji. Although the Xuanji Martial Soul was powerful, Ling Xiao's attack wasn't weak either. In an instant, the Seal of Fiend God was unleashed. The entire space was filled with sword energies. The sword energies were as thin as a cow's hair, and they were shooting toward Bing Xuanji like a storm. A few warriors from Shuiyu who were standing close to Bing Xuanji were instantly disintegrated by the sword energies. Even their inner cores were turned into powder. Xuanji Martial Soul, Insight. Bing Xuanji's cold voice sounded out. Suddenly, a strange black hole appeared in the air. He stepped into the black hole. Countless sword energies were shooting toward him, but none of them could hurt him. All of them slid through the black hole and landed on the ground. Xuanji, it was indeed mysterious. But, no matter how mysterious it was, could it be more mysterious than Ling Xiao's Tai Chi Eye? Break Xuanji, kill. The Blood Sovereign's sword in his hand suddenly changed. Suddenly, the sound of space shattering could be heard. Bing Xuanzhi's insight was actually just a small world that he could temporarily hide in. This small world was extremely unstable. As long as one could find out the secret behind it, they could easily resolve it. The thin sword energies were about to hit Bing Xuanzhi. Bing Xuanzhi laughed disdainfully. There wasn't a single trace of fear on his face. Xuanzhi martial soul, reverse future, size manipulation. Suddenly, Bing Xuanzhi disappeared. He disappeared in front of everyone. Even though the sword energies were as thin as a cow's hair, there was still a gap between them. Ling Xiao was surprised to see that Bing Xuanzhi had turned into a small figure through his Tai Chi eye. He was actually able to easily survive the sword chi that was as thin as a cow's hair. And it seemed like he could predict the future. He could easily dodge the sword energies. This Xuanzhi martial soul is really mysterious. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with greed. Even he could be greedy. The Xuanzhi martial soul was so mysterious. If he could get it, he would be able to save his life. It would be a waste for it to fall into Bing Xuanzhi's hands. Divine Demon Seal, Bat Cave. Ling Xiao released another attack. The surrounding space became pitch black. Even cultivators couldn't see anything in such darkness. And there was the terrifying sound wave attack. Bing Xuanzhi could be said to be in great danger at this moment. Xuanzhi martial soul, sun reversal. Bing Xuanzhi snorted. A red sun suddenly appeared in the pitch-black space. The pitch-black space also became brighter. Seeing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be surprised. The Xuanzhi martial spirit was indeed full of surprises. So far, Bing Xuanzhi had already performed 3 miraculous skills: reverse future prediction, size manipulation, and sun reversal. And every one of them was amazing. Xuanzhi martial soul, mountain shaking earth. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking, Bing Xuanzhi attacked again. This was a majestic aura that covered the sky and covered the earth. It was like the earth was falling down and smashing towards Ling Xiao. That terrifying power combined with Bing Xuanzhi's earth core realm cultivation. It was terrifying. Ling Xiao's sword energies were being weakened. Suppress. Finally, they were shattered. The second move of the Divine Demon Seal couldn't stop Bing Xuanzhi's attack. Chapter 3948. The terrifying attack continued to descend. Although it wasn't as fast as before, it still gave people a feeling that there was nowhere to run. No matter where Ling Xiao ran, he couldn't escape. It was as if his feet were stuck in a quagmire and he couldn't pull himself out. Godly Demon Seal, 10,000 beasts unite, destroy. This was a move that Ling Xiao had developed based on his myriad beasts' blood refining formation after his cultivation had regressed. It was similar to the Godly Demon Seal. In fact, it was a move that had changed from a large area attack to a single point. Its power would become even more terrifying, but the area would be greatly reduced. 10,000 beasts unite. A ferocious and bloodthirsty beast came out of the Godly Demon Seal, roaring and rushing towards the heavy mountain in the sky. Catcher. When the bloodthirsty demon beast swung its claws, many of the mountains actually shattered. The heavy feeling also became much lighter. Continue. Ling Xiao's sword was still piercing upwards. The power of the 10,000 beasts of the bloodthirsty forest was gathered and the brutal attack blocked the mountain that was blotting out the sky. Then it was torn apart. The rumbling sounds continued and many people who were fighting couldn't help but stop. However, the battle wouldn't end just because of that. Bing Xuanzhi had 2 martial spirits. While using Xuanzhi martial spirit, his ice goddess martial spirit was also gathering strength. At that moment, a terrifying gigantic shadow appeared behind Bing Xuanzhi. A bone-piercing cold qi instantly enveloped the entire world. Many people were frozen into ice sculptures at that moment. They had no choice but to circulate their pure qi to dissolve it. Even Ling Xiao felt a bone-piercing cold. Goddess of ice, punish this lowly mortal. Bing Xuanzhi was floating in the air, like a god controlling ice and snow. He waved his hand. The gigantic ice goddess stretched out her gigantic hand and slapped down. It was like an iceberg falling from the sky. People looked at Bing Xuanzhi's attack in horror. They were all dumbstruck. Shui Yu was the strongest country among the 300 strong countries of the Western Kingdom. Bing Xianji was the strongest genius of Shui Yu. People only knew that Bing Xianji was strong, but they didn't know how strong he was. They really didn't know. But now, when they saw this scene, they understood. Bing Xianji martial spirit combined with the ice goddess martial spirit, Bing Xianji's strength exceeded many people's imagination. No wonder that arrogant woman like Shui Wushuang didn't even dare to fart in front of Bing Xianji. So submissive. Die. Bing Xuanji's cold voice rang out. The gigantic hand's hand was already above Ling Xiao's head. Was Xianji Shenziziziz's? The ground and the air and Xianji frozen. It was as if Ling Xiao had been immobilized, unable to move. Interesting shui when the enormous dragon body stretched out, it was actually much larger than the goddess of ice. Shent teach shen it slammed into the goddess of ice's gigantic hand. KKKKT. After all, the goddess of ice was formed from cold chi and true essence. After being slapped by the dragon claw, a crack actually appeared. Even so, the gigantic hand that blotted out the sky still slapped towards Ling Xiao, wanting to smash Ling Xiao into meat paste. Not only that, but the goddess of ice's other hand also slammed down. He wanted to completely destroy Ling Xiao and bury Ling Xiao in the cold. Roar. A terrifying dragon roar sounded. The huge dragon tail swung out. It lashed out at the hands of the goddess of ice. In that instant, the iceberg-like hands actually cracked and were destroyed. A huge chunk of ice fell to the ground, causing the ground to rumble. Sigh of the ice goddess. Bing Xuanji snorted coldly. The goddess of ice opened her mouth and let out a breath of cold air. Wherever the cold air passed, everything froze. The terrifying snowstorm brought about an avalanche, wanting to completely bury Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao transformed into a beast soul again. He entered the beast soul transformation mode of the Hell Phoenix. Blazing flames suddenly erupted. That cold aura melted and evaporated in an instant. Finally, both of them stopped their attacks. They returned to their original forms. They stood in the east and west in the sky. They were about 200 meters apart. Even though they had been fighting for a long time and had fought many times, neither of them seemed to have had enough fun. The violent battle intent was still roaring. The terrifying murderous intent was still spreading. Bing Xuanji, is that all you've got? You have quite a lot of tricks up your sleeves, but they're all just for show. What a joke. Ling Xiao looked at Bing Xuanji with disdain. Of course, he admitted that his opponent was powerful. But he wouldn't say it out loud. When facing an enemy, he had to give them a good beating. I have to say, you're the most difficult enemy I've ever met. But unfortunately, you're more unlucky. I've said it before, you're not the only ones who have received inheritances and treasures. I, Bing Xuanji, am someone who is blessed by fate. I have the same thing. Bing Xuanji originally didn't want to show off his treasures. But now, there was nothing he could do. Ling Xiao's power was beyond his expectations. If he wanted to defeat Ling Xiao, the only way was to become stronger. Dream Crystal. A rainbow-colored crystal appeared in front of Bing Xuanji. It shone with a strange light. Many people's eyes trembled when they saw it. It's the Dream Crystal. It's recorded in the ancient books. This Dream Crystal can copy the enemy's power for one's own use. If Bing Xuanji has this, won't he win for sure? The crowd cried out in surprise. It seemed that there were quite a few knowledgeable people in this group. Dream Crystal, Dream Technique. Absorb. As Bing Xuanji's cold voice sounded, the rainbow-colored light enveloped Ling Xiao. A moment later, Bing Xuanji released a powerful sword intent. Peak sword intent. Peak ice intent. Great mastery fire intent. Great mastery beast god intent. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He had seen a secret technique that could copy other people's abilities before. But the Dream Crystal's copy seemed to be more thorough. It even copied the opponent's potential ability. In other words, Bing Xuanji's current physical body was as strong as Ling Xiao's. His soul power was also as strong as Ling Xiao's. You really surprised me. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. Ling Xiao exclaimed. Now you understand. I didn't attack you before because I didn't have the confidence to defeat you. But now, everything is different. With the dream crystal and the dream technique, you are no longer my opponent. Bing Xuanji's martial spirit and ice goddess martial spirit were broken. But with the dream crystal, he was still invincible. I'm just surprised. But to be honest, I don't think much of this treasure. It can copy other people's powers, but it doesn't belong to you. Do you think you can control it? Ling Xiao said mockingly, the same power in your hands and mine can be unleashed. The power is completely different. Chapter 39-49. What's the point of being arrogant? Not only do I have my own ability, but I have also replicated your ability. What do you have to compete with me? Bing Xuanji remained unmoved. Even though Ling Xiao had shown great confidence, it could not shake his confidence. In my opinion, Bing Xuanji is going to win. The people watching from afar had already started to guess the result. There shouldn't be any problems. I've fought with this Bing Xuanji before, and I lost in one move. Ling Xiao had already done a very good job. It's a pity that Bing Xuanji has obtained the dream crystal and learned the dream technique. Plus, he has the goddess of ice martial soul and the Xuanji martial soul. Ling Xiao is no match for him. He is too scary. Another person said. At this moment, most people were shocked by Bing Xuanji's strength. Even though Ling Xiao was also very strong. It was a pity that Ling Xiao seemed to have run out of tricks and he could not come up with any new tricks. His ability had been replicated again. How could he win? Is that so? Looks like you are just like those frogs in the well. You can't see the real result. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and looked at Bing Xuanji. Since you think you can beat me, then come at me. I would like to see how far you can go with the ability you have stolen from me. He was not afraid because the most basic martial soul, the Sky Tyrant martial soul, could not be replicated. The core deity position of the beast god could not be replicated either. What Bing Xuanji had replicated was only the beast soul. Without the support of the primordial deity position, his strength could not reach Ling Xiao's level. All right, I will grant you your wish. Bing Xuanji shouted coldly as he circulated his true origin. He entered the everlasting heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. The Xuanji martial soul and the goddess of ice martial soul appeared behind him. The long sword in his hand released the peak sword essence and peak ice will. He had combined the ability he had replicated from Ling Xiao with his own ability and became extraordinarily powerful. It's impossible to win. At this moment, more people exclaimed. Bing Xuanji was too scary. He was so scary that these people had completely lost their confidence to fight back. In their opinion, none of the geniuses who had entered the secret realm would be a match for Bing Xuanji. Absolutely impossible. Kill. Finally, Bing Xuanji charged toward Ling Xiao with the combined power of the two, intending to kill Ling Xiao. Good timing. Ling Xiao sneered and released his Sky Tyrant martial soul. He knew that if he did not use his Sky Tyrant martial soul, he would not be able to block Bing Xuanji's attack. Although he said it casually, he knew how powerful Bing Xuanji was. The moment the Tyrant martial spirit was released, the pitch-black universe enveloped the entire space. Ling Xiao raised the Blood Sovereign sword. He used the Fiend God seal again. Sky Tyrant, Demonic God seal, 10,000 beasts become one. It was the same move, but it was infused with the terrifying effect of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Naturally, its power would be completely different. People were alarmed to find that a huge sword seal was flying from the pitch-black universe. It was like a giant beast that could devour the starry sky. Everyone was trembling with fear and unease. This is impossible. Could this be his real martial soul? How can Ling Xiao be so terrifying? I have never seen such a martial soul before. Where did it come from? Maybe the result will not be what we expected. People were shocked. Ling Xiao had given them too many surprises. At that moment, Bing Xuanji was also dumbfounded. Why? Why can't I copy your ability? He did not know what Ling Xiao's martial soul was, but if it could not be copied by the dream crystal, it must not be an ordinary martial soul. You don't need to know. Boom. Their attacks finally collided again. The terrifying explosion spread to the surroundings, turning the place into a mess. Many martial artists were killed because they could not escape in time. When the explosion stopped, Ling Xiao and Bing Xuanji were about 100 meters apart, still floating in the air. Both of them seemed to be injured. However, they did not seem to have any problems. Because their eyes were full of confidence and their expressions were as domineering as usual. Let's call it a draw. Bing Xuanji suddenly spoke. Although he didn't want to admit that he was forced to a draw by an early 4th Heavenly Core warrior. But right now, he had no other way to deal with Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao was too frightening. If not for him luckily obtaining the dream crystal, he would have lost this fight for sure. He was unwilling to accept this result, but there was nothing he could do about it. Hearing Bing Xuanji's words, everyone felt like they were dreaming. Bing Xuanji, the arrogant Bing Xuanji, actually admitted that it was a draw. Was Ling Xiao's final attack really that frightening? It is indeed a draw. Ling Xiao looked at Bing Xuanji with an indifferent expression. Bing Xuanji couldn't do anything to him, and he couldn't do anything to Bing Xuanji as well. But, a draw was only temporary. His cultivation would continue to recover at an incredible speed. Once he reached the 5th Heavenly Core realm, Bing Xuanji would be completely defeated in front of him. Let's go. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Bing Xuanji let out a sigh of relief. He was worried that Ling Xiao might have an even more powerful trump card. If that was the case, wouldn't he have to agree to be Ling Xiao's slave? He didn't want to stay in this place for even a second longer. He turned around and flew away. There were still many inheritances and treasures in the secret realm. He hoped that he could find more powerful inheritances and treasures as soon as possible. If that was the case, he might be able to defeat Ling Xiao. Before Xue Wushuang left, she gave Ling Xiao a deep look. Her eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Ling Xiao had forced the powerful Bing Xuanji to a draw. How was this possible? Her belief in Bing Xuanji had collapsed. How could the invincible Bing Xuanji be forced to a draw by Ling Xiao? Actually, not only her, all the other warriors from Xue were confused as well. The reason why they listened to Bing Xuanji was because of his invincible strength. But today, Bing Xuanji had been forced to a draw by Ling Xiao. Would this continue in the future? Gradually, their mentality began to change. Xia Hu Mu, do you still want to leave here alive? Just as everyone was panicking, Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded again. Xia Hu Mu's dantian had been pierced by a sword. Ling Xiao in his Sky Tyrant martial spirit was like a human universe. It was too terrifying. Even Bing Xuanji couldn't save Xia Hu Mu. Although it was a draw, Bing Xuanji knew that he had lost. He just didn't want to admit it. Although it was only a slight disadvantage, if the battle continued for 10 days and 10 nights, he would lose without a doubt. Ling Xiao just didn't want to waste time. He didn't really want to accept the fact that it was a draw. People of Xue, listen up. After killing Xia Hu Mu, I will let bygones be bygones. But if anyone dares to attack me again, I will kill them all. Chapter 3950. Ling Xiao was still grateful to Xue, so he didn't want to kill all of them. But he had to kill Bing Xuanji no matter what. But now wasn't the time. He still needed to increase his strength and kill Bing Xuanji when he had the absolute advantage. When the people from Xue left, those warriors who had surrounded Dark Frost and the others also started fleeing. They knew that they would soon face Ling Xiao's terrifying wrath. Do you think you can escape? Martial Soul Barrier. He let those warriors from Xue go because he was also from Xue. But it was different for the others. Of course, he had to keep his promise. Although the Martial Soul Barrier didn't have any offensive effects. But once it was unleashed, it could envelop everyone. Unless he died, no one would be able to escape from the Martial Soul Barrier. Innate Fiend God Seal Slaughterhouse. A cold voice sounded out as a large area attack was unleashed. Dark Frost, Lion Xiaobao, Yi Lungyan, and Yang Mo attacked together. The battle went on for half an hour. Finally, all 200 warriors were slaughtered. It was a scene of devastation, and the ground was covered in blood. However, Ling Xiao had obtained a huge amount of energy from the inner cores, and his cultivation had broken through to the late 4th divine core realm. He had also obtained nearly 1 million upper-rank soul stones. But it wasn't a lot. After all, these people had left all their treasures outside when they came in. Brother Ling Xiao, we have a golden radiance sword here, a rare-grade heavenly king weapon. It can greatly increase a swordsman's attack and attack speed. It also has a special golden light effect. It can temporarily blind the enemy. Take it. After killing all those warriors, Dark Frost took out a sword and gave it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He took the golden radiance sword and examined it for a while. The quality was indeed good, but compared to the Eastern Victory Sky Sword and Eastern Victory Demon Sword, it was still far inferior. Can I give this to someone else? Ling Xiao asked with a smile on his face. Of course, no problem. But, Brother Ling Xiao, don't you need it? Dark Frost was confused. The sword in my hand is also a precious Heavenly King artifact. Ling Xiao smiled. Even if the Blood Sovereign sword did not obtain an artifact soul, it could still reach the level of a rare-grade Heavenly King artifact. If he could obtain the artifact soul, he would be even more terrifying. Therefore, the Golden Light Sword was of little value to him. All right then, Big Brother Ling Xiao, you can give it to anyone. Dark Frost nodded. Ling Xiao tossed the Golden Light Sword to Yang Mo Brat. Catch. In order to protect him, Yang Mo had wasted an opportunity to search for treasures. There was no harm in giving him the Golden Light Sword. The Golden Light Sword contains 3 moves of the Golden Light Sword technique. I have already unsealed them for you. Study them well. Ling Xiao said casually. Big Brother Ling Xiao, how can I repay your kindness? Yang Mo simply didn't know what to say. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. If Ling Xiao wanted to unify the profound world, he needed a lot of people. Yes. Yang Mo excitedly nodded his head. He had already sworn in his heart that he would repay Ling Xiao's kindness no matter what. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, no matter how hard he worked, he wouldn't have been able to achieve what he had today. Now, not only had his talent improved, he had also obtained a treasured sword. It wouldn't be strange if he became the strongest genius in Xueyu in the future. Oh right, Brother Ling, when we were studying the inheritance, we discovered another secret. Lion Xiaobao suddenly said. What secret? Ling Xiao curiously asked. Dark Frost found this cave dwelling, and there is a perfect Heavenly Core warrior and 3 perfect Earth Core warriors living here. According to the information left behind by the perfect Heavenly Core warrior, within the secret realm, there are actually 7 caves belonging to the perfect Heavenly Core warriors. There is also a terrifying existence at the Ultimate Core realm. This Ultimate Core warrior built this secret realm for himself during the later stages of his life. Since he lived here in seclusion, he must have left behind a powerful inheritance. If we can find his inheritance, we'll be rich. I think there aren't many inheritances left behind by the 7 Heavenly Core warriors. It's not easy for you guys to find one. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. After all, this secret realm had been opened many times. It wasn't strange for him to have such a guess. In fact, out of the 7 Heavenly Core warriors' cave dwellings, 5 of them had been discovered. 3 of them had been found before. As for the other 2, one had been found by Dark Frost, and the other one was somewhere, being fought over by many warriors. The situation was not any worse than this secret realm. They were all fighting over it like crazy. The one who found the inheritance was Ao Fei from the White Dragon Empire. Ao Fei had a ferocious appearance, and he was tall and muscular. He looked like a real dragon, and he was emitting a terrifying aura. He was holding a strange long whip in his hand, and it looked like a dragon's tendon. When he whipped it, it could actually cause the air to distort. Ao Fei was the young leader of the White Dragon Empire, so he was naturally safer than Dark Frost. This was because he had the support of all the warriors from the White Dragon Empire. Just like how Bing Xuanji had the support of all the warriors from the Xueyu Empire. But even so, many people were still fighting for their lives. Ao Fei had lost count of the number of people he had killed with his godly dragon whip. The more he used it, the more proficient he became, as if it was made for him. Together with the inheritance he had found, His combat strength had become even more outstanding among all the young leaders of the empire. Ao Fei, you people from the White Dragon Empire are too greedy. You must have found more than one treasure, why don't you share some with us? Although a lot of people were killed, human greed was a very good stimulant. It could make people forget their fear and pain, and make them greedy. What a joke, even if we were to share, the treasure would be given to the people from the White Dragon Empire. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can take my treasure? But, I can give you a chance. If you want it, then fight for it with your strength. Not to mention the other treasures, I can even give you this godly dragon whip. Ao Fei sneered. This person's strength was only second to Bing Xuanji, and now he had obtained a miraculous inheritance and treasure. His strength was probably on par with Bing Xuanji, or even surpassing him. Coupled with the support of so many warriors from the White Dragon Empire, he really had a reason to be arrogant. What, you don't dare? If you don't dare to take it, then we'll leave. There should be a lot of treasures in this secret realm. Ao Fei smiled and turned to leave. This scene made the crowd a little impulsive. Those who were more impatient had already started to attack. A figure suddenly jumped out and slashed at Ao Fei's back. Together, with someone taking the lead, the others became even more courageous. In an instant, 7 or 8 figures pounced at Ao Fei. If they let Ao Fei leave, the treasures and inheritance would be gone forever. But if they could make Ao Fei stay, then they still had a chance to get what they wanted. Chapter 3951. All of you, don't interfere. Ao Fei waved his hand at the martial artists of the White Dragon Kingdom. Then, he looked at the 8 people who pounced over with contempt. A dragon roar burst out from his mouth. The dragon god whip in his hand waved gently. The space was actually shattered. Those 8 people also shattered along with the space. It was as if they were embedded in a mirror. As the mirror shattered, the people also shattered at the same time. The dragon god whip is indeed terrifying. Those who did not make a move retreated many steps in fright when they saw this scene. This was really too terrifying. It was also too cruel. Does anyone else want my dragon god whip? Ao Fei gently withdrew the dragon god whip and looked at everyone proudly. His eyes revealed an extremely strong domineering aura. I think it's better to forget it. Yeah, this guy is too terrifying. With the dragon god whip, he's like a tiger that has grown wings. That's right, it's really terrifying. Forget it, let's go. There should be treasures in other places. Don't pin your hopes on this slim chance. Hearing these people's discussion, Ao Fei revealed a victorious smile. Then, he turned around and left with the martial artists of the White Dragon Kingdom. Ling Xiao and the others did not separate again. Because although separating was helpful in finding treasures, it was also more dangerous at the same time. If they stayed together, no matter what danger they encountered, they could solve it. The few of them headed deeper into the secret realm. At this time, the martial artists who were teleported to other places from the teleportation array also headed in this direction. As they got closer and closer to the core of the secret realm, the martial artists finally began to converge. From over 10,000 people before, there were less than 8,000 people left now. It was obvious that the casualties were heavy. Some of these casualties were caused by traps, but most of them were caused by fighting for treasures. At this time, on a desolate plain, the vegetation was lush, but there were no withered bones. There were also no buildings. Therefore, this kind of place was directly ignored by many martial artists. In the minds of most martial artists, it was impossible for such a place to have treasures. If there were treasures, they would either be caves, sect ruins, or a lot of corpses. But this place was too clean. However, it just so happened that Ling Xiao sensed a hint of a treasure trove here. Let's go down and take a look. The Tai Chi Eye clearly told him that this seemingly impossible place for treasures to exist was actually a place where treasures were most likely to exist. Others might not be able to discover it, but he could. Brother Ling, I feel like the power of the earth is cheering for me. Liu Xiaobao stepped on the ground and excitedly said. Looks like this cave dwelling belongs to one of the 7 heavenly core warriors. The main inheritance in the cave was Dark Frost's secret soul technique. This place should be more suitable for you, so I won't fight with you over it. Although Ling Xiao needed power, he hoped that it would be power that was suitable for him. One of his targets was the beast god's blood, while the other was the ultimate core realm's inheritance. As for the inheritance of the heavenly core warrior, it wasn't a big deal to give it to Master Lion Castle. In any case, Leo Master Castle was already a powerful ally of his. Protect Lion Master Castle, Ling Xiao reminded. Yes. Dark Frost, Yi Lungyan, and Yang Mo nodded and each took up a position. The power of the inheritance hadn't been stimulated yet, so others couldn't sense it. But once Master Lion Master Castle started accepting the inheritance, it would be a different story. Master Lion Master Castle could feel that his cultivation would improve even more after receiving the inheritance. Of course, the biggest improvement would be in his martial soul and martial skills. He didn't hold back, he released his earth martial soul and punched the ground. A force penetrated the ground and merged with the power of the earth below. Suddenly, a terrifying force rushed out from the ground, forming a huge pillar of power. From afar, it looked like a long sandstorm. Sure enough, this power quickly attracted the attention of outsiders. The first one to arrive was an acquaintance. He was also from the Ice Palace of Xueyu. His strength was second only to Bing Xianji, and he was even more terrifying than the other young leaders of the 11 palaces. His name was Xuelian. It's you. Xuelian frowned when he saw Ling Xiao and the others. Are you here to help or to cause trouble? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Help. Xuelian thought for a moment and said, Bing Xianji is too selfish. The treasures he obtained were only for himself. I don't want to be his slave for the rest of my life. You are different from him, you are loyal and righteous, you are not too selfish and greedy. Perhaps you are the real hope of Xueyu. It's useless to talk so much nonsense, show me your actions. Master Lion Master Castle has made such a big movement, it will inevitably attract people. Do you have a problem with guarding him with us? Ling Xiao looked at Xuelian and asked. Of course. Xuelian nodded. He didn't hesitate, not because he was a loyal and righteous person. He just liked to make fair deals. Following Bing Xianji, there was no fairness. Everything you obtained belonged to Bing Xianji, but you didn't get the benefits you deserved. However, he believed that Ling Xiao could make him feel fair. He thought of himself as a normal businessman. The violent sandstorm became more and more violent. The entire world became dark and gloomy. More and more people felt the phenomenon here. Naturally, more and more people rushed over. The first group to arrive was actually from the White Dragon country. Ao Fei only knew Bing Xianji and Xuelian from Xueyu, he didn't put the others in his eyes. Although he had obtained the Dragon God's whip, he was greedy and wanted to obtain more and better things. Xuelian, why don't I see Bing Xianji? Ao Fei smiled, as if he was very lucky. If Bing Xianji was here, he would have to be more careful. I don't know. Xuelian shook his head coldly and said, I advise you to leave. You can't take advantage of me here. What a joke, you think you can stop me? Ao Fei sneered and waved the Dragon God's whip in his hand. A dragon's roar sounded. The space began to distort and shatter. Everything that was sucked into it was turned into dust. The cracks continued to spread. Its target was obviously Master Lion Master Castle, who was comprehending the inheritance and receiving the treasures. The treasures of Heavenly Core Warriors should be the same as Darkfrost's Ghost Domain Soul Bead, they were treasures with no grade. They could also be called growth-type treasures. They could at least grow to the level of a divine rank Heavenly King artifact. In comparison, the Blood Robe, Janmadao, Golden Stone Armor and Golden Light Sword paled in comparison. Although they were very powerful, they were only rare rank Heavenly King artifacts. The treasures Master Lion Master Castle obtained this time should be growth-type treasures, and they wouldn't be easy to obtain. Xuelian snorted and took the initiative to attack. Chapter 3952. Xuelian attacked Ao Fei, sending out a wave of blood-red saber chi towards him. However, the blade energy was instantly torn apart by the spatial distortion caused by the godly dragon whip. Is that a Heavenly Core Warrior's treasure? Looks like he found one of the ruins left behind by a Heavenly Core Warrior. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. It looked like they weren't the only lucky ones. As long as one entered the secret realm, they would have a chance of finding a secret treasure. Even if it wasn't a heavenly core secret treasure, it wouldn't be bad. Xue Lian's blade energy was torn apart by the spatial distortion. Ling Xiao thrust his sword forward. The sword energy hit the shattered spatial distortion, and it actually managed to travel a few dozen meters. But in the end, it still shattered. Let me try. Yi Lungyan suddenly turned into a streak of bloody light, piercing through the fragmented space and heading straight for Ao Fei. En. This blood robe seems to have some skill, although it is not as good as my dragon god whip. Although it's not my godly dragon whip, it's quite unique. Ao Fei was surprised. He didn't expect that not only did he find a secret treasure, but this blood-red robe was even more powerful than a normal rare Heavenly King weapon. Because the blood-red robe had penetrated through the shattered spatial distortion and arrived in front of Ao Fei. This was something that had never happened before. His previous enemies couldn't even get close to him before they were torn apart by the spatial distortion. Good timing. He didn't use the godly dragon whip anymore, he just struck out with his palm. A dragon's roar sounded out. The palm strike forced Yi Lungyan back. In terms of strength, Ao Fei was at the same level as Bing Xuanji. Of course Yi Lungyan was no match for him. Eye of Fear. Suddenly, Dark Frost attacked as well. The Ghost Domain Soul Pearl was glowing in a dark light, and her eyes had turned blood red. Ao Fei was caught off guard, and he felt his soul being filled with fear. At this moment, he was stunned. Kill. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao and Yang Mo were attacking Ao Fei from different angles. The terrifying sword energy arrived in front of Ao Fei in an instant. Seeing this, the White Dragon Great Country's people hurriedly came out to defend. In the end, one of them was killed by Ling Xiao and Yang Mo Go. Ao Fei realized how terrifying this group of people was. Even if he had the divine dragon whip, no one else in the White Dragon Kingdom had it. If this continued, the White Dragon Great Country's martial artists would probably be wiped out. This person knew when to stop. With that order, the White Dragon Empire's martial artists left one after another. The two corpses were also taken away by them. These fellows are quite direct. Once they see that the situation is not right, they turn around and leave. Ling Xiao could not help but frown as he watched Ao Fei and the others leave. This kind of person was actually the most troublesome. If I can't win, I won't fight you head-on. I can control my greed. Maybe he was hiding in the dark and causing trouble. At that moment, the people from the White Dragon Nation had left, but even more powerful cultivators had arrived at the scene. The violent sandstorm was still howling in the air, extending all the way from the ground. This caused these experts to reveal greedy expressions. In a place like this, there must be a secret treasure. Even if it wasn't a secret treasure, it must be some kind of bloodline energy. Such rich energy, there must be a secret treasure here. If we can get it, we won't have to be afraid of that Ao Fei. That's right, these people are too greedy. They already got the secret treasure, but they still want the second one. Everyone felt indignant. But right now, Master Lion Fort had no idea what was going on outside. This inheritance was obviously left behind by a body-refining warrior. It was very suitable for his 9-spirit lion bloodline and earth martial soul. While absorbing the power of inheritance, he could feel that his body was constantly being tempered and transformed. Everyone, this is the inheritance ground of a heavenly core warrior. And it seems like the power of inheritance is open to everyone. Even if all of us enter, we can still share the power of inheritance. There are only a few of them, they are no match for us. Why don't we work together and kill them, then we can enjoy the power of inheritance together. Suddenly, a voice sounded out from the crowd. This person probably hadn't seen how terrifying Ling Xiao and the others were. That's why he said something like this. So what if there were more people? In the end, when one's strength reached a certain level, the number of people would become meaningless. Swoosh. Kai. However, before the crowd could respond to this person's call, they found out that his throat had been pierced by a sword beam. Blood splattered everywhere. The one who did this was Ling Xiao. He hated people who tried to stir up trouble the most. Therefore, before this guy could stir up the others, he had killed him with a single sword strike. This was called killing a chicken to warn the monkeys. Before the man's corpse could fall to the ground, Ling Xiao had already slashed his dantian into pieces. The inner core exploded, and the energy flowed into Ling Xiao's body. From the beginning to the end, the man didn't even have any reaction, and he had become a dead soul under Ling Xiao's sword. You can all watch, but if anyone dares to attack, he will be the example. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded out in the air. A violent killing intent was unleashed, and it scared many of the invading warriors, causing their faces to turn pale. Ling Xiao's strength had caused these people to be afraid. No one was able to dodge that sword strike. They kept simulating the scene just now, but they realized that no matter what they did, there was no way they could dodge Ling Xiao's frightening sword strike. That sword strike was simply too fast. It was so fast that no one could react to it, and even if they wanted to dodge, they couldn't. All of them were geniuses from the 300 great kingdoms, but they realized that Ling Xiao's strength had surpassed them by too much. They weren't on the same level at all. I think he's the guy who tied with Bing Xuanji. That's right, I think I saw Ao Fei from the White Dragon Kingdom being beaten away just now. The crowd started whispering to each other. Finally, some people turned around and left. Since they couldn't get the inheritance, why should they waste their time here? Even if they couldn't get the inheritance of a heavenly core warrior, getting the inheritance of an earth core warrior was still a good thing. After all, most of the warriors here were only at the 5th level of the divine core realm. Let alone the earth core realm, even the mortal core realm was still very far away for them. Unless they got the inheritance, they might not be able to break through even after a few dozen years. Many people had left, but there were also many who stayed. Some people were always worried about personal gains and losses. Although they were afraid of Ling Xiao's frightening strength, they didn't want to give up so easily. Such a contradictory mentality was really complicated. The sandstorm was getting smaller and smaller, but the energy coming from Lion Master Fort was getting stronger and stronger. A yellow light covered the entire sky. Every single warrior could feel how powerful the energy was. Finally, after a few hours, someone couldn't stand it anymore. It was as if they had forgotten how the warrior was killed. And it wasn't just one person who couldn't stand it anymore. It was a group of people. A dozen of them. However, their actions were just to set an example for those who would come after them. With just Ling Xiao alone, he had killed a dozen of them with a single strike. Chapter 3953. The energy from the dead men's inner cores flowed into Ling Xiao's body. The energy in Ling Xiao's cultivation sea had finally been increased by 10%. This was really too slow. Ever since he had broken through to the late 4th divine core realm, he felt that even if he killed a few hundred, or even a few thousand men, the energy in his cultivation sea would only increase by 10% or 20%. Ling Xiao felt that if he wanted to continue increasing his cultivation, he would have to find the secret treasure that belonged to the extreme core realm warrior. He wouldn't give it to anyone. Not even his friends. He was a man with principles. Women and treasures, if he wanted something, he wouldn't give it to anyone else. That man didn't find any secret treasure, but why is his strength so terrifying? When the crowd saw Ling Xiao kill a dozen men with a single sword strike, they were so scared that their hearts were trembling violently. These men weren't just some random mob, they were all 5th level divine core warriors. But they were killed by Ling Xiao so easily, this was unbelievable. It's not over yet. Yi Longyan looked down. Xiaobao Liu was still absorbing the power of inheritance. It had been more than 5 hours, and it was still not over yet. It looked like this power of inheritance was really powerful. Don't worry, I think it'll take another 3 hours. Ling Xiao looked around. The Tai Chi I told him the answer. Sure enough, after 3 hours, the sandstorm finally stopped. At the same time, a frightening beam shot out from the ground. It was like a berserk 9 spirits Yuan lion had pounced out. A figure flew up into the sky along with the golden beam. Right now, Xiaobao Liu had obviously undergone a huge transformation. You've broken through? Shuelian asked in surprise. That's right, I've broken through. Not only that, my body has also been tempered by the earth force. Now, I'm extremely strong. Xiaobao Liu said excitedly. Right now, he looked like a god of war. Just the aura he emitted was enough to shock countless people. Mid-7th Divine Core Realm, this breakthrough is really fast. Just in terms of cultivation, he has already surpassed Bing Xuanji. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his mind. The power of inheritance in this place was really frightening. Brother Ling, it's my turn to protect all of you. The power of inheritance is too vast, and it's not something that I can absorb all by myself. You can all go down and temper your bodies and souls. Liu Xiaobao looked at Ling Xiao and said excitedly. Actually, after thinking about it carefully, the inheritance came from a heavenly core warrior. It was definitely not something that could be absorbed by Liu Master Castle alone. Let's go in. Ling Xiao glanced at Lion Master Castle. At this time, Liu Master Bao was already stronger than him in terms of combat strength. Therefore, there was no need to worry at all. Even if he was alone, he would be able to protect them. Dark Frost, Yang Mo, and Yi Lungyan entered and began cultivating. Xue Lian, on the other hand, hesitated. Because he had just joined and hadn't done much, he felt a little embarrassed. You can leave as well. Just as you said, a transaction needs to be fair. You should get some benefits for fighting for us. Ling Xiao glanced at Xue Lian and said. Thank you. Xue Lian excitedly dove down. However, even though the four of them were cultivating at the same time, the amount of energy was still enormous. The power of inheritance left behind by a heavenly core warrior couldn't be underestimated. Brother Lion, I'm going down as well. Be careful. Ling Xiao reminded Lion Master Bao, then he jumped down as well. Naturally, the power of inheritance would be of great help to him. Only one person is left behind to guard against us. Are they looking down on us? The crowd started to get restless. Because of Ling Xiao and the others, they didn't dare to act recklessly. But now, the only one left outside was Lion Master Fort. Their suppressed greed had once again become active. What? You want to fight? Liu Master Bao sneered. The Janma Dao in his hand shone brightly. If someone were to take a closer look, they would notice that the Janma Dao had undergone many changes. You should be called the Earthblade now. You've merged with the Earth Core left behind by a heavenly core warrior. Surprisingly, it had transformed into a weapon that could grow. You've reached the level of a Ghost Realm Soul Pearl. Liu Master Bao intimately stroked his treasured blade, then he looked at the crowd in a domineering manner and said, Come, my blade is thirsty for blood, who wants to be the first one to die? Hearing Liu Master Bao's domineering words, all the onlookers were unhappy. Did he really think they were trash? How could he kill them just like that? No one dares to come? Then get the hell out of here. You won't be able to find any opportunities by staying here. Instead of wasting your time here, why don't you go somewhere else and search for treasures? Liu Master Bao casually waved his hand and said. Carrying the earth blade on his shoulder, he looked majestic. I've given you face, bastard. Let me see what you're made of. Among the crowd, a peak 6th Divine Core warrior was annoyed. His cultivation wasn't weak, but now he was being ridiculed like this, he couldn't stand it. Besides, Liu Master Bao was the only one here, he felt like he had a chance. As long as he could kill Liu Master Bao, he would have a chance to get his hands on the treasures. He coldly harumphed, then he jumped out from the crowd and leapt towards Liu Master Bao. Since you're courting death, then let me have a taste of this earth blade. Liu Master Bao had just broken through to the next realm, and he now had the earth blade. He really wanted to find someone to test his blade on. The warrior in front of him was a peak 6th Divine Core warrior. If this was before, he would be able to cause a lot of trouble to Liu Master Bao. What would happen now? Liu Master Bao was looking forward to it. Holding the earth blade in his hand, Liu Master swung it down. A massive amount of energy gathered on the blade, turning it into a huge blade beam. Roar. The roar in the air came from the 9 Spirits Lion. Only now did the warrior who leapt towards Liu Master Bao realize how frightening Liu Master Bao was. He tried his best to dodge the attack, but too bad, he didn't have the chance to do so. This blade was really frightening. It transformed into the shape of a lion in midair. Then, it opened its mouth and swallowed the peak 6th divine core warrior. The man exploded in midair. He was so dead that he couldn't be any more dead. There wasn't even a trace of him left. It had been completely destroyed. So frightening. When the crowd saw this, their eyes were trembling. A peak 6th divine core warrior was killed just like that. Many of them were 5th level divine core warriors, so how are they going to fight this man? Who else wants to give it a try? After killing the man, Leo Master Bao became even more confident. Just now, he had casually struck out, and he had killed the peak 6th divine core warrior. If he struck with all his strength, he believed that even a peak 7th divine core warrior wouldn't be his match. He had really struck it rich in this trip to the mystic realm. Hearing Leo Master Bao's words, everyone's expressions turned ugly. This Leo Master Bao was too strong. Chapter 3954. Of course, what was even scarier than Master Lion's strength was the blade of earth in his hand. It was a combination of the earth force and the 9 spirits Yuan Lion's strength. It was extremely powerful, as if it could swallow a person whole, leaving nothing behind. Forget it, just like what he said, there's no point in waiting here. Let's just leave. Finally, some people gave up. After all, the reality was right in front of them. There was no point in staying here. What else could they do? Wait for their deaths? More than half of them had left. But there were still some stubborn people who didn't want to give up this opportunity. Of course, that was all they could do. They were just watching, they didn't dare to attack. Because Master Lion's strength was just too strong. Master Lion was too lazy to care about these people. Instead, he sat down with his legs crossed and continued consolidating his cultivation. At the same time, he was protecting Ling Xiao and the others. About half an hour later, a few figures suddenly appeared in the distance. One of them was Ao Fei, who had left and returned. But this time, Ao Fei didn't come with the people from the White Dragon Kingdom. There were only 6 people by his side. Including him, there were 7 of them. There were 3 people that Liu Xiaobao knew. They were Bing Xuanji, the 3rd seat of the Ice Palace, Bing Yang, and the 2nd-ranked chief disciple of the Sea Life Palace, Hai Wu Ya. Master Lion had seen the other 3 before, but they were just strangers to him. They were the chief disciple of the Wind Empress Nation, Feng Chanxian, the 2nd seat Feng Bunuo, and Hun Miezhong from the Western Kingdom. Amongst these people, Bing Yang, Feng Bunuo, and Hai Wu Ya were all peak 6 divine core warriors. Feng Chanxian and Ao Fei were both early 7th divine core warriors. The scariest one was Hun Miezhong. He was a peak 7th divine core warrior. It was exactly the same as Jiyu Fenghua's cultivation in the past. Besides the 300 great kingdoms, the Western Kingdom had also sent people here to fight for the treasure. It was just that the people they sent were basically a bunch of trash. In the Western Kingdom, Hun Miezhong's strength was nothing. But, in this place, he was the strongest. The reason why these people were willing to come with Ao Fei was because of the Heavenly Core Warrior's inheritance. It was extremely difficult to find the inheritance of a core warrior. Therefore, the inheritance of a Heavenly Core Warrior would become extremely precious. Since he was already here, he couldn't possibly return empty-handed. At this time, other than Ling Xiao, the others had already come out from underground. He completed his cultivation. Dark Frost, Yi Lungyan, and Yang Mo all achieved breakthroughs. Dark Frost had the best potential. She had broken through to the mid-7th divine core realm. Yi Lungyan and Yang Mo had both broken through to the early 7th divine core realm. Only Xue Lian had yet to make a breakthrough. Among these people, he clearly felt that his aptitude was too poor. Fortunately, he had also gained something. At the very least, his combat prowess had increased by more than 10 times. His body had also become much stronger than before. Why are they here? Bing Xuanji frowned and turned to leave. If you want the treasures, then go ahead and fight for them. I won't be participating. He didn't want to see Ling Xiao yet. Before he could find a suitable artifact for himself, he had no chance of winning against Ling Xiao. However, Hai Wuya from the Ocean Life Palace and the 3 chiefs of Ice Flame from the Ice Palace didn't plan to leave. This time, the one who came with them was a terrifying existence like the Soul Destroyer loyalty. They didn't believe that Ling Xiao would be able to turn the tables around. We meet again. With a smile on his face, Ao Fei looked at the crowd and said, I've told you before, if I, Ao Fei, want something, I'll get it no matter what. Now, either you hand over all your treasures, and give me your inheritance. Or you die. What an arrogant tone. Lion Xiaobao burst out into laughter. If you want it, then come and get it yourself. I'd like to see how strong you are. How dare you be so arrogant? That's right, we've spent a lot of effort to find it, we won't give it away so easily. If you want it, then come and get it yourself. I'm afraid you don't have the strength to do so. Yang Mo said with disdain. If that's the case, then we won't hold back. Han Miezhong looked at the ghost domain's soul pearl in Darkfrost's hand, and a greedy look emerged in his eyes. That soul pearl, I'll take it. After saying that, he dashed towards Darkfrost. I want that blood-stained shirt. Feng Qianqian had her eyes on Yi Lungyan's blood-stained shirt. Then the earthen blade will be mine, Ao Fei said with a grin. He had already started imagining himself with the divine dragon whip in his left hand and the earthen blade in his right. That feeling would definitely be great. Let's split the rest among the three of us. Wind Empress looked at Hai Wuya and Bing Yang and said, I'll deal with Xue Lian. Bing Yang had been suppressed by Xue Lian in the Ice Palace for a long time, and he was getting impatient. Now that he had found a reasonable reason to attack, how could he not seize it? As for that man with the golden light sword, let's deal with him together. Feng Bunuo realized that Yang Mo wasn't easy to deal with, so he suggested to Hai Wu Ya. No problem. Hai Wu Ya agreed without hesitation. But even so, both of them had still underestimated Yang Mo's strength. He was holding a rare heavenly king weapon, the golden light sword. His cultivation had reached the peak 7th divine core realm. And he had merged with the White Water Wolf's inner core. His overall strength had reached a terrifying level. Unfortunately, before Hai Wu Ya and Feng Bunuo could attack, Yang Mo had already launched his attack. It was a stunning sword strike. A sword beam pierced through both men's bodies. Hai Wu Ya and Feng Bunuo both fell to the ground. Yang Mo followed up with another sword strike, chopping off their heads and crushing their inner cores. When dealing with divine core warriors, the inner cores couldn't be left behind, otherwise, they would still have a chance to revive. Yang Mo remembered this very clearly. In the blink of an eye, Hai Wu Ya and Feng Bunuo were dead. But this didn't affect the others who were still fighting. Especially Han Miezhong, Feng Qianqian, and Ao Fei. These three men were all very strong, so they had nothing to fear. Right at this moment, Dark Frost was being suppressed by Han Miezhong. Both men were soul warriors. It seemed like Han Miezhong could always suppress Dark Frost. If not for the Ghost Domain's soul pearl, perhaps Dark Frost would have already been defeated. Yang Mo dared not delay any longer. He immediately went over to help. With two men fighting one man, the situation was finally stabilized. But, a battle like this had given those men who hadn't given up yet an opportunity. Swoosh. A figure scuttled underground. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. More and more men followed behind him. All these men wanted to take advantage of this battle to gain some opportunities. They knew that Ling Xiao was the only one underground, and Ling Xiao was cultivating. Without anyone protecting him, he wouldn't be able to defend himself from their attacks. Damn it! Seeing this, Lion Master fought and the other men became anxious. As a result, they were all injured. After all, in a battle between great warriors, especially when the difference in strength wasn't too big, being distracted would give them an opportunity to attack. Don't worry about me, focus on the battle. Ling Xiao's voice sounded out in their minds. His words calmed their morale. Chapter 3955. There wasn't a human underneath the ground, it was a gigantic beast, and it was devouring the inheritance energy without any hesitation. This giant beast was naturally the Cerberus that Ling Xiao had transformed into. The Cerberus was also an existence of the earth element. It was the most suitable beast to devour the earth element. Who cares what it is, let's kill it. After the initial fear, the crowd finally regained their senses. Without hesitation, they charged forward and started attacking the Cerberus. Ling Xiao kept sneering. These people were no match for him before this. Now, his cultivation had skyrocketed to the peak 4th heavenly core realm. Most importantly, even his physical body had improved to high-grade 7th order Emperor realm. It was much stronger than any ordinary rare heavenly king weapon. Of course, the most important thing was that as the earth element kept pouring into the Cerberus, the power of its ability had also increased. Scorching hell. The terrifying Cerberus spat out 3 words that made everyone tremble. In an instant, magma burst out from the ground. In an instant, it drowned everyone. Everyone was struggling in pain and trying to escape, so they didn't have the time to think about attacking. As for Ling Xiao, he was taking advantage of this last opportunity to absorb the inheritance energy as quickly as possible. This was a treasure, it would be a waste if he didn't absorb it. Even if he couldn't immediately convert it into energy that could increase his cultivation, he could still convert it into his potential. As long as he had his potential and the heart of gold, he was basically invincible. Another 10 minutes passed. Those warriors who charged into the ground left behind dozens of corpses and ran away. Right now, none of them dared to fight for the inheritance energy anymore. Not to mention those treasures, none of them dared to even touch them. It was already good enough that they were able to keep their lives. When Ling Xiao stepped out of the ground, the only people left outside were the experts battling each other. Xue Lian and Bing Yang were still fighting. Dark Frost and Yang Mo were fighting against Han Miezhong. Although the Lion Master Fort was suppressing Ao Fei, it was still difficult to determine the winner. As for Yi Lungyan and Feng Qianqian, they were also on par with each other. If Ling Xiao had arrived 10 minutes later, perhaps Dark Frost and Yang Mo would have been defeated. Yi Lungyan, Xue Lian, go help Dark Frost and Yang Mo. The moment Ling Xiao stepped out of the ground, he had already chosen his opponent. Han Miezhong was very strong. It was almost impossible to kill him in a short period of time. Therefore, he had to kill Feng Qianqian and Ice Flame first. When the 2 of them heard his words, they both charged towards Han Miezhong. The 4 of them joined forces to deal with Han Miezhong. However, he was still unable to win. Han Miezhong had not unleashed his full strength. After all confident martial artists were like this. Generally, they would choose to keep 1 or 2 trump cards. In this way, it was still possible to deal with unexpected situations. At this moment, Soul Destroyer Loyalty's damage output had obviously increased when facing the 4 of them. Originally, he had only used 70% of his strength, but now, he had increased it to 90%. Once again, they began to gain the upper hand. However, Dark Frost, Yang Mo, and Yi Lungyan were not mediocre. If he wanted to win, it would be extremely difficult. Coupled with Xue Lian's sneak attack, even Han Miezhong had to be careful. Ling Xiao noticed this and was no longer worried. Instead, he blocked Feng Qianqian and Ice Flame. This person is not to be trifled with, be careful, Ice Flame warned. Chumph, he's just a peak 4th divine core warrior, how strong can he be? Feng Qianqian remained unmoved. She took a step forward and charged towards Ling Xiao. This man possessed the Wind Empress martial soul. It was the martial soul of a mighty warrior from the immemorial era. All the royal families of the Wind Empress possessed similar martial souls. However, some of them had fully awakened their martial souls, while some had only partially awakened their martial souls. As the number 1 genius of the Wind Empress, Feng Qianqian had fully awakened her martial soul. The Wind Empress was able to control the language of the wind and summon the wind and rain. It was an extremely powerful martial soul. Those who possessed this martial soul would inherit part of this ability. I can't fall behind either. Ice Flame also charged forward. In his opinion, Ling Xiao's strength was on par with Bing Xuanji, and Bing Xuanji was on par with Feng Qianqian. As long as he joined the battle, he would definitely be able to defeat Ling Xiao. If he could kill someone that Bing Xuanji couldn't kill, he would be able to gain glory. How dare a grain of rice compete with the sun and moon? I'll kill you first so that you won't be an eyesore. Ling Xiao had already recovered his beast soul transformation. He was using the Cerberus beast soul transformation. In this place, the power of this beast soul transformation was not any weaker than the everlasting heavenly rat beast soul. Moreover, he could use the power of the earth, giving him an advantage. A violent and ferocious aura was released from his body. The killing intent caused Ice Flame to tremble. Falling plumb clear shadow step. Ling Xiao took a mystical step and appeared behind Ice Flame in an instant. Demonic blood seal. Then, he struck out with his palm. A huge blood-red palm print was imprinted on Ice Flame's back. Boom! The Ice Flame was smashed into nothingness. Blood splattered all over the sky. However, to Ling Xiao's surprise, Ice Flame's inner core did not shatter. It was just a mortal core. It was really surprising that it did not shatter. Are you surprised? Why do you think I dared to stay and fight with you? That's because I also obtained a secret treasure. The Phoenix blood. Although the secret treasure he obtained could only be used once, it was similar to Ling Xiao's rising from the ashes ability. Not only did the inner core not shatter, it even came back to life from the raging flames. More importantly, Ice Flame's overall strength had increased. From the perfect 6th Divine Core realm, he had broken through to the early 7th Divine Core realm. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, I really need to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to break through and reach such a level. Now, even Bing Xuanji might not be my match. You are fighting two people at the same time, do you think you can defeat us? Ice Flame let out a wild laugh. He and Feng Qianqian attacked together. Although this man and woman were both strong, they knew Ling Xiao was not an ordinary person. Therefore, they didn't mind working together. Ice Flame's attacks were mixed with both ice and fire, causing his opponents to feel extremely uncomfortable. However, the most troublesome one was Feng Qianqian. Feng Qianqian's attacks came with a strange effect. Every time she attacked, she would interrupt Ling Xiao's attacks. This made it impossible for Ling Xiao to attack to his heart's content. Now that these two had joined forces, it was truly troublesome. Wind Empress, the chief disciple of the great nation, you really live up to your name. And you, Ice Flame, you are really good at enduring. I'm afraid you can be considered as the second chief disciple of the Ice Palace. But, are you sure you want to be my enemy? If we fight, both of us will suffer great losses. In the end, you will be taken advantage of by others. Ling Xiao stared at the two men and said with a cold voice. Ha ha ha, are you scared now? Ice Heaven and Fire Earth, kill. What responded to Ling Xiao was Ice Flame's wild laughter and attack. He didn't think Ling Xiao could defeat both of them. Therefore, he rejected Ling Xiao's suggestion. Attack was his answer. A terrifying whistling sound came from the sky. It sounded like a blizzard was descending from the sky. Raging flames were rolling on the ground as well. The intertwined attack of ice and fire was truly unbearable. Chapter 3956. Ling Xiao looked at the attack and knew that the negotiation had failed. Then there was no need to hold back. Since Feng Qianqian's attack would interrupt his move, then he would use his tyrannical physical body to destroy these two people. The Black Tortoise Divine Physique, which was a high-grade 7th Order Emperor Realm defensive martial skill, emitted a violent yellow light. Ling Xiao stepped on the ground with one foot and held the sky with one hand. Like the ancient god Pangu, he stood proudly between heaven and earth. Ice Flame's attack couldn't hurt him at all, and it seemed to be tearing him apart. Wind Empress Sword, Gale Tornado. At this moment, Feng Qianqian also attacked. A gust of wind blew, causing the fire to burn more vigorously and the cold air to become even colder. Not only could the wind help the fire, it could also help the ice. The combined power of the two people bombarded Ling Xiao crazily. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao between heaven and earth. However, it was useless. Ling Xiao was like a giant god. Under this violent attack, he didn't move at all. No matter how the other party attacked, he was still unharmed. Although his cultivation wasn't as good as these two people, his physical body was ridiculously strong. Have you played enough? You don't even deserve to tickle me. Bloodthirsty Plague. Ling Xiao finally used the Bloodthirsty Plague. The blood-red light completely enveloped Feng Qianqian and Ice Flame. They could clearly feel that their true essence and blood were being devoured by the virus. Not good. What kind of skill is this? Feng Qianqian was shocked. At this moment, she finally understood that Ice Flame's previous worries were reasonable. This Ling Xiao was definitely not a master to be trifled with. This guy was too strong. What skill? Only you are allowed to have special abilities, but not me. Get out of here. Sky Tyrant Divine Fist. The so-called Sky Tyrant Divine Fist was actually not a great martial skill. It was just an ordinary attack using the power of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. However, its power was comparable to a 7th rank Emperor class martial skill. It was that strong. Ice Fire Kill. Ice Flame punched out with both fists, blocking Ling Xiao's attack. On both arms, the power of ice and fire intertwined, and it was also very fierce. However, it was useless. In the face of Ling Xiao's Sky Tyrant Divine Fist, this attack was simply crushed like breaking rotten wood. Die. Not only did this punch shatter the Ice Flame attack, but it also broke through the barrier of space. It landed heavily on Ice Flame's chest. Ice Flame's ribs were completely shattered, and his chest caved in. Let's see how much phoenix blood you have left to revive. Ling Xiao sneered and was about to swing his fist again to kill the Ice Flame. But at this moment, Feng Qianqian's attack came. The sword was as fast as the wind, and it directly pierced towards Ling Xiao's vital point. So what if I take a hit from you? Ling Xiao didn't even look at it. He just shifted his body slightly. He avoided the vital parts. Feng Qianqian's long sword stabbed into Ling Xiao's body, but it was blocked by the heavenly demonic bone. It was impossible to stab into his internal organs. At this time, Ling Xiao had already killed the Ice Flame. The poor Ice Flame only had that one drop of phoenix blood. He thought that since his cultivation had increased, his strength would definitely be stronger than Bing Xuanji. From today onwards, perhaps the Ice Palace would respect him. However, his greed was insatiable, and he wanted to kill Ling Xiao to prove his strength. In the end, he was killed by Ling Xiao. Regret. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Death was death. Even if he was unwilling, it was useless. Next, it's your turn. After killing the Ice Flame, Ling Xiao didn't plan to stop. Feng Qianqian's long sword stabbed into his body, but it was caught by the heavenly demonic bone and couldn't be pulled out. But this sword was extremely important to Feng Qianqian. She couldn't bear to give it up. It was that moment of hesitation that caused her to become Ling Xiao's next target to be killed. Ling Xiao turned around and blasted out a palm. It directly hit Feng Qianqian's head. He didn't have any intention of showing mercy to the fairer sex. The chief disciple of the Wind Empress Kingdom was smashed by Ling Xiao's palm and turned into a gust of wind to escape. This woman has the Wind Empress martial spirit and her cultivation is stronger than mine. Her speed is much faster than mine. But do you think you can dodge my attack with speed? Ling Xiao sneered and directly took out the profound theory bow. This is a mortal grade Heavenly King artifact divine bow. He narked a frost arrow and shot it out. The speed of the arrow was much faster than Feng Qianqian's speed. It directly hit Feng Qianqian's headless body. Then, her body was frozen by the bone-chilling cold. Although it was only for a moment, Ling Xiao's speed was enough to catch up. Die. Since the two sides had already fought, Ling Xiao would never let this woman leave. So what if she is the Wind Empress Kingdom? He didn't put her in his eyes at all. After this trip to the mystic realm, he was ready to go to the Western Kingdom. With his current cultivation, it was more than enough to go to the Western Kingdom. Besides, the trip to the mystic realm was not over yet. He should still be able to get more and better things. Boom. The ice block was shattered. Feng Qianqian's body also fell apart, and she died tragically on the spot. It was a pity that this woman, as the chief disciple of the Wind Empress country, joined forces with other experts in order to seize the treasure. But in the end, she couldn't even escape unscathed and lost her life here. Damn, she escaped so fast. The moment Ling Xiao killed Feng Qianqian, Ao Fei waved the Dragon God Whip and tore through the void to escape. This guy was also cunning. When he saw that the situation was not good, he directly left Hun Miezhong behind. Hun Miezhong was indeed powerful. He was able to injure Xue Lian and Yi Lungyan in a 1 versus 4 situation. Even Dark Frost's soul was slightly injured. What a pity, It seems that I can't complete the treasure hunt today. Han Miezhong saw the current situation and knew that there was no hope. He was fighting 1 against 4, although he still had the upper hand. But the 2 strongest people on the other side had now freed up their hands, and he couldn't leave at this time. Only death awaited him. Dragon trapping talisman. Just as Han Miezhong was trying to escape, Ling Xiao used the dragon trapping talisman. Ao Fei escaped. Do you really think you can escape as well? Ling Xiao stared at Han Miezhong with an indifferent expression. Buddy, when it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. If I fight with all my strength, even if I die here, one of you will be killed as well. Do you think it's worth it to fight to the death like this? Han Miezhong felt that he was being underestimated. Indeed, he was no match for these men, but it wasn't a problem for him to kill 1 or 2 of them. Fight to the death? Do you really think you'll have the chance? Ling Xiao sneered. Indeed, with your peak 7th divine core strength, none of us are your match. But, if we join forces, the situation will be completely different. Do you really think you'll have the chance to hurt anyone? H, I think you're the leader of these men. If that's the case, I'll kill you first. Han Miezhong coldly harumphed. He turned into a blur and leapt toward Ling Xiao. Chapter 3957. Han Miezhong had made the biggest mistake in his life, and that was to sneak attack Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao might not be able to kill him by himself, but he would never be able to kill Ling Xiao. If he attacked someone else, he might be able to escape, but attacking Ling Xiao, who had such a strong body, was just too stupid. Kill. Ling Xiao didn't back off. Instead, he punched out with both fists, colliding with Han Miezhong's fists. The fists exploded. Han Miezhong was forced back 4 to 5 steps, and although Ling Xiao was forced back 7 to 8 steps, he was still able to stop him. Right at this moment, the attacks from the others had caught up. Dark Frost's Eye of Fear, Yi Lungyan's Blood Cloak Kill, Lion Master Bao's Earthblade, and Yang Mo's Golden Light Sword. Aside from the injured Xue Lian, everyone else unleashed a fierce attack. All of them landed heavily on Han Miezhong's body. Han Miezhong was blocked by Ling Xiao, so he didn't have time to defend himself. He could only hastily defend himself. As a result, his body was instantly torn apart. For some unknown reason, he was dismembered in a daze. Swoosh! A streak of black light flew into the distance. Ling Xiao, I'll remember you. It was Han Miezhong's voice. In the end, he had escaped. Although he only had his inner core left, as long as he wasn't dead, he still had a chance to make a comeback. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Seeing Lion Master Bao was about to chase after him, Ling Xiao stopped him. We can't catch up to him. The inner core's flying speed is faster than my golden light art. He is indeed a mighty warrior like Jiyu Fenghua. Even at the last moment, he still has a way to save his life. He escaped. I'm afraid he'll be in trouble for us. Yi Lungyan said with a frown. Don't worry, we just need to kill him before we leave the secret realm. The Western Kingdom has sent a total of 4 men here, and this Han Miezhong is the strongest. He won't be defeated so easily. If he can't get the inheritance of a heavenly core warrior, he will definitely search for the inheritance of an extreme core warrior. As long as we kill him, what happened here won't spread. Ling Xiao will absolutely not let Han Miezhong go, because he is going to the Western Kingdom's strong country. If he killed the martial artists of the Western Kingdom's powerful countries, then the situation would not be good. The safest situation would be to kill Soul Destroyer Loyalty so that there would be no evidence. However, this battle was still considered a great victory for them. He had killed the first seat Feng Chanxian and the second seat Feng Bunuo from the Wind Empress Great Nation. He had also killed the third seat Bing Yang from the Ice Palace and the first seat Hai Wu Ya from the Ocean Life Palace. Seriously injuring the Western Kingdom's strongest person who entered here, Soul Extinguisher Zhong. No matter how one looked at it, it was a great victory. After killing these people, the energy in Ling Xiao's Sea of Cultivation increased by another 10%. Although it was really slow. However, he was now a peak 4th Divine Core Warrior. As long as the energy in his Cultivation Sea reached 100%, he could break through again. These people also have some good things in their storage rings. Although they can't use them, the Celestial Empire can use them. Therefore, Ling Xiao stuffed all of them into his Dongsheng Emperor ring. Where to next? Lion Xiaobao asked. Ling Xiao was too strong, and he had great foresight. Unknowingly, everyone started to follow his lead. According to my calculations, among the 7 heavenly core warriors' inheritances, there is only one left. As for the extreme core warrior's inheritance, we still don't have any clues. Our goal is the last heavenly core warrior's inheritance. No matter who obtains it, it will greatly increase our overall strength. After saying that, Ling Xiao looked at Xue Lian, then he tossed him a healing pill and said, "Eat it, you'll be fully healed soon." Without hesitation, Xue Lian swallowed the healing pill. After that, he cupped his fist and said, "Everyone, it's been a pleasant cooperation, but I'm still from the Ice Palace. Bing Yang has been killed, and Bing Xuanji is now acting alone. I have to meet up with the others from the Ice Palace." En. Ling Xiao nodded his head. Xue Lian was a straightforward man. Although he said he was a businessman, he was actually a man who valued friendship and loyalty. "Thank you." After Xue Lian left, Dark Frost suddenly looked into the distance and cried out, "It's here." Although she didn't say anything, the others could feel it. Dark Frost must be talking about the last heavenly core warrior's inheritance. The Xuanji martial soul. Ling Xiao sensed the power of the Xuanji martial soul, and he couldn't help but furrow his brows. Looks like Bing Xuanji was the first to discover this inheritance. Let's go and have a look. Bing Xuanji's Xuanji martial soul was very special. Ling Xiao had thought about it before, but he didn't have enough strength to defeat Bing Xuanji. That was why he gave up on it. Now that he had found the trace of the Xuanji martial soul, he wouldn't let it go. In his opinion, the Xuanji martial soul was even more tempting than any of the heavenly core warriors' inheritances. Right at this moment, at the place where the energy was released, Bing Xuanji had completed the final fusion. Around him were dozens of corpses of martial artists. Bing Xuanji's personal strength was stronger than Ao Fei and Feng Qianqian. Now that he had obtained the inheritance, his cultivation had reached the peak 7th heavenly core realm. He had reached the level of Hun Miezhong. He was so strong that it was suffocating. "Finally, I've found it. Ling Xiao, it's time for you to die. But before I kill you, I really want to take a look at the master of this secret realm, the place where the ultimate core warrior was buried." The moment he obtained the inheritance, he knew that all 7 heavenly core inheritances had been found by someone else. 7 strange-looking stars suddenly appeared in the sky. These 7 stars were refined into the shape of a strange long sword. Everyone saw it. Those who were smart understood what the 7 stars represented. Perhaps, it meant that all the inheritances of the heavenly core warriors had been found. Then, the inheritance of the ultimate core warrior, the master of the secret realm, would also be revealed. "Forget it, I'm not going there." All of a sudden, Ling Xiao stopped talking. Looking at the 7-star long sword in the sky, he knew that the last heavenly core warrior's inheritance had been found by someone else. And it was most likely Bing Xuanji. Instead of wasting time, he might as well search for his last hope, the inheritance of the master of the secret realm. It was the inheritance he had always wanted. The ultimate core warrior was obviously the leader of the 7 heavenly core warriors. He had obtained a lot of benefits from the ancient emperor of Dongsheng. That was why he knew how powerful the inheritance left behind by an ultimate core warrior was. But, the inheritance left behind by each warrior was different. Some were inner cores, some were bloodlines, some were magical treasures, and some were martial skills. There were many more. But, without a doubt, the stronger the warrior was, the more precious the inheritance left behind. "But, how are we going to find it?" Dark Frost asked. "Although the 7-star longsword is connected, it doesn't have a clear direction. We have no idea where to look." "I have an idea," Yang Mo suddenly said. "You have an idea?" Chapter 3958. Our family has a set of heaven's divination technique that allows me to sense where the energy is the strongest within a range. I think the place of inheritance of the master of the secret realm must be the place with the strongest energy. Yang Mo replied. "Give it a try," Ling Xiao said. "Got it, big brother Ling Xiao." Yang Mo nodded and began to use the heaven's divination technique. A moment later, he opened his eyes and looked in one direction. There should be a 70% chance that it's in that direction. It's the place of inheritance of the master of the secret realm. Everyone turned their heads to look and were somewhat surprised. That place was actually next to the power of the earth that they might have felt before. And it was very close. It was as if it had overlapped. Interesting. It seems that the place of inheritance of the master of the secret realm should be next to the tomb of the earth powerhouse. This expert had always been protecting his master. He was truly loyal and devoted. However, even I didn't expect that the place of inheritance of the master of the secret realm would be next to the tomb of this powerhouse. I guess the others have also overlooked it. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Yes, this might be called unexpected. Who would have thought that this most unlikely place would be the place of inheritance? Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go back and take a look. Ling Xiao was the first to rush out. When he returned, it was already empty. The power of the earth here had been completely devoured by Ling Xiao, and there was no longer anything attractive. Naturally, no one would come here again. It should be right. This is the place. Yang Mo wandered around the tomb of the earth powerhouse and felt it even more clearly. Perhaps it was hidden by the power of the earth before, so we didn't notice it. But now I can be sure that this energy came from underground. Underground? In other words, the place of inheritance of the master of the secret realm is not next to it, but under the tomb of the earth powerhouse? Lion Xiaobao asked. Or to be more precise, this tomb of the earth powerhouse is actually the entrance to the place of inheritance. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "We've finally taken the initiative." With that, he directly jumped down the deep crack. This was what they had created before, but who would have thought that these cracks would be used again? Ling Xiao, Lion Xiaobao, Dark Frost, Yi Lungyan, and Yang Mo arrived below. At this moment, Yang Mo's Heaven's Divination technique was no longer of much use. He could only sense the strength of the energy, but he was unable to determine the location of the entrance. However, this was not a problem for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao activated his Taiji Eye and quickly discovered a huge teleportation gate. However, there was no luster on the portal, which meant that it had not been activated. Another teleportation gate, could it be a world within a world? Ling Xiao had seen such a world within a world before, so he quickly made a judgment. He blasted the rubble away, revealing the portal. At this moment, a golden light soared into the sky. It merged with the long sword formed by the 7 stars in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a very shocking scene. At this moment, there was a huge phantom in the sky. The phantom exuded the domineering aura of a king, holding the long sword formed by the 7 stars, looking down majestically. This scene was not only seen by Ling Xiao and them, the people in the distance also saw it. Oh no, now everyone knows that the situation here is strange. Ling Xiao could not help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Looks like the master of this mystic realm had the intention of passing down his inheritance to the juniors. That was why he released such a scene, deliberately leading everyone. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. So what if those people come, with the 5 of us joining hands, we're not afraid of not being able to snatch it? Lion Xiaobao said. Haha, that's true, but let's look for the mechanism of the teleportation gate first. Ling Xiao smiled. Just as Lion Xiaobao said, even if others came, there would be some trouble. But what did they have to fear? Not long after, a large number of martial artists had already gathered here. Ling Xiao shook his head. The teleportation gate actually did not have any mechanism. This made him very confused. Now, almost all the martial artists had gathered here, but the teleportation gate still did not open. Ling Xiao could only wait. He suspected that this teleportation gate was opened for some people. Although most of the martial artists had already arrived, there were still some who had not arrived. Everyone was waiting, and all of them looked very excited. Finally, everyone had arrived. The teleportation gate opened automatically. The blood-red teleportation gate made people feel a little wary. Don't worry. Lion Xiaobao was about to rush in, but he was stopped by Ling Xiao. The situation is unclear, don't be rash. Not whoever goes in first will get the inheritance. As soon as his voice fell, there were already people rushing in. There were a total of 4 people. However, as soon as these 4 people came into contact with the blood-red teleportation gate, they let out shrill screams. The 4 of them were melted at the same time. They were melted in front of everyone. Oh my God, fortunately you stopped me, otherwise I would have died too. Lion Xiaobao's heart still had lingering fear. Fortunately, Ling Xiao stopped him, otherwise he would have been like those people. Was this a teleportation gate? It felt like they were walking to their deaths. Who is it? Ling Xiao looked at the crowd, puzzled. He believed that this teleportation gate was opened for one or a few people, and it was not a gate of death. It just didn't want others to go in. But there were thousands of people here, and it was not easy to determine who it was. What are you doing? Ah. Suddenly, someone in the crowd flew up and was thrown directly toward the teleportation gate. Poor man, like the 4 people before him, was also melted. Ling Xiao noticed that it was Ao Fei who made the move. That guy probably thought of the teleportation gate's characteristics like him and was using other martial artists to test it. After Ao Fei made his move, Bing Xuanji and the other experts also made their move. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Let's not panic. We just need to protect ourselves and let them kill each other. Pay attention to the teleportation gate, Ling Xiao reminded. Okay. Dark Frost and the others nodded. They stared at the teleportation gate. Finally, at a certain moment, the teleportation gate turned blue. One person went through the teleportation gate and entered inside. Let's go. At that moment, Ling Xiao was the first to rush out, and the others followed behind. The moment the teleportation gate turned blue, Ling Xiao saw an unfamiliar figure. However, this person had a very familiar aura. Han Miezhong. He actually chose to forcibly take over. Ling Xiao frowned. It seemed that there would be a bloody battle between him and Han Miezhong. As Han Miezhong opened the teleportation gate, the others rushed inside frantically. Han Miezhong is from the Sword Spirit City of the Western Kingdom. Could it be that the owner of this secret realm is also from the Sword Spirit City? Ling Xiao looked around. This was a majestic city. Chapter 3959. The moment he passed through the portal, Ling Xiao found that only Dark Frost was left beside him. Most likely, this teleportation gate could also randomly teleport cultivators to different places. Coincidentally, he and Dark Frost appeared in the same place. There were more than 1,000 people with them. Yi Langyan, Shi Xiaobao, Yang Mo, and Xuelian were nowhere to be seen. At this time, there was a river in front of them. The river water was as black as ink. At first glance, one could tell that it was not ordinary water. There was no bridge over this river. On the other side was the entrance to the depths. If they wanted to go over, they could only choose to pass through this long black river. This water is not good water. I'm afraid it's dangerous. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and carefully looked at the black river water. The legendary yellow spring was this color, and it could swallow people. For the treasure, I'll risk it. He was very cautious, but it did not mean that others were cautious. Just as he was observing the yellow spring river, more than a dozen people had already jumped over. They tried to cross the river directly. However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. When these people flew over the Yellow Spring River, they fell straight down and were swallowed by the terrifying Yellow Spring River. After a while, they turned into bones floating on the water surface. This scene frightened everyone and they did not dare to do anything. They were all trembling with fear. Oh no, this river is a little strange. It seems that we can't fly through it. The problem is that the water is so corrosive. I guess we'll be turned into bones as soon as we enter. Someone exclaimed. Not necessarily. Since the palace is opposite, it means that there must be a way to pass through. The owner of this secret realm is the former city lord of Sword Spirit City. I think that when sword chi is cultivated to a certain level, it can resist the corrosion of the river water. Someone analyzed. But even so, because of the example just now, no one dared to rashly try. Dark Frost, go into the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. I'll try. Ling Xiao could not be blocked by a river. He had analyzed it with his Tai Chi eye. In fact, what that person said was right. The river water was extremely corrosive and could swallow living things in the air. But as long as he had a strong sword chi, he could block the suction force and easily pass through. Therefore, he decided to give it a try. In any case, even if something did happen, he still had life reversal and fiery rebirth. It was absolutely impossible for him to lose his life. Dark Frost looked at Ling Xiao nervously. Don't worry. Don't you know me? I won't try things that I'm not sure about. Ling Xiao smiled. Suddenly, sword light bloomed all over his body. His entire body seemed to be wrapped in sword light, releasing an extremely sharp aura. Many of the surrounding martial artists were startled, and they quickly moved away. Is he going to try? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao nervously. He wondered if Ling Xiao would succeed. If he succeeded, it meant that his previous guess was right. This was not an absolute dead end. However, if he wanted to go over, he would need to have sufficient strength. Ling Xiao stepped onto the Yellow Springs River. Boom! At that moment, the terrifying Yellow Springs water rushed towards him like a ferocious beast, wanting to swallow him whole. However, just as the river water approached the sword light, as if it had encountered its nemesis, it immediately collapsed. A smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Not only could the Yellow Springs River not destroy his sword light, but it could also help him temper his body. That was something that he had never thought of. Thus, the group of people saw a shocking scene. Ling Xiao stood in the middle of the Yellow Springs River, and the water around him surged into his body. Not only could it not hurt him, but it was also swallowed like a bottomless pit. At this moment, Ling Xiao looked at those who were blocked by the Yellow Springs River and said, "Those who have not attacked me and my friends can go over. As for the rest, stay where you are. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Really? Among the 1,000 or so people, nearly 500 had not attacked Ling Xiao and his companions. Therefore, these people were very surprised. They felt that it was a delicacy that fell from the sky. Of course it's true. I hope that I can muddy the waters. That was also Ling Xiao's heartfelt words. He did not know what dangers were ahead. If only he and Dark Frost went over, the risk would be too great. It was better to find more people to share the risk. Moreover, he was very concerned about one thing. It was obvious that the master of the secret land wanted to leave his inheritance to Han Miezhong. With other people stirring up shit, it would be impossible for Han Miezhong to get the inheritance easily. Of course, there was another reason. He wanted to see the miserable faces of those who had attacked him and his companions. Let's go. The 500 or so people knew that it was an opportunity. Naturally, they did not want to waste it. While Ling Xiao controlled the Yellow Springs River water, they all flew to the opposite side. At this moment, a few familiar figures mixed into the crowd. "The few of you, get lost." Ling Xiao's expression became terrifying. Because the few familiar figures were Shui Wushuang and the Phantom Valley Three Devils. "Do the few of you have the face to accept my help? Previously, when we were in danger, you did not help us. Now, you actually think that I will help you? Get lost. Don't force me to kill you." Ling Xiao did not give any face to Shui Wushuang and the Phantom Valley Three Devils. He was not a saint. He did not have that kind of benevolent heart. Shui Wushuang's face turned pale. The Phantom Valley Three Devils were also embarrassed. Although they did not attack Ling Xiao and the rest, as people from the Eternal Night Palace, they did not care about their companions. Ling Xiao was not willing to help them. It was reasonable. Don't care what he said. He is fighting against the Yellow Springs River water now. It is our chance. Let's go together. If he doesn't agree, kill him. Anyway, he can't spare any hands. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. It was an unfamiliar martial artist. Ling Xiao did not know him. But it was obvious that this guy's words were like an accelerant. It made everyone's mind become lively. That's right. Ling Xiao was fighting against the Yellow Springs River water now. How could he be a threat to them? They could go if they wanted to. If Ling Xiao was sensible, they would not attack. But if Ling Xiao was not sensible, then they would not be polite. That's right. It is not up to him to disagree. Someone said. Are you going to loot a burning house? Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with ridicule. He said coldly, I advise you not to attack. I have killed many people today. I am not willing to kill any more. But if you don't know how to cherish it, then don't blame me for being impolite. I don't have a merciful heart. Don't talk nonsense with him. Pass. One of them snorted coldly and walked towards the opposite shore. This person was from the White Dragon country. He had once attacked Ling Xiao with Ao Fei. Although they did not hurt Ling Xiao, this grudge was formed. How could Ling Xiao let him pass? He flew into the air. The others were also eager to try. Chapter 3960. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. A cruel grin emerged on Ling Xiao's face. Suddenly, he stirred the yellow spring water with both hands. Canopy beast soul, water giant. Bang! What stood up from the yellow spring was a giant formed entirely from the water of the yellow spring. The black body stared down at the man coldly. Then, it slapped the man with its palm. It was as if he was swatting a fly that was flying past. The terrifying force caused the air to explode, as if it was going to explode at any moment. The man was trembling. It was unknown just how terrifying the power contained in this palm strike was. This caused everyone to tremble with fear. That person had just flown into the air when he saw the Yellow Springs giant's palm strike down. Sensing the terrifying force, he was terrified. He wanted to dodge. But, it was as if the giant palm had the ability to devour the water of the yellow spring. He could feel his body being sucked into the giant's palm. Then, like a mosquito, he was slapped onto the ground. The water giant raised its huge hand. On the ground, there was only a pile of broken bones. The man's body had been completely corroded. This guy is so terrifying. Not only can he resist the yellow spring water, he can also unleash such a powerful attack. Everyone's eyes were trembling when they saw this. As if they had just seen a ghost. This giant was really frightening. Not only was it huge, it was also incredibly powerful. With just a single palm strike, it was able to shatter a sixth divine core warrior into pieces. He couldn't be any more dead. So what if he was a genius? He was just a pitiful corpse right now. Is there anyone else who wants to go against me? Ling Xiao looked at the remaining men and asked in a domineering manner. Everyone shook their heads and backed off, as if they were afraid that Ling Xiao would target them. This man was too frightening. There was no way they could fight him. Ling Xiao sneered, but he didn't recall the giant. The giant was still standing there, staring at the crowd with an indifferent expression. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, continued to absorb the energy from the yellow springs, using the water to temper his body, strengthening his cultivation. About 15 minutes later, the giant exploded, and the water of the yellow spring returned to normal. Ling Xiao had also arrived at the other side of the river at the same time. At this moment, the energy in his cultivation sea had already increased to 30%. The effect was not bad. His black tortoise divine physique had also risen to peak 7th order emperor realm, another level up. Shui Wushuang, the Gui Jiu 3 devils, and the others looked at Ling Xiao's back with envy and jealousy. They were thinking that if they had helped before, they would have been able to do so. Now, he could become one of those people. He might even be doing better than many people. One thought to heaven, one thought to hell. Now, they could only watch as others left, while they themselves were cut off from the inheritance of the master of the mystic realm. After crossing the Yellow Spring River, as soon as they stepped into a building, they discovered that there were all kinds of precious flowers and trees growing all over the place. Origin core fruit, heavenly dan grass, dragon scale flower, heavens. How can there be so many heavenly treasures? This is too shocking. While they were still in shock, Ling Xiao waved his hand. Most of the mature exotic flowers and herbs were swept away by him. The rest were all things that he had or didn't need. When everyone saw this scene, although they were a little angry, they didn't say anything. They came because of Ling Xiao. It would be too shameless to fall out with him now. Moreover, Ling Xiao was so strong that they didn't dare to fall out with him. Everyone, Disperse. There must be more than these treasures. Everyone was unwilling to stay with Ling Xiao and Darkfrost, so they dispersed and went to different forks. This, in turn, helped Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao left a wisp of his soul power on these 500 people. As long as any of them discovered the inheritance of the master of the mystic realm, he would know immediately. Of course, it was the same for Yi Lungyan, Lion Xiaobao, and the others. This was the third reason why Ling Xiao let them in. At the same time, in another entrance of the palace. Although the palace had become old because of disrepair. But here, there was a faint aura of a king. In such a place, there were 4 forces confronting each other. The first to arrive were the people from the Sword Spirit City of the Western Kingdom. With Hun Miezhong as the leader, there were a total of 7 people. There weren't many people, but their overall strength was the most powerful. The master of the mystic realm here was the former city lord of Sword Spirit City. In order to let his disciples obtain his inheritance, the city lord could be said to have painstakingly done so. The second force was the White Dragon Kingdom. With Ao Fei as the leader, they had a large number of people, second only to the Xueyu Kingdom. Although Ao Fei's strength was not as good as Hun Miezhong's, Hun Miezhong was heavily injured. Now that he had taken over someone else's body, his strength was obviously not as good as before. Therefore, Ao Fei could still compete with the people of Sword Spirit City with the help of the mystical dragon whip. The third force belonged to the Xueyu Kingdom. At this time, the people of Xueyu Kingdom were led by Xue Lian. Although their number was only 1/3 of the cultivators of Xueyu Kingdom who entered the mystic realm, it was still a lot. But relatively speaking, they were relatively weak. The reason why they hadn't been destroyed yet. That was because the fourth force could be regarded as their ally. Because the fourth force happened to be Yi Lungyan, Lion Xiaobao, and Yang Mo. These 2 forces combined into one, their numbers were not small and their strength was also very strong. The reason why they all appeared here was, of course, for the inheritance of the master of the mystic realm. The building in front of them was the inheritance of the master of the mystic realm. On top of it, 3 words were engraved, Sword Spirit Hall. The master of the mystic realm was the former city lord of Sword Spirit City, so it was not surprising that he would give it such a name. The Sword Spirit Hall was closed by a thick bronze door. Inscriptions were released from it. Obviously, it was protected by a spirit array. It was definitely not something that ordinary people could open. We can't always be stuck here, right? Although your Western Kingdom's Sword Spirit City is strong, after all, there are only 7 people. It's better for everyone to rely on their own ability and whoever can get the inheritance. How about it? Ao Fei said, anyway, with us here, even if your Sword Spirit City people know the way to open this Sword Spirit Hall, it won't be so easy, right? I have an even better suggestion. Hun Miezhong suddenly said coldly, let's join forces and destroy those people. He hated Lion Xiaobao and the others to the bone. Previously, it was these people who joined forces with Ling Xiao to seriously injure him to the point where his body couldn't recover. He had to rely on other people's bodies, which caused his strength to drop a lot. If he didn't kill these people, he would never give up. What if after killing them, you attack my White Dragon Kingdom? Ao Fei was not an idiot, the current situation was very delicate. Although he was also unhappy with Lion Xiaobao and the others. But with the existence of Lion Xiaobao and the others, the people of the Western Kingdom didn't dare to act rashly. Brother Ao, why don't I join you? Chapter 3961. Everyone looked over and saw Bing Xianji come in with some other people from Xueyu. But they didn't see the 3 demons or Xuewu Shuang. Ha ha ha, Bing Xianji, you are really shameless. You are joining hands with outsiders to deal with your own people. But I like it. Ao Fei laughed. Our own people? No. They are all traitors of Xueyu. It is only right to eliminate traitors. Bing Xianji looked at Xue Lian and the others indifferently. There was no friendship between them, only killing intent. He hated Xue Lian and hated those people for following Xue Lian and joining Ling Xiao's group. So he had to kill them. Otherwise, he couldn't eliminate the hatred in his heart. Well, no matter what the reason is, if we join hands, Western Heaven can't do anything to us. I agree with Hun Miezhong's proposal. Let's kill those people first. They have a lot of treasures on them. Even if we can't get the inheritance of the master of the sealed world in the end, it's not bad to get those treasures. Ao Fei finally agreed with Han Miezhong's proposal. White Dragon Country, Sword Spirit City and Shuiyu Country, led by Bing Xianji, finally reached an agreement. Although they had their own plans, they all regarded Lion Master Bao and the others as enemies. In an instant, they surrounded them. Xue Lian, Lion Master Bao, Yang Mo, Yi Lungyan, and the cultivators of Shuiyu Country who followed Xue Lian. They were all surrounded. Lion Master Bao's eyes flashed with a sneer. His actions had always been very direct. Without saying a word, the earth blade in his hand slashed out. A few screams came from the crowd. 4 of Bing Xianji's people and the cultivators of White Dragon Country were killed at the same time. Attack! At this time, Lion Master Bao roared. His golden armor was surging with fighting intent. Were they afraid of fewer people? They weren't afraid before and they weren't afraid now. Kill! Yi Lungyan also moved. At the same time, she turned into a blood-red light and rushed into the enemy camp. Sword! Yang Mo waved his hand, and a beam of sword light landed in his hand before bouncing off. It instantly pierced a person's throat and continued to attack. Let's also attack. Xue Lian held his blood-red sword and ordered the cultivators of Shuiyu Country who followed him. If he didn't make a move now, he would only be surrounded like a dumpling. Either you die, or I live. This battle won't end so easily. Soon, several holes were torn in the encirclement. After all, other than the 7 experts from Sword Spirit City, Ao Fei, and Bing Xuanji, the rest of the people couldn't withstand the attacks of these guys. These few people's strength had all made great progress after entering the mystic realm. Not only had their cultivation improved, but they also had treasures in their hands. A bunch of good-for-nothings. The people of Sword Spirit City did not care about the warriors who had been killed. In their eyes, dead people were trash. Everyone, don't hold back. Since we've decided to join forces, let's quickly get rid of these fellows. Otherwise, if Ling Xiao appears, I'm afraid things won't be easy. Han Miezhong hated and feared Ling Xiao. He couldn't understand why Ling Xiao was so terrifying. His cultivation was clearly much lower than his, but with just the strength of his physical body, he was able to block his attack. Therefore, he couldn't wait for Ling Xiao to appear. As soon as he said that, Ao Fei and Bing Xuanji frowned. They obviously knew how powerful Ling Xiao was. Kill! The experts finally decided to join forces. Ao Fei swung the Dragon God Whip, and the space began to distort. This whip was aimed at Xiao Lion Bao. His intention was clear. He wanted to get rid of Xiao Lion Bao first. Because Xiao Lion Bao was the strongest among these people. Xiao Lion Bao had no choice but to wave the earth blade in his hand to resist the Dragon God Whip. At this moment, Bing Xuanji also made his move. The magic treasure he obtained was actually a block of ice that was sparkling and translucent. This ice cube floated beside his body. It suddenly released a cold aura. This aura was much stronger than the aura released by the goddess of ice. In an instant, Xiao Lion Bao's movements became stiff. The others were also restrained. I'll kill him. Han Miezhong also made his move. A violent soul force burst out from his body, then it turned into a black soul beast and charged toward Xiao Lion Bao. He wanted to get rid of Xiao Lion Bao first, then he could kill the others later. Damn it! Xiao Lion Bao was surrounded by 3 great warriors, and he was at the end of his rope. If he was hit by Han Miezhong's attack, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Let's see who can kill him. Suddenly, a thunderous voice sounded out from afar. After that, a terrifying aura that belonged to a ferocious beast could be felt. This aura didn't feel like it came from a human, it felt like it came from an ancient heaven-devouring beast. It would devour anyone who dared to stop it. Han Miezhong was startled by the voice. Although his combat strength had decreased, he was still equivalent to a late 7th Divine Core warrior. But, after hearing Ling Xiao's roar, he was so scared that he almost gave up on attacking. At that moment, he had a feeling that if he attacked, he would be killed by Ling Xiao at the same time. I'm Han Miezhong. Han Miezhong gritted his teeth, and a ferocious aura suddenly rose in his mind. Fight. He had to kill Xiao Lion Bao, he had to make Ling Xiao regret it, he had to make Ling Xiao suffer. Bang! His attack was still unleashed. But the attack didn't hit Xiao Lion Bao's body. It was blocked by another terrifying soul force, and both attacks cancelled each other out in midair. The one who attacked was Dark Frost. At the same time, Ling Xiao's sword had stabbed into Han Miezhong's body. I'm sorry, my comrade. Han Miezhong had already thought of a way to escape. He suddenly grabbed his comrade and blocked Ling Xiao's frightening attack, which felt like it came from an ancient beast. At that moment, everyone saw a dazzling sword light that was suffocating to the point of suffocation. Not only was the sword beam shining brightly, it was also ferocious. It was like a ferocious beast. The early 7th Divine Core warrior who was used as a shield by Han Miezhong was instantly devoured by the sword beam. The sword beam had completely shredded his body into pieces. The energy had also merged with Ling Xiao's body. The most frightening thing was, even though Han Miezhong had used this man as a shield, his body was still impaled by the brutal sword beam. His body was sent flying backwards, and he crashed into the entrance of the Sword Soul Palace. Blood splashed out. Blood splashed onto the door. A blood-red light was blinking. The door that couldn't be broken open was slowly opening at this moment. What a frightening attack! What kind of monster is this Ling Xiao? But now that the door is open, we don't have time to waste on them. Let's enter the palace. Everyone realized that an opportunity had arrived. When the Sword Soul Palace opened, it meant that the inheritance of the Secret Realm's master was about to appear. Han Miezhong was the first to enter. Because he was the closest to the door,